Check, check. Hello. Check. Check 1 1 1 2. Check, check. Check, check, check. Check, check. Check. Check, check.
Kavya? Kavya?
I am not able to concentrate on that. Why do you try to? You are trying to concentrate, that is tapas. That's all about it. Why do you worry about achievement of a concentration? Where are you roaming about? Going round the temple again and again, that's
చల్లని రేయి మరల రానే రాదు, నీ వదనము చూడ నాకు తనివి తీరదు. ఈ చల్లని రేయి మరల రానే రాదు, నీ వదనము చూడ నాకు తనివి తీరదు. మౌనుల రేయలేని శివానందు వదనము నేడు కాంచెరాదు మనసు పులకరించెను. మౌనుల రేయలేని శివానందు వదనము నేడు కాంచెరాదు మనసు పులకరించెను. ఈ చల్లని రేయి మరల రానే రాదు, నీ వదనము చూడ నాకు తనివి తీరదు. ఎన్ని మారు నీ కోసము విలపించితినో, ఎన్ని తావులందు వెదకి వెదకి ఉంటెనో. ఎన్ని మారు నీ కోసము విలపించితినో, ఎన్ని తావులందు వెదకి వెదకి ఉంటెనో. నీవు నేడు రాగ నాదు మనసు నిండెనో, ఆనందము పొంగి పొరలి మనసు పండెనో. నీవు నేడు రాగ నాదు మనసు నిండెనో, ఆనందము పొంగి పొరలి మనసు పండెనో. ఈ చల్లని రేయి మరల రానే రాదు, నీ వదనము చూడ నాకు తనివి తీరదు. ఎన్నో మాటలను నీతో చెప్పవలనని ఇన్ని నాళ్ళు వేచి ఉంటి కాస్త తాళము. ఎన్నో మాటలను నీతో చెప్పవలనని ఇన్ని నాళ్ళు వేచి ఉంటి కాస్త తాళము. మూగ గొంతు తెరచి నీదు దివ్య సన్నిధిన్ శివానంద గీతములను నేను పాడెదన్. మూగ గొంతు తెరచి నీదు దివ్య సన్నిధిన్ శివానంద గీతములను నేను పాడెదన్. ఈ చల్లని రేయి మరల రానే రాదు, నీ వదనము చూడ నాకు తనివి తీరదు. పూర్ణి బిడ్డయని నాపై వాత్సల్యముగా ఇట్టె వచ్చి నిలచినావు నాడు ముంగిట. పూర్ణి బిడ్డయని నాపై వాత్సల్యముగా ఇట్టె వచ్చి నిలచినావు నాడు ముంగిట. ఇట్టె మరలిపోయి నాదు గుండె చేసకో, శాశ్వతముగా నా హృదిని వసింపు సద్గురు. ఇట్టె మరలిపోయి నాదు గుండె చేసకో, శాశ్వతముగా నా హృదిని వసింపు సద్గురు. ఈ చల్లని రేయి మరల రానే రాదు,
passed from one generation.
వదనము చూడ నాకు తనివి తీరదు నీవు రాక వ్యర్థమాయ ఎన్నో యుగములు రాక రాక వచ్చినావు ధన
Om 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 Shri Gurubhyo Namaha Om Shri Sivanandaya Namaha Sabhaya Namaha. In fact, today is a very auspicious day. Any day is auspicious when we think of Bharat culture. Culture is so important to every Bharatiya, and so we are doing this today collectively. Most of us are doing this individually, but this is a collective worship of Bharata Mata. In this endeavor, we have only our family members. All those who revere Bharat culture, they are all one family. So Bharat culture is one family, and all of us who love Bharat culture are one family. This is what we have learned from our Guruji, beloved Guruji. So remembering him on this auspicious day, and we take this as a worship to him, a prayer to him, that our effort should be a great success, and this idea of Bharat culture, this concept of Bharat culture should also spread throughout Bharat Varsha and Bharat Khanda. With this motive, we are now meeting today and tomorrow to discuss the nuances of Bharatiya culture. So for this meeting, we have very illustrious speakers on the subject and various subjects connected to Bharatiya culture. And in fact, it is a comprehensive look at the Bharat culture. And for these 2 days, we shall have a complete overview of what we mean by Bharat culture and how we should live in the Bharat culture and achieve the ultimate goal for what the Bharat culture is meant. So friends, with your kind permission, I call the meeting to order, and I am proud to invite, we shall have 2 chairmen for this, not just one. shall have two chairmen. The first chairman, Sri NVDS Rajgaru, the chairman of the Sivananda Supatha Foundation, to come out to the dais, followed by our great advisor of the foundation and the organizing committee chairman, Professor R. Raghavendran. In fact, we consider him as our head of the Guruji's extended family. I request Professor R. Raghavendran and Sri NVDS Rajgaru. So now, again, as I said, we don't have guests. We are only our senior family members. Taking them as our senior family members, we are going to request them to come out to the dais and to occupy the places there, so that it would be a festival to our eyes. I request Dr. Balmukund Pandey ji. He is the National Organizing Secretary for the Akhila Bharatiya Itihasa Sankalna Yojana. About this, I would also speak about Akhila Bharatiya Itihasa Yojana and its connection with our Guruji. So, I request him first to come over to the dais from our community, followed by none other than Padma Vibhushan awardee Vamadeva Shastri ji and Yogini Shambhavi ji to decorate the platform. Please. Give them a big hand. Now, may I request Dr. Remella Avadhanla Garu. No, I am not calling them in order of something this or that. No, I am only calling them in order of the list that we have prepared to speak. So, Sir B, if you feel comfortable, and you please come. Remella Avadhanla Garu, he is known to our family, and he was very close to Guruji. And Guruji's guidance, he has taken up so much of work on so many issues relating to the Veda and the Puranas. I request him to come over to the dais. Now we have to look to stars to locate Sri Rama. So I request Nilesh, Nikhilesh Oka ji to come over here. And may I request Dr. Konrad Elst, who is expert not only on Indian studies, he is much aware of the Chinese studies, southwestern India, and also the West Asia, besides Greco-Roman. I request him to come over to the dais. Dr. Konrad Elst. We were very lucky, and then we did not think of him because he was out of India, we thought so. But luckily, if you just few days ago, when we inquired about him, he was flying from some place to Bangalore. So we could catch him, and he was so kind that he accepted our invitation. And despite he had a very busy schedule, he has obliged our requester to come over here. Dr. Konrad Els. And now I request Francois Gautier, who is an Indian, more Indian, I wish to say more Indian than an Indian. So he is not a foreigner to us, so he is requested to come out to the dais. Sir, Arvind Rao Garu is part of the host. I request Dr. Arvind Rao Garu to come out to the dais. He is former DGP, but more than that, he is a philosopher, friend and guide to us. And our young friend, we can take liberties with him, he is accountant Giridhar Mamidi. He prepares accounts of all the citizens and also the political leaders and also about the world and world's events. He is very popular on the screen, particularly on the nationalist hub. When I went to UK and other places, everybody was inquiring about him. How is it that our boy is not there? It's through the nationalist hub. Accountant Giridhar Mamidi. Last but not the least, I request our sweet girl from our family, Hema Ella Pragada. She is living in UK and she has come here to do her Arangetram in such a symposium like this. So she has come over here. And we are missing in the morning function, personally, and Professor Vasant Shindeji, an archaeologist, and Professor Heram Chaturvedi, he has sent in his lecture, and also Professor Kiran Kant Chaudhary from Tirupati. They are not physically available here, but I think online they are present. And we also invite all those who are watching this program throughout the globe. So this is live streamed by the YouTube, and everybody at his comfort of home, they can watch it. But those who have come here, they will definitely have and get the physical joy by watching this here in the hall. So this is, along with this, I think we should start the technical meeting. Before that, we had already Guru Puja performed at 9 as we planned. And now, with the Vedic chanting, we shall have Deepa Radhana. Now I request Shambhavi ji to lead the team, our family members, to make Deepa Radhana while Vedic chanting is going on from the mic. Please come. Yogini ji, please join all.
गणपतिगुं हवामहे कविं कवीनामुपमश्रवस्तमम् ज्येष्ठराजं ब्रह्मणां ब्रह्मणस्पत आनः शृण्वन्नोतिभिः सीद सादनम् ॐ प्रणो देवी सरस्वती वाजेभिर्वाजिनीवती धीनामवित्र्यवतु ॐ नमो गुरुभ्यो गुरुपादुकाभ्यो नमः परेभ्यः परपादुकाभ्यः आचार्यसिद्धेश्वरपादुकाभ्यो नमो नमः श्रीगुरुपादुकाभ्यः ओ स्वस्ति
भारत मातरम वंदे डॉक्टर बालमुकुंद पांडे जी।
वन्दे मातरम् वन्दे मातरम् सुजलां सुफलां मलयज शीतलां सस्यश्यामलां मातरं वन्दे मातरं वन्दे मातरं भारत माता की जय।
As I said, this is a home function, so we are all taking part in it in different ways. Now, the entire program is being conducted, organized and hosted by Sivananda Supatha Foundation. This has also a long history. About a decade, by decade, the journal has almost crossed the silver jubilee, Supatha Journal. And foundation as such is more than a decade. So this, on the name of this organization, we are holding this conference here. And the chairman of the foundation is NVDS Rajgaru, a tall man. He's a tall banker also, has retired from SBI, and he is the chairman of the foundation. I request him to give warm vote of thanks to all of us. Also, welcome, please, welcome. Rajgaru, welcome.
Sri Gurubhyo Namaha. Sabha Saraswati Namaskaram. The galaxy of time-tested personalities that are sitting on the dais and the most enlightened people who are watching these proceedings and participating in this function. I extend a very hearty welcome on behalf of Sivananda Supatha Foundation. I definitely presume all those who are sitting here and participating here are having the deepest concern and also love and also devotion to Bharat Mata. And the Guruji and Bharat Mata is all pervading, and they are there in the hearts of everyone sitting here. And those vacant chairs, I presume that Guruji himself is sitting. I have been asked to give a brief account of the Sivananda Supatha Foundation activities. And I stand before you to present a very brief account of Sivananda Supatha Foundation. One of the aims of the foundation is to influence I request everyone to kindly put their mobiles in silent mode if you don't mind, sir. Please excuse me for saying so. One of the aims of the foundation is to influence the current generation with the values of Sanatana Dharma as applicable to the modern life and make them responsible citizens. Sivananda Supatha Foundation is a charitable organization, came into being with the divine blessings of Pujya Guruji, along with other organizations he has started like Sanatana Dharma Charitable Trust, Sivaganga Parishad, Music Academy and Mahalakshmi Temple. This foundation is started about 12 years ago as stated by Sri Sudarshan Rao Garu. Foundation has broadly been focusing on Arsha Vijnana Seva, which means we are running a Supatha monthly magazine for the past 25 years, and it covers varied topics on culture and Samskriti. It is being done by our managing director and also the editor of the Sivananda Supatha magazine, Mr. V.V. Hanumantrao, Dr. V.V. Hanumantrao. Books authorized by Pujya Guruji, which are a very rare collection, is all his speeches, which ran through several volumes, are being published by Sivananda Supatha Foundation under the aegis of Kumari Radha Kumari Garu, our Executive Director of the Sivananda Supatha Foundation. And we also hold cultural exhibitions. Andhra Charitra by Guruji, which is Manakada, was released. And Chacha Vedikas we have been conducting. We have so far conducted on various topics in a mega way and also in a small groups, and doing our bit of service in the Arsha Vijnana Seva to the society. Then the second one is Vidya Seva. We are extending scholarships to the needy, economically weaker people and bright students. We are maintaining libraries, and you are aware that Hall of Times, which is Pujya Guruji's collection of books numbering about 30,000 plus, is being run by Sivananda Supatha Foundation with the active participation of Kumari Radha Kumari Garu exclusively, and she is the responsible for maintaining that library and has plans to digitalize it in the current times and also make it a very valuable resource for the research students that would like to take avail of this facility. As of now, they created a facility to sit there and read the Guruji's books from the library and other books, and this is the one service we are doing under this. Third one is Vaidya Seva, Vidya Seva. We have been conducting health camps in local and poor areas or villages and clusters. And also the next one is Karavalambana Seva. This is serving the poor. We have been supporting the orphanages with the items which are required for their kitchen and helping them. And also we are running daily Annadanam, Anna Seva Vitarana by Sivananda Supatha Foundation. Every day about 50 meal packets are being distributed at the noon time during meals time to the roadside people who are well deserved and starving. And this has been going on for the past 2 years. And the sole person responsible for this once again, Kumari Radha Kumari Garu, the Executive Director, who is monitoring this activity with fond interest. And by Guruji's grace, this has been going on very well. Then Go Seva. We are also supporting the organizations, NGOs, which are in need to maintain the cows. And this is yet another one. Vidya Seva, we have been rendering some scholarships, which I already told you. And SSS is publishing rare books of Pujya Guruji's talks on Upanishads, Yoga Sadhana, Marshal Charitralu, Bharatiyata. It is my duty to compliment Kumari Radha Kumari Garu. If you don't think that I am blowing her trumpet, but still, facts are facts. So, Radha Kumari Garu is solely responsible for bringing out these publications in a great way. And we are in the process of translating some of the Telugu books into English to help the younger generations or next generation that is coming up. This project is being launched and 1 or 2 books has already been done. We have also plans to create a heritage exhibition in the Sivananda Supatha Foundation building above the library hall, create a hall with Guruji's portraits and also the video and audio activities, wherein anybody can walk in, spend some time there, energize themselves and enlighten themselves in that activity. And we are in the process of creating a project for this, and a project report is being made out. And we'll evaluate and see with the Guruji's grace that we can take it forward. Sivananda Supatha Foundation, finally, is not a profit-making organization. It is a not-for-profit organization formed under Indian Companies Act. The Income Tax Department have granted us exemption under Section 80G for the donations made to the foundation, which are gratefully acknowledged. These activities, now reported to you, could be made possible due to the valuable support rendered by the donors, whose magnanimity we adore, and with folded hands we thank them. We seek your benign support and spread the cause of the Sivananda Supatha Foundation, formulated by Puji Guruji. And thank you one and all for giving me this opportunity to place this brief report before you. Namo Namaha.
Thank you, Raju Garu, for giving a bird eye view of the Supatha Foundation activities. Generally, under Guruji starts activities and then the names are given. Because generally we name the boy after his birth or girl. So similarly, the activities have already started some 20 years ago, and we have been doing that, and he gives a proper name to it. So that's how, though it is 10 years old, its activities are at least 30 years old. And as I said, the journal was already there for over 20, 25, 30 years. It has done its silver jubilee also. And many activities were also taken up. The seminars, symposia, exhibitions, so many things have been taking place for the past 30 to 40 years. And the name is just given now. So this is the history of our activities. So the names are just nominal. So now we have a very pleasant thing. Though there are these gentlemen who are sitting on the dais, they have come from very far and distance, but still we consider them as our family members. But we have been meeting only on occasions. So this is a wonderful occasion, and we remember this by felicitating them. And we have a different thing from what the others are also saying. Don't you have a chief guest? Yeah, okay, we have so many chief guests. If you consider that he is a guest is something like a god to us according to our tradition. So who can be a chief guest among them? Who can be a guest then? So this is a problem. So we have all the guests, or They are all having the amsha of God, but we treat them as gods, and so we felicitate them. So all of them are our family members. You can take them as guests, you can take them as chief guests. As we find in the other formal occasions, we are making a deviation, because this we have also done earlier. Perhaps David Frawley was also there at that time when we had an international seminar on mundane astrology conducted by Guruji. Then also we have invited all the guests at one time, felicitated them, and we enjoyed having a group photo, the organizers and the speakers. We should say guests, they are the speakers. So with the speakers, we already had a group photo. So similarly, now also we follow the same tradition, what Guruji has laid before. And I request none less than Radha Kumari ji to come over here and say a few words about our speakers, distinguished speakers, and then the felicitation will take place. And again we follow the same order as they are going to speak. Radha Kumari, the architect of the symposium, to come over here and invite our Felicity to sit over here.
I request Dr. Balamukund Pandeyji to come and take the seat. This is his brief profile. He is an active social worker, RSS Pracharak. Since 1990, he got his PhD in history for his thesis on Mahamana Madan Mohan Malaviya from Jivaji University, Gwalior, and actively involved in history and research and the promotion. He is the founder member and organizer of Bharatiya Puran Adhyayan Samsthan and organizing secretary of Bharatiya Itihas Sankalna Yojana, New Delhi. He travelled far and wide, covering many ancient sites connected to Sri Ramayana in many countries besides in India. Well-acclaimed speaker and writer on cultural Bharat and history. Now I request Dr. Vamadevaji, David Frawley, to come and occupy the chair. హెల్ప్ చేయాలి బాబు బాబు హెల్ప్ చైర్ తీసుకో.
Shambhavi ji, without introduction. You need no introduction. Please come. Aye.
A brief profile of Dr. Vamadeva ji. David Frawley, also known as Pandit Vamadeva Shastri, founded the Vedic Research Center in 1980 for his work on the Vedas since 1970 and his writings for Indian publications since 1977. His early work focused on the Vedas, on their yogic relevance for Sri Aurobindo Ashram, Ramanashram and Sri Anandamai Ma. It included extensive translations from Vedic texts, notably Rigveda. In 1988, Vamadeva expounded the center into the American Institute of Vedic Studies to promote yoga, Vedanta, Ayurveda and Vedic astrology as Vedic knowledge systems related to his research and publications. In 2015, he was honored by the Government of India with the Padma Bhushan, the third highest civilian award in India. I now request Dr. Remal Avadhanal Garu to take the seat. Dr. RDSS Avadhanlu did his MSc Nuclear Physics from Andhra University, 1969, first class, MA Sanskrit and Usmania University, MA in Jyotisha from PS Telugu University, PhD in Sanskrit from Usmania University and PhD in Jyotisha from Telugu University. He was awarded D.Litt by Rashtriya Sanskrit Vidyapith Tirupati in 2015. He got his special training in computers in 1969, studied classical Sanskrit, Krishna Yajurveda, Mimamsa Sastra, Vedanta Sastra and Vidyaranya Bhashya in a traditional way from 1957 onwards from eminent Vedic scholars. This is only a brief profile. This profile runs through pages actually. I now request Nilesh Neelkant Ogji to take the seat. Nilesh Oak is an author, original researcher, TEDx speaker, UAE ICT distinguished alumnus, and sought after keynote speaker. He holds BS and MS in chemical engineering and executive MBA. He has published 3 revolutionary books. When did the Mahabharata war happen? The history of Rama, Bhishma Nirvana. His books have been and are being translated into various other languages. He travels extensively around the world speaking to university and college students and to mainstream audiences. His work has inspired novels, novelities, documentaries, and movies. Nilesh helps individuals become aware of the deep wisdom and antiquity of Indian civilizations so that they rule, comprehend, present, or defend the grand narrative of this civilization, unlike most other Indic researchers, because he builds it through scientific acumen and logical reasoning. He is a researcher and adjunct faculty at Institute of Advanced Science, Dartmouth, Massachusetts, USA. His wife also has come. She is Ashwini. His wife also has come actually. I asked her to come on to the dais. Okay. I now request Dr. Konrad Elst to take the seat. Dr. Konrad Elst was born in Leuven, Belgium on 7th August 1959 into a Flemish Dutch-speaking Catholic family. He graduated in philosophy, Chinese studies, and Indo-Iranian studies at the Catholic University. During a stay at the Benares Hindu University, he discovered India's communal problems and wrote his first book about the budding Ayodhya conflict. While establishing himself as a columnist for a number of Belgian and Indian papers, he frequently returned to India to study various aspects of its ethno-religio-political configuration and interview Hindu and other leaders and thinkers. His research on the ideological development of Hindu revivalism earned him his PhD in Leuven in 1998. He has also published about multiculturalism, language, policy issues, ancient Chinese history and philosophy, comparative religion, and the Aryan invasion debate. Uncle? Yes. Professor R. Raghavendran will introduce.
It gives me great pleasure to introduce Francois Gauthier. In all my formative years, I was a student in France and I have special attachment for him here. His topic would be the critic of colonial psyche of modern India, intellectually, history writers in particular. A brief profile of him. Francois Gautier was political correspondent in the South Asia during the 10 years. Le Figaro, France, the largest daily. He is now the editor-in-chief of the Paris-based La Revue de Land, published by l'Édition de l'Armand. Interviewed 8 prime ministers of India and wrote 29 books both in English and French. From the Wonder of the India, 1993, and for entire new history of India to 2001 with some of the biggest publishers like Flammano. Latest ones are in Ayurveda, Amritanandamayi and Pranayama. Built with his wife Namrita in Pune, a museum of true Indian history in which he has today 23 pavilions and many exhibitions from the Vedas from to Dharashiko, from Shivaji Maharaj in Mahana Pratap, and received the Nachiketa Award of Excellence in Journalism from P.M. Vajpayee in 2005. He teaches pranayama, art of living technique, with his wife Namrita, collaborated on ongoing project of a new school of Indology with education ministers on the board and the Delhi Foreign Correspondents Club. One of the pioneers of the international city of Auroville from 1969, and Francois, who is married for 33 years to Namrita, shuttles between Pondicherry, Pune and Delhi.
I request Sri Arvind Rao Garu to take the seat. Dr. K. Arvind Rao, IPS, retired as the Director General of Police of United Andhra Pradesh State. Dr. Arvind Rao served as the Additional Director General of State Intelligence Department, the Additional Commissioner of Police, Hyderabad. He also holds a PhD in Sanskrit and has authored several books on Sanatan Dharma. Post his retirement, Dr. Arvind Rao has authored several books in Telugu and English besides the book Analysis of Jnanam in Upanishads in Sanskrit. He rendered several online lectures on various subjects relating to Advaita, Shankara Bhashyam, Upanishads, Bhagavad Gita, to name a few. Dr. Arvind Rao has been the recipient of several awards and was also conferred with the honorary title of Vachaspati by the Rashtriya Vidyapitham, a deemed university of Government of India, for his valuable service to the field of Sanskrit studies. I request Giridhar Mamadi to take the seat. Giridhar Mamadi is a chartered accountant and a law graduate. He held several senior prestigious positions, including CEO of Google, DLF, Punch Laird, etc. He is an activist for nationalistic and cultural matters. He is the Vice President of Pragya Bharati Telangana and Advisory Board member of Samalochana, Andhra Pradesh. An avid traveler, he has visited more than 75 kshetras associated with Mahabharata, Saraswati River and Kashmir. He is a prominent face on several TV debates and has completed 100+ episodes of Global Roundup program on Nationalist Hub. I request Councillor Y. Hema Yallapragada to take the seat. Hema is a historian. She did her MA in History from University of Warwick, UK. Her subject area is British colonial history. She did her dissertation on princely states of India and interplay of nationalism and imperialism on princely states, 1914 to 1922. Her academic papers include Interplay of Autocracy, Nationalism and Communism, Analysis of Colonial Discourses in British Raj, Aryan Discourse and Racial Thinking, Caste as a Colonial Construct. Besides, in the areas like Women's Studies, Hinduism, Sanatan Dharma and Bharat Culture. She has been actively involved in a communal service both locally and throughout the UK. She represents Hinduism on Sacred under ILEA, Local Education Authority in Coventry and Warwickshire. She is involved in writing an agreed syllabus for Hinduism to be taught at hundreds of schools, both primary and secondary, across Coventry and Warwickshire counties. She is one of the 4 trustees of Hindu Education Board UK, which is working for the accurate representation of Hinduism in the UK schools, and it works in liaison with Department of Education, Examination Boards, local sacres and Hindu parents. Hema Yallapragada is recently elected as a district councillor in Warwick districts. She holds a deputy portfolio in the cabinet, Safer Community, Leisure and Environment.
So we had a very pleasant morning by felicitating very distinguished speakers of 2 days. And I think the other 3 members, the distinguished speakers who are expected to be here, perhaps they will be watching our program from their places. And particularly I should mention a very senior man, Professor Heram Chaturvedi. Heram Chaturvedi is recently retired from University of Allahabad from the Department of History, and he is known for his tremendous work on colonial historiography, and he is doing a great work. He has written many books on the critique of historiography, and he is looking the whole world from our ancient point of view, Vasudhaika Kutumbam. So he is going beyond what we generally call India, the truncated India, and he says that the Bharat culture is the only culture that ruled the entire universe, not only this planet but also the universe. So he is working on that, and his paper he has already sent to us, a pre-recorded one. Perhaps he may be watching this from his place because he could not come despite his best efforts, because there was a marriage in their own home. So that was the reason he is missing us, and we are missing him physically. Professor Heram Chaturvedi, you are most welcome, sir, on this occasion, and we felicitate you again virtually because you have sent your talk virtually. And class for him. And then we have one Professor Kiran Kant Chaudhary. He retired from SV University Telugu, Tirupati, where he was the head of the Ancient History Department Culture, and also he worked in several capacities in the university and also outside. He is very closely connected to so many cultural organizations there in Andhra Pradesh, and he is basically an art historian. So he was to present to us on the sculptural art of Ramayana. So we are also missing him physically here. Wherever he is, he will be watching us. We felicitate him virtually, and then we sent in the memento and everything by courier. So welcome Kiran Kant Chaudhary ji. And another gentleman that we are missing today is Professor Vasant Shinde. He is a very well-known archaeologist in the entire world. Particularly, his field is proto-history, and he has become very famous that this Harappan culture is not just limited to that piece of land in Pakistan, but it was almost the Bharat culture because it was extended even up to Tamil Nadu. So his basic archaeological explorations were done in Madhya Pradesh and other places, and it was quite an extensive culture and civilization at that time. That has been proven by Vasant Shinde ji, and we are again missing him because he was very busy with some program at Gujarat, wherein the Prime Minister Modi is expected there. So he excused himself. And this is one thing great that all these distinguished guest speakers, we never expected that they would respond so favorably to us. We don't know that when we had just called them, sent a small email, and sent only a WhatsApp message now and then, just for the first call itself, we have got all the acceptances, including those who could not come. And we are so fortunate that even those who could not come were more apologetic. So that made us feel shy, because it is all the grace of our Guruji, because Guruji has been there behind the Sankalpa and he is organizing this. Otherwise, as individuals, we are nothing. We could not have gathered all these distinguished guests here, and many friends who have joined here in this hall and also outside on the globe. They are also watching us, and we have greater responses for our online registration. I think many people in different parts of the world, they are watching this, and we welcome them. On this occasion, we are very happy to have them here, and then they will be taking one or the other topic given to them. And we are not prescribing any particular time because they could speak on the subject or the topic given to them and within the subject. So they can speak to us for more than a week. if we have the patience to sit. So, but they will be speaking to us in about 40 to 50 minutes or 60 minutes. And we are not restricting any speaker on this occasion, but they will be conscious of their time and their subject and their topic. So we are very glad that you are all here, sir, on our invitation. In fact, we should say that on the call of our Guruji, all of you are here, and we are very happy to have the pleasure of having you here for this coming 2 days. And now we shall all, along with the organizing team, so we will have a photograph with the guest speakers on the dais. Now a group photo, please. Something here. Please come over. Please come over.
సార్ ముందుకు రండి సార్ సార్ వెనకాతలు ఎవరండి ముందుకు రండి సార్ మేడం కొంచెం ఇంకా అలా జరగండి మేడం మీరు అలా జరగండి సార్ ఇంకా అలా జరగండి సార్ కొంచెం అలా జరగండి సార్
Now all the guest speakers feel free to sit wherever they like. They are free. ओम नमो भगवते श्री शिवानंदाय. Start of the session, no? And then ఇది మేము అక్కడ పెడదాం. May I now request Professor R. Raghavendran ji, because we don't find any other to speak on this particular subject with regard to the mission of Sadguru Sivananda Murti ji. I invite him. Please let us start listening. So, I request Professor R. Raghavendran ji, who was with Guruji and also Satyavati Madam, and both of them have been taking care of Guruji for past 40 to 50 years, or even more than that, in this life or in the previous lives also, that we don't know. But really what we know is about this. I think about Guruji's mission, what is his mission for all of us. There is no one else better to explain to us than our Professor R. Raghavendran ji. I invite him to come over.
Good morning to all of you. Rajagaru, who is the chairman of our foundation, a galaxy of distinguished scholars in the audience, ladies and gentlemen. I have been given the topic Sadguru Sivananda Murti, his mission. While we are very busy reconstructing the history, what I like to attempt is to construct the history of Pujya Guruji and his mission. Pujya Guruji was one among the outstanding spiritual personalities of our times, well known in these parts, probably less known in the rest of the world, Western world especially. The reason being, he was extremely humble, modest, and donned ordinarism till his last breath. He would not reveal much about himself. So, very little facts were known to the public, and anything about him is not in public circulation. I had the good fortune, along with my wife Satyavati and Radha Kumari, to live with him under the same roof for more than 3 decades, and a few facts that he revealed now and then I would like to share with you. All the facts, the pramanam is Aptavakya pramanam. We don't have to search in the Puranas or Vedas or Upanishads. First of all, when we say I am constructing history, I should know the origin and also what was the changing point in his life that made him a master. In his specific case, his origin is as old as the creation itself. He has been there right from the beginning of the creation. And as you all know, the earlier creation was over, and there were still some souls which could not evolve totally, and they were waiting to get evolved, and they were around the Paramatman. Call him Paramatman, Sadashiva, Atman, whatever you want to call as a name. They say he got a spandana or a memory of the previous creation, and he was compassionate and kind to do the creation once again, to give the opportunity to the souls who are yet to get evolved. So the moment he thought of that proposition, from out of him Paramashiva came out, and the nature of Paramashiva is Parashakti, and then from Parashakti Vishnu, Brahma, and finally Rudra. They are known as Pancha Brahmas. They are the divine functionaries to run the creation. They are supposed to create the locations for the jivas and give them all that are required, like body, mind, intellect, all features of the nature. But more than that, they need also education as how to evolve in an easy and fast manner. That is equally important. Otherwise, the creation would have been, it will be ineffective. So, the Paramatman thought he would have a guidance system in the form of a Guru Tattva, which would descend from him again directly and would guide the creation to see that the evolution is made faster. The guidance system started from a Mahayogi who descended from the Paratattva. He is our Puja Guruji, right from the beginning of the creation. He had no role specifically in the creation. The Panchabrahmas would do the divine administration. He would only be available, watch the process of evolution, and guide those who guide the creation wherever it is needed. Then, when it came to the role of Brahma, he did not like to take any initiative to provide the education to the jivas. He knew already from the Paratattva a particular personality has already descended to do that job. So, he would only wait for the Mahayogi to do the job. What all he could do was to make certain rishis descend onto the creation. They had no terms of reference. they were blank. This Mahayogi put some questions into their mind and made them do the tapas and get the answers. What were the questions? The questions were, the creation is there. Is there any creator? What is the intention of the creator? Is there any responsibility for the jivas? And if there is any responsibility, how would it get, carried out in an easy and fast manner? These are the questions. They meditated. Tapas is always keeping question in mind and wait for the answer indefinitely. We don't know, it may take ages, but they get the answer from within. And the rishis also got the answer. They heard them. They are Shrutis, and they revealed them to the jivas. It has almost taken on par with the creation itself. Guruji always used to say, almost at the time of the birth of a child, the mother is ready with the milk. So like that, when the jivas have descended onto the creation at various levels, depending upon the evaluation of the previous creation, the education needed for them was made available through the rishis. And the rishis gave the techniques, and it was a step-by-step procedure. That's a tradition. This was going on, and it was not fast enough. Something had to be done to hurry up. So a second stream of Guru Tattva descended onto the creation. That personality is Lord Krishna. Lord Krishna directly descended from the Paratattva itself. You see, you don't get this in the regular Bhagavata maybe Garga Bhagavata, or for me, my Guru has told me. So it was a kind of a non-traditional approach. You need not have to evolve step by step. You can directly reach the ultimate by a proper upasana. That was Krishna Tattva. Moreover, he also introduced the Bhagavata Mata, in fact, that is, all human emotions, they were supposed to be suppressed or got over, or samskaras to be removed or washed through tapas or karma and all that. He said, use them against me in a one-pointed manner. If you hate me, don't hate all others. Hate me alone. Not very mildly, intensely. The intensity and one-pointedness was insisted upon by Krishna. So what are the human emotions that come in the way of your evolution? Maybe love, friendship, fear, hatred, or even bhakti. So all human emotions, when directed towards Krishna in a concentrated, one-pointed manner, were supposed to be used to evolve the souls. Krishna thought the problem is over. It did not. Because it is not possible to hate someone alone. You would like to have some more others. And the intensity of hatred is also not adequate to see that they get the total evolution. So only a limited source got evolved, maybe Shishupala, maybe Kamsa, maybe somebody else, or gopis and all that. And this approach is more almost external. It is oriented make use of your mind and intellect. Krishna's sojourn on earth was coming to a close, and his task remained somewhat unfinished, and he has in his consciousness that some better method, easier method, faster method, universal method should be made available to the people. That consciousness he had. And he had brought the Vishnu Tejas from Vaikuntha, he sent it back, And at the time of Krishna Narayana, the Puranas say there was a 12-year-old boy who received Krishna's consciousness into him. The Puranas say he is none other than Lord Maitreya. And he was given some message to him and message to be conveyed to Vidura also. But in our Guru Parampara, we believe that it was Lord Subramanya who received the Krishna consciousness, and we call him Paramaguru. Our Paramaguru in our tradition is Lord Subramanya, who has got into him the Krishna consciousness. So, but this Paramaguru was less aware of the ignorance of the creation, because he has not been seeing the creation over the kalpas. He was looking for someone who has that knowledge of the ignorance of the people, so that he would transfer his job to the other person. The Mahayogi was doing tapas 5,000 years ago at Vruddhajageshwar. Paramaguru, it seems, appeared before him, and they exchanged their consciousness, and it took no big time to understand each other. And he told the Mahayogi, you go down and start the work of evolution through an internal process. And I would remain at Nanda Devi, and I am available for some consultation if you want. The Mahayogi wanted to get the terms of reference for him in a clear manner. Though he knew the intention that the process should be internal, he still wanted it from the horse mouth. So he asked Paramaguru, you have any message to offer? Paramaguru seems to have said, the message to the sadhak world is, Ahameva Gamyam, Ahameva Gamanam, Ahameva Pantha, Ahameva Pataha. I am the destination. I am the path. I am the travel. I am the traveler also. So he becomes the path, he becomes the sadhak, and he is the destination. So this process, how should we understand it? Guruji, Mahayogi, who is none other than Guruji, they started taking birth each time in 4 different aspects. One is jnana, another is yoga, third is bodha, fourth is bhakti. So people have the taste, and depending upon the taste, he would cater to them to see that they evolve. But everywhere, the process is supposed to be internal. How do you understand those statements made by Paramaguru? For example, if you take the karma, you have prarabdha, with which you are now running your life. You have sanchita, the karma in the bag waiting to haunt you. And agami, the karma that is going to be generated from what you do now to be in the future. So, what would happen is, the Guru would allow the prarabdha to go through you. He would help you to some extent, either by sharing your karma or suggesting you ways and means to reduce it, or raise your stature so that you can take the karma in a good, mature manner. That is it. But so far as the sanchita and agami is concerned, he would sit inside you and take them, both of them, and walk towards the Atman in you. That is how he is the traveler. Then Atman is the destination, and he would go to the destination. So, the message given by Paramaguru to our Guruji was a sort of an internal process that is supposed to be done on all of us. Guruji gave a lot of lectures on Upanishads, and One of the outstanding works that he had done was on Kata Upanishad. He termed it as Kata Yogam. David Pralay Garu wrote a forward to it, a nice forward, and he showed how important it is that several things are revealed. The secrets are revealed, especially with respect to Angutam, Aguttamatra Purusha, and the sadhana procedure. So, Guruji developed the sadhana technology and gave it to all of us who were there as his devotees and disciples. And we are supposed to help him in that process. He would do the job. But when he is doing the job, why should you do anything at all? Is a question that you could ask. The answer is, suppose there is a millionaire. His son would automatically inherit all the property. He need not have to do any special effort. But if the son works and earns some 5,000 rupees and gives it to his father, the father will be elated, extremely happy. So, even the little effort that you do by your sadhana, Guruji would be pleased, and it will only be a small supplement to the great effort put by Guruji within you. So, the internal process is stressed in the Guruji's approach so far as the sadhak is concerned. Then, so far as the culture is concerned, Guruji was deeply interested that our culture should be remain unchanged if possible. And he strongly believed that our culture can never be destroyed. It can only have a temporary setbacks. The Sanatana Dharma is eternal. It can have small, just slips here and there, but it would not be vanished, because it was given by God to rishis, and through rishis we have received them. Several definitions could be possible for Sanatana Dharma, but one of the explanations Guruji gave was, it was that mundane way of life which will yield you non-mundane benefit. That is Sanatana Dharma. Without any conscious effort, if you lead a life of Sanatana Dharma itself, that will slowly lead you to higher level of consciousness and you evolve automatically. If you do any further attempt, that's only a plus point that will hasten your process. That kind of art of living was given in the Sanatana Dharma. That is what is given by Krishna also in Gita. All yogas, he said, Karma Yoga, Sannyasa Yoga, this Japa Yoga and all that, they are all talking about the art of living. He did not talk anything about the art of living. He reserved it for the end in the Uttara Gita. When Arjuna approached him, I am coming to the end of my life, you are also coming to the end of your life. Tell me something, if you can, so that I can evolve in this birth itself in a manner easy and fast. Krishna appreciated that question very much, and he revealed the Uttara Gita. The essence of Uttara Gita is exactly the same as what is revealed in Kata Upanishad. So, you are supposed to meditate at the heart center, and Pranava is the vehicle which will carry you towards the Atma. So, Krishna did many more things in the welfare of the yogic world. Number one, he came down taking a physical frame, yogic physical frame, and till then a yogi could visualize a loka. He cannot visualize all lokas simultaneously. So, the physio-psychic nature of the human beings itself got altered after Krishna's arrival, so that they could view all the lokas at the same time, and at the same time know the truth about the origin of the creation itself. So, such a capability he gave to yoga. He universalized the yoga, and more than all that, he gave the concession that any attempt that you make to have the soul join the Atman is termed as yoga. So the concession was extended to not only to yogis per se, but all those who practice with a sankalpa of reaching the divine. So this is the history of Guruji so far as the sadhana is concerned. Then you could probably say or think that his vision is restricted only to a few devotees and disciples. It's not the truth. And he gave, I will exactly quote him. The master is verily concerned with the destinies and evolution of human beings individually and as well as collectively, with the ultimate goal of bringing up the humanity for the level of willing participation in the cosmic evolution. So he is not only concerned individually with a few people, he is concerned with all the human beings in the creation. And he would like to bring up that the evolution process is made acceptable to them, and then they will participate in the process. Today you have so many religions, so many concepts, but if someone who can sit inside your Atman and influence you, they would eventually come to a common platform of thinking evolution as the only purpose of your life. And the other differences would sink, and that is where his universal mission was planned. Then his mission continues even today, I would say. During his lifetime, he was easily approachable to one and all and helped everyone in any kind of distress and guiding them in yoga practice. All that is happening even today. He has established himself at 2 or 3 locations. One location being Bhimli, with which I was associated very closely. There you have Paramaguru Sthanam as you enter our Bhimli garden, and he has requested Paramaguru to come and stay there forever. And he has installed Yoga Ganapati, who would remove the obstacles in the sadhana. Then he established Adyadi Mahalakshmi. She is not Vishnu's Patni. She is Parashakti. You will see in the evening if you come there that Adyadi Mahalakshmi's idol will be at the center, and behind that idol you will have Brahma and Saraswati, Vishnu and Vishnu Patni Lakshmi, and Rudra and Rudrani. It means the installation there is Parashakti. This Parashakti, he, by his sankalpa, would answer to your prayers in your own language and does not require you to do any intensive tapas or sadhana or anything of the sort. Just by asking, you would get the benefit. But how to prevent people asking something which is not dharmic? There should be some screening there. So he established Sakshi Ganapati, Sakshi Mahaganapati in the same temple complex. The Sakshi Mahaganapati is established as Sankalpa that he will screen the people who come before him and indicate to them their deservedness to what they would seeking for, and remove the obstacles or samskaras in them and make them ask some things which they are eligible to get. And they could get, and then send him to Adi Parashakti and get whatever he wanted. So it is the job of the Guru. So in fact, the Guru himself has established as Sakshi Ganapati to screen you, established himself as Adyadi Mahalakshmi to grant you what you want, and established himself as the Mahaganapati, Yoga Ganapati, to remove the obstacles if you choose the path of yoga. So these are certain things that I want to talk about his mission and the history about Pujya Guruji. Thank you all.
Thank you, Professor Raghavendranji. He has given us a very wide coverage in a very brief time about the history of the universe, starting from the history of universe, what is the tattvas which have worked for the creation, and also about the Guruji's mission to take all of us to reach the ultimate. So on this occasion, we have one more pleasant duty to do, because our Annapurna is still sitting us before us, and Professor Raghavendran and Annapurna Satyavati Devi, they are considered as our hosts, all the time hosts, yesterday, today and tomorrow. Guruji was telling us that they were not his caretakers, they were take cares of Guruji. So we request both of them to sit together and have our felicitation, or it's a worship from our side. So as the head and guide of our family, we request Professor Raghavendran Garu and Satyavati to come together to get our felicitation. So all of us give a very big hand.
Meera, teleport madam.
They don't need a memento.
సార్ ఒకసారి అలా పట్టుకోండి సార్, ఒకసారి అలా మేడం గారు మేడం ఒకసారి ఎలా చూడండి.
Adamma,
సార్ ఒకసారి సార్
I'm at home with them.
మేడం ఒకసారి అక్కడ సార్ ఒకసారి స్టాండ్ జాగ్రత్త
స్టాండ్ తీయమంటారా తీసే పక్క పెట్టండి.
మేడం మేడం ఒకసారి థ్యాంక్ యూ.
నేనే మాట్లాడుకో అంతే, ఏం పర్వాలేదు. లేకపోతే gentlemen, I am supposed to give key to work for these 2 days. Generally we call it a key note address. But I don't have any key with me. I have so many problems. That's why I have said in the title itself that we are meaning for history of cultural history of Bharat, and that we are not giving right now. But what are the problems in having a comprehensive cultural history of Bharat? Many questions have come when the theme is circulated. I think a copy of the theme is also put in the small bags, the plastic bags that are given to the participants. The copy is also there. And this I did not want to present to all the audience openly because I was not sure about what I am going to write, what I am writing on by myself. I was only writing this to get answers, to get keys to various problems that I have before me. If I think of planning for writing cultural history of Bharat as is known to us, as Bharat is known to us from the times immemorial. But generally, we take history from what we find from our textbooks, which are given to us in the schools. And the teachers were coming and reading out one personality or the other, saying this and saying that about him, and going out. They were asking a few questions here and there in the question paper, and we used to write whatever we remembered, coming out of the examination, calling ourselves students of history and later teachers of history, and we also have grown, the people think, as professors of history. So this is a long journey from a primary school child to the university professor on the subject of history. But in the modern times, what is happening, in the past 50 years, 100 years, history is not what we read in our schools. And history has totally changed. The title continues, but the meanings have been changing. This is a major problem before us. What is history again? The same question as E.H. Carr or somebody had put in some 100 years ago. The same question still lingers on. We do not know. So what is the purpose of reading the present history with the political events or the economic developments or the havocs being created here and there and the sectionalization and subalterning everything as if there is nothing union, the sense of union with us. So we are again, if you go to the ancient concept of having the species of 84 lakhs, recently in the science they have considered that 87.4 lakhs unis are there because they would call it what you call the species, they want to call it unis. As those who have, the first archaeologist who has seen in the Harappan excavation, nothing came to his mind except for the phallic symbols. He simply says Elinga is a phallic symbol. So that's how it has come into what you call in our minds. So that even now also our boy says, you know, in the Harappan times some 5,000 years ago or 4,000 years ago, there was phallic worship. And everything looks to him like that. Because they are trained to think on the lines of what the Westerners thought by seeing a specimen. So this history has come to us and doubled, tripled, and million copies are made and billion minds are also made with what we have fed to the minds. So this is the history that we have. And now many research scholars and historians are attempting many ways how to show that we are not one. Our world is not one. And there may be diversities, but diversity is completely diversified divided. Diversity is considered as division, as breaking, as independent of its own, and nothing is related. So this is the history of the world that we are seeing today. And now, in most of the historical works that are coming in just 2 decades or 3 decades, you don't find any history of anybody, no personality, no doing this or that. Everything is based on the conjectures. This is what we are seeing in the history. And the present historian, in what we see in the academia today, they have no knowledge of what has happened earlier. Just a generation before, 2 generations ago, or some 200 years ago or 300 years ago. Because the Western mental frame does not take you beyond 200 to 300 years that there is something which is to be learned. They called themselves that they were in a very dark age. They called the entire medieval age as a dark age. And they have opened their eyes only the 15th century, the Western Europe. And the Western Europe has seen the world now from their perspective, from their idea of the world, for their idea of the Genesis, and say and reject that any other development has taken place at any other place at any other particular time. So this is the problem before us. So now a section of historians who are conscious of doing something, they are trying to rewrite history. So some people are attempting rewriting history. This rewriting history is going on again. And the rewriting history, what is happening, you are seeing the same material, interpreting the same material, not finding anything new, but try to give in your own perspective. So we are only developing perspectives, but not history. So that is our problem. So to rewrite history, you are only reproducing the material in a different car. Or you may use it as a semi-fiction one, semi-historical one. And what we see, because we are mostly accustomed to see the screen. And in the world screen of so many TV channels and TV programs and the film productions and the historical subject, they are taking the name and doing whatever they wanted to like. That's not history. The name is some Alexander. The name may be Ashoka, name may be something Bahubali. But no, that is not historical. But that it is being fed into our minds as historical. That is the history. See the same plight with Ramayana. Ramayana is produced by many people. And the most recent example you can take Adi Purush. What is that Adi Purush? How is he looks? Does he look like Rama? Or how is Ravana? How is Hanuman? What impression we had about him? And how he looks here. So this is all the mental work. Not even intellectual work. It's only just mental work. Mad mental work is going on. And that is stamping the minds. The young minds and also old minds. Because older people are also not better than young people now. They have not read anything. Nobody has read anything. Just looking at the screen. So this is the plight. That's the reason, sir, we are taking here, we are not taking it, this as going to be a rewriting. And I may request 10 or 15 distinguished writers, giving them different chapters and say, we are having a comprehensive cultural history of Bharat. That can be done. In a span of 6 months or 5 months, we can take a project and each one of us write one chapter and rewrite history and call it as cultural history. But what is the benefit? What is the advantage of that? Reproducing the same material, reproducing the same way in a different way. So this is going to come. So should we give a break? As Professor Raghavendran has said, about Guruji's intention to have a comprehensive study which includes everything. It doesn't exclude anything. If Ravana is there, Ravana is part of us. Kamsa is part of us. Because these ideas, what we call Shadgunas, whatever, because we have a very big tattva about that. All these gunas are with us. Trigunas are with us. And we are made of these trigunas. So this understanding was available even to a common man in a particular point of time. That we have forgotten. We have come a long distance. That's the reason we call this, let us forget this. Let us not going to construct a cultural history. We only reconstruct the cultural history which we have left some centuries ago or million years ago. Guruji was always telling us that the past definitely gives us the understanding of the present, and past has a direct impact on our life in the present. In fact, we are made of the past. But you should think of not this past, recent past. You should think of the remote past. Because the remote past is going to be your future. So your future is not decided by the past, recent past and the present. Because if you continue like this, your immediate future will not be different from the present. It will be more complicated. So you will have to think of the distant past. So keeping that in view, see that we are all one, and so we call Vasudhaiva Kutumbam. Because all those who are living on this Vasudha, this earth, are the children of this earth. So we are all children of the same land on which we are all standing. So some may be having a brown skin, some may be black skin, some may be white skin, whatever it means. Skins may be different. And the different climate zones are there, and different phenomena, environment is different, and climatical regions are there different. So many differences should be there. They are not differences, but it is giving us multi-ideas, multi-engagement, multi-experiences. We are enriching ourselves by looking at the diversity. But when we are seeing outside, you should look to the diversity and see that it is all you enjoying this in different forms. That's what we say the concept of Shiva. Shiva is one, but he is within you, within me. He is in the earth, he is in the cosmos. He created and he joined it. He is one with the cosmos. So if that unity, that spirit of unity, if we could get from what we are going to write history, this history would be advantageous. As in the Sivananda mission, Professor Raghavendran was telling us that everything should have a bearing on what we are going to do, and it has the bearing what we are going to get in future. So everything is related. It is intertwined. Maybe having different experiences. All these experiences have to come together with us, and we should be enriched with this variety of experiences. We should not take them that they are different and they are inimical with each other. Even there, if you take the Itihasa gives you this understanding. Different people were there, with different gunas were there, different abilities were there, but they all make one wonderful, one beautiful experience of life. So we remember him. So we say it is Raja Ram. Otherwise, what is the purpose? If he is different, because in the modern times, what we say nuclear families or molecular families. So you are not going to join anybody else. So if history has nothing to teach us, what is that we are going to do? Because if you say in the present history, the advantage, if you learn Ashoka, if you learn about Mauryas, if we learn about Aurangzeb, learn about Cornwallis or Curzon. So what is that you are learning? How is it going to be related to your present life? So we say history has no use, no purpose. So even now, in our schools in Andhra Pradesh, we are not teaching history in the schools. We are not teaching it all. So we are only speaking of some personalities here and there, some Buddha, some Ashoka, some Aurangzeb, some Akbar, some Karjan. Some personalities are referred to you. So there is no connectivity, because history is a connectivity of events. It is a sequence. It is a running stream. But you are breaking it. And you are not giving an idea that we are passing through the flood and we are reaching somewhere. So that idea is being lost. So we should have history that should be purposeful. As in the Sivananda mission we say, it should be able to teach us the art of living. And also finally, it should teach us how to live. Yoga, how to live. That is, Guruji says, science of living. So it should give us both. So when you are going to worship some deity, you ask for both. You ask for happiness, you ask for satisfaction to your desires, but again say, Rama, you should take me to the place where you are. Saijyam, Salokyam, Saijyam. So we ask so many desires for this life, but at the end, our interest is to ask him, Rama, you just don't leave me here, you take me with you. Which I should be with you, or you should be with me. So this is the concept. So when you are teaching history, when you are learning history, when you are reading history, both the purposes of human life must be served. Otherwise it's no use. So if you look into the other Shastras, right from the Vedic literature, to Shastra literature, to Purana literature, Itihasa literature, and even Dharma Shastras, Nyaya Shastras, and Sangeeta Shastras, and Vastu Shastras, all these Shastras, though giving you the expertise in that particular art, but the end of it they say that you are joining it, you are merging in it, and you are losing yourself into it. That is the aim of music. For classical music is fashioned in that way. The science of music is there, science of architecture is there. And even for some Dharma Sindhu or Nirlaya Sindhu, a chapter is given that what should be your objective. Objectives for this life and objectives for the end of your life. After this, what you are. So no Shastra is devoid of giving you the view of the other world, the view of your ultimate goal, the way how to reach there. So if you take history, the present history, what is going on, the historiography that we have developed for the past 200 years or 300 years, from the West we have taken the perspectives. Even now also in India, we are writing history following the concepts and the theories coming from the West. Even if you see Marx, Marx has not seen India, but Marx is ready here, practiced here, and his tools are implemented for interpretation, all that. So this is going on in the present writings of history. So this trend has to be given a break. If you start rewriting, the problem again emerges into it. So we called this as a reconstructing. We are not constructing culture, it is already there. The culture is already there. Culture has come to us through Sanatana Dharma. As we know that Sanatana Dharma is given by him if he is there, or given by it if its Shakti is there. It is given to us. All the knowledge that has come down through the sages to the use of the common man. So likewise, the history should teach us how it has come, who brought it, and what are the experiences of those who followed it, and what is the advantages you are going to get, and what is meant to do something in that particular phenomena. So all these things, it should give you an idea So similarly, history should also be taken to that level of the ancient literature, ancient genres of literature. So this we have to look into, and so we say that what ails this history should start from here. And we have Francois Gautier here, and we have also had the Professor Heram Chaturvedi. So these papers, we only wanted to have them to show us what is the problem with our historical interpretation. We will come to points later. We will come to it. So,
Can I ask you questions, sir?
later. But generally, keynote address, is immune of taking any questions, because these questions, have to be answered by our distinguished guest. I do not know anything about it. I will come to you. So the problem is that all these things, 2 lectures that we have given, we have arranged for, have to deal with us, tell us what the problem, what ails our present history, and we have these 2 distinguished speakers on this subject. And similarly, when we are looking into the ancient guidance from the ancient literature, so we have to again start from the Vedic literature. When we are coming from the Vedic literature, so we have our well-wisher and friend and Padma Bhushan awardee, Vamdeva Shastri ji is here. He would start this. And then we have to take so much from Puranas, and from Puranas the symbolism has to be deciphered, decoded. It's a very difficult job, and for that we need a wonderful experts. And so we have requested Avadhanujiri to speak to us on this. And then the Itihasa literature, which we are referring to, and for this Itihasa literature, and particularly he is looking at the dates. And we have our good friend Nilesh Oak has come. And when we think of art, that I already said, the art has also some meaning to us, and it is going to guide us to an end. And Professor Kiran Kant Chaudhary is going to help us. So these distinguished guests are requested to take one or the aspects of the culture, because culture encompasses everything. Please.
I would like to ask you a question, sir, because of course I have a lot of respect for you, and you were part of the government, you were director of the ICHR. How is it that after 10 years of the BJP in power, the party that was elected by the Hindus, there is no change in the curriculum that are taught in school? That I see the Indian youth today, they are disconnected from their history, from their culture. There is no pride. How is it possible?
That is my agony. That is my agony. Not only 10 years or 15 years, for the past 75 years. We became independent 75 years ago, but we did not develop any independent thinking on these lines. So that's where we have to restart. So this is the problem. So we have to have a comprehensive view from the beginning of the universe, the ideas that we have and the science that we have developed in the ancient times. And we have come down to the present times, what ails us this particular history, and how to reconstruct the history, because what type of methodology that they have used to give us this knowledge of history. As we have 1 or 2 examples, in the ancient times, particularly in the Mahabharata times, where Parashara was the one who thought of what had happened before. Because earlier it doesn't mean that they didn't have the idea. They had a time sense that it was never ending. So they were already having the knowledge of the concept of kalosmi. Kala is itself time. Time is itself God. Time is Almighty. So that is the idea. So where should we pinpoint to 2 ends so that we can write history? We have to find out 2 points, because time is a stretching one. We do not know. We cannot say it is divisible. Time is not divisible. But for our life is limited. So we have 2 points. One point is beginning and the other point end. So that's where history starts. So in the universe, many creations have come before. But in history, we cannot go beyond our creation, beyond our civilization. So Parashara was inquiring what had happened earlier. That has come like a Purana. And that Purana with 18 aspects, Vyasa has given, his son Vyasa has given to us. And this Vyasa, 18 Puranas had so many Upa Puranas, and even Sthala Puranas have come. This is the concept of history. So the significance and the importance of a particular individual or a particular place or a particular tirtha and a particular practice, the religious practice, they are given. So we also had a concept of yugas. Guruji was always telling us, there is all the yugas we have given different names to the yuga, and we have brought these yugas with the dharma. So it is associated with dharma. How is Kruta Yuga different from Dwapara, Treta Yuga, and how it is different from Kali Yuga? It's only what you call the dharma. Take the scale of dharma and decide what is Kruta Yuga, what is Treta Yuga, what is Dwapara Yuga, and we have a very big time scale. In this time scale, if we start looking about 4,32,000 this and that, perhaps in history we may not be able to do justice to that. But if you look at not rationally, precisely, but if you look at it from the conceptually, what kind of practices were advised for that particular yuga will give you the chronology of that particular age. So he says the chronology is very important for history, study of history. This chronology can be thought of in our vast history in 2 or 3 what you call the parameters we can take. For example, the Rishi lineages. You can take from the Rig Veda about 430 or 452 rishis were there, and their progeny have spread. So these lineages are available. Similarly, in Puranas we have the king's lineages. King's lineages have come later, but the Rishi lineages take us to the primitive periods, what we call the primitive or formative years. Not primitive, it is formative years. So that chronology can be built with the help of the Rishi lineages, and later chronology can be built by the king's lineages, and later you can think of the practices, religious practices. We didn't have religions, we had traditions, we have practices. So Guruji says that we have practices, and these practices, if you look at it, the practices are suggested by the saints or as suitable to that particular time, that particular period, that particular set of people. So we have several practices, religious practices, and they go according to the person, according to the time, according to the place. So if you look into these religious practices, right from the Vedic times to the present day Bhakti Tattva, so we will be able to see what kind of people were there, what kind of thinking was there, what kind of life was there, what kind of ritual was there. Through rituals you can build up a cultural history of the past, right from the primitive periods, from the formative periods. This terminology we only take from our Western scholars. Not primitive, it's formative years. So from that period till now, it has come up. And with regard to the time and space and all these things, we always know our Indian historians, particularly the Hindu historians or Indian historians, because everybody is a Hindu in India. That's what generally is going on. Anybody even questions who questions Hinduism, who is an atheist or who is anti-atheist, is no problem, but is anti-tattva. So those people are also there. But what happens to them is the ideas that we have earlier are everything has to be questioned. And we have a new theory which has come up in the West. It is about deconstructionism. There should not be anything. It's destructuralism. So if there are 10 people, we should make 10 sides. We have to make 10 different things, 10 different sections. In Telugu, people are not one. Telugu people must be 10 tribes, different places. So this kind of divisive mentality is also has been taken by our Indian scholars to interpret Indian culture. That's the reason it's more divisive. So that way, there is no, they will see that all people are never one, they should never be one, and in future also they can't be one. So this is how the theories are coming up. So all these theories have no historical base. They are all conjectures, the working of some intellect, and that is applied for the existing shastras, for existing literature, for existing understanding. So this is the major problem before us. So when we are thinking of perspectives, what kind of perspectives we should have, why should we have a perspective? Perspective is always single-minded perspective. Only one. It has come from Marx, it has come from Gramsci, it has come from somebody else. But it is not a collective thing, it's not a collective opinion. So this cannot be generalized, and that cannot be applied for each and every situation. As in the scientific principle, in science, when you are having a principle that can be applied anywhere, anytime. You can demonstrate anywhere. But it can't happen with regard to the human element. Human elements are different. So that kind of understanding has to be understood, and the history should be made a readable one, a learnable one, and a professable one by all those who are interested about what had happened earlier, what is happening today, what is going to happen tomorrow. So we have before us our friends who speak to us on the Vedic times and the Puranic times and the Theosophic times, and also what problems that we are facing in writing history, and what we are planning to have, what should be our concept of culture, and what should be the concept of cultural history, and what are the methods that we have to employ now to write history, and how is it going to help us, everyone, in his journey of life. So with these ideas, some what you call not tested ideas, but they are coming, these questions are coming to all those conscious people who are thinking of history, who are thinking of the purpose of history, teaching and learning. So with this idea, we have this symposium, and in this symposium for 2 days, we have about 12 topics to be discussed, and these 12 topics are pertaining to different aspects of cultural history. And in future, if God wills and if Guruji says yes, then we will be trying to bring out a volume with the proceedings of this symposium, and later small workshops in each area. I think we are planning to have with limited experts in that particular field, so that a workshop could be planned about each aspect and work upon that, and if God wills, we can have a comprehensive history of cultural history of Bharat, which we can present to the general understanding of the public. So this is going to be our effort. Let us all work together and let us see what is going to happen. Sorry that I have taken much of your time. There is much more I have prepared for the speaking today, but I don't want to trouble you. Now I think we deserve to have a hot cup of tea after this. After this, again, we in 10 or 15 minutes we will come back here, and then we are going to start the narration of the themes by our distinguished speakers according to the program that we have. Thank you very much. So at the end of this, may I request Radha Kumari Garu to press.
This is a vote of thanks for the inaugural session. I stand before you to propose a formal vote of thanks to all those who made our cherished dream of bringing the outstanding scholars who have dedicated all their lives to the cause of revealing the greatness of our culture to the world. The International Symposium got realized with the ready participation of stalwarts like Dr. David Frawley, Yogini Shampaviji, Konad Elst, François Gauthier, Nilesh Oak, Dr. Arvind Rao, Dr. R.V.S. Avadhanlu Garu, Dr. Bal Mukunji, Sri Mamidi Giridhar, Hema, and we are grateful to them. The architect of this international symposium deserves a special mention. He is Professor Y. Sudarshan Rao, who not only designed the symposium but also got all the speakers fixed. His continuous guidance was the source of my strength. Then I thank Sri NVDS Raju Garu, Chairman of a foundation, for all the encouragement he has given to me and he gives to me in all these activities. I thank the Chairman of the symposium, Professor R. Raghavendran, who is my constant companion and our uncle, for his encouragement. My brothers and sisters of the Guruji's large extended family were giving the maximum support and help to me. I thank all of them for their love and affection. I thank the press, print and electronic media for their support. I thank all our donors for their support. My pranams to Pujya Guruji, whose unseen hand is seen in the successful conduct of this symposium. Thank you. There is a short tea break, and after that there are 2 sessions. Then after that lunch is provided, and then again we will go ahead with the sessions. Thank you. Now tea break for 10 minutes.
Yeah, tea is served here, the right side, to my right. After tea, we will come back in 10-15 minutes. As early as possible so that we should not be late for the lunch.
1 बजे खाना का पूरा थाली रखा, तो वो बहुत मतलब मुस्कुराया।
And be seated so that we shall have our program. All those who are still outside the hall, I request them to come in. Because since morning, I think some might be feeling that we had a dry spell. Now, we should have one beautiful song sung by a classical singer, our Subbalakshmi's disciple and daughter. Your name? Vishnu Priya. Oh, so music is very dear to Vishnu. So her name is Vishnu Priya. Has Guruji put this name? Guruji named her. So our child, she will entertain us with again the music that we refer to in my keynote address, that the music is not for just entertainment, it is for yogic purpose. So it may be entertainingly taking you to the ultimate. So that is the purpose of our music, classical music, Hindustani music or whatever music it is. Now we have different shades of music, but all shades again take you to the ultimate. So that is the main concept of it. So I request, or I ask her to come. Why should I request? Please come, Vishnupriya, and take us to.
అందరికీ నమస్కారం. హే జనని హే భారత ధరణి పువ్వుగా క్షణమైనా మనని మెడలో మాలగవాడని కాదంటే పదముల వాలని. హే జనని హే భారత ధరణి పువ్వుగా క్షణమైనా మనని మెడలో మాలగవాడని కాదంటే పదముల వాలని. జీవన వేదం బోధన సారం విశ్వకుటుంబముకై శ్రీకారం. జ్ఞాన ప్రకాశం పంచిన దేశం కోరెను లోకపు సుఖ సంతోషం. కణకణమున ఉపకారమే నిండిన కర్మయోగిని హే జనని. కణకణమున ఉపకారమే నిండిన కర్మయోగిని హే జనని మెడలో మాలగవాడని కాదంటే పదముల వాలని. సమగ్ర భారతకై నిర్మాణం సమిధగా నడిచెను ఈ గణం. విశ్వగురువుగా నీకభిషేకం వీరవ్రతం మే సాధన తంత్రం. తను మన ధనముల సమర్పణం ముగ స్వీకరింపుమా హే జనని. తను మన ధనముల సమర్పణం ముగ స్వీకరింపుమా హే జనని మెడలో మాలగవాడని కాదంటే పదముల వాలని. హే జనని హే భారత ధరణి పువ్వుగా క్షణమైనా మనని మెడలో మాలగవాడని కాదంటే పదముల వాలని. మెడలో మాలగవాడని కాదంటే పదముల వాలని. కాదంటే పదముల వాలని.
Now may I request Shri Balmukunji to come over here and speak to all of us what is the immediate need, the hour of need for thinking of reconstructing cultural history. He is National Organizing Secretary of the Akhil Bharatiya Bharatiya Itihasa Sankalana Yojana. It's a plan, not just sitting and writing something. It's a Yojana. And there is a link, a very unseen link between this particular Yojana and Sadguru Sivananda Murthy garu. Way back in 90s, early 90s, it was Bhayaji and then Mohammed Pingleji. So they met Guruji in Delhi, and we were all there at that time on some yatra, and they stayed and spoke to him, and this particular Yojana has come up later with a particular form. The form is given, the concept is discussed there. So that is the link between the Yojana and also Guruji. So that Yojana has been successfully conducted and proceeded by the great organizing secretaries from the Sangha, and earlier Haribhavaji used to come to Guruji, sit with him and discuss so many things. and how to present history for the coming generations, for the present and also coming generations. These are being discussed with him, and this is how we are all connected to this particular Yojana. And even this symposium is also connected to that, the same bhava. So we thought that Balmukundji, who is on the spot working for that, organizing so many symposia, so many conferences, and also he has taken a very big activity of training and helping the writing historians. So historians, young historians who are coming up should also think of how to write history. So these workshops and training courses are also being conducted by Balmukundji. He is doing throughout the country, and we were going around our country. Almost is quite busy, and his programs are all fixed some 6 months before. But you know, he is so kind to us that we just sent him an email and he is here. And this is something what Guruji willed. It's not that our invitation, but he willed that he should be here, and he is here, and I request him to speak to us. Thank you.
धन्यवाद प्रोफेसर सुदर्शन जी। क्षमा करेंगे, मुझे इंग्लिश भाषा में बोलना नहीं आता है और तमिल भी नहीं जानता हूँ, इसलिए हिंदी में बोलूँगा। धीरे धीरे बोलूँगा, प्रयास करूँगा कि आपके पास तक मेरी बात पहुँचे। पूज्य स्वामी शिवानंद सुपथा फाउंडेशन के द्वारा आयोजित इस 2 दिवसीय अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सिम्पोजियम, जिन महापुरुषों को मैं सामने देख रहा हूं, वास्तव में ये सभी लोग अपने आप में एक एक इंस्टीट्यूशन हैं। चाहे हमारे शास्त्री जी हों, चाहे प्रोफेसर सुदर्शन राव हों, प्रोफेसर किशन राव हों, इसके अतिरिक्त भी ऐसे सब लोगों के सामने मैं गुरुदेव के चरणों में प्रणाम करते हुए इतिहास संकलन योजना भारतीय सांस्कृतिक इतिहास की रचना में क्या कर रहा है, क्यों आवश्यक है और क्यों करना चाहिए, इस पर अपना मत व्यक्त करने का प्रयास करूंगा। प्रॉब्लम है और इसीलिए प्रैक्टिस की आवश्यकता है। स्कंद पुराण के रेवाखंड में सत्यनारायण व्रत कथा में एक लाइन शुरू होती है, एकदा मुनियः सर्वे सर्वलोके हितेरता। जब भी कोई सोसाइटी में प्रॉब्लम होता है, जब भी कोई देश के सामने प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट होता है, तो देश के ऋषि मुनि कहीं एकत्र स्थान पर, शांत स्थान पर इकट्ठा होकर और उसका सलूशन ढूंढते हैं। प्रॉब्लम है तभी सलूशन के लिए इतने ऋषि मुनि बैठ करके और काम करना शुरू किए हैं। लेकिन उसका उद्देश्य होता है एकदा मुनियः सर्वे सर्वलोके हितेरता, सारे लोक के हित के लिए, विश्व कल्याण हेतवे, विश्व के कल्याण के लिए चर्चा करते हैं, स्वतः कल्याण के लिए चर्चा नहीं करते। इसीलिए वो ऋषि हैं। आज का जो प्रोफेसर है, आज का जो अध्येता है, वह मुनि है, वह ऋषि है, और वह सामाजिक इस प्रकार के प्रॉब्लम के सलूशन के लिए एकत्रित 2 दिन के लिए, 4 दिन के लिए, 1 वीक के लिए इकट्ठा होता है, उस पर चर्चा करता है। और निश्चित रूप से अभी जो उद्घाटन सत्र से लेकर अब तक की जो चर्चा आई, उसमें बहुत सारे चीज़ निकल करके आई हैं। इसलिए आवश्यक है कि भारत के इतिहास का जो कल्चरल हिस्ट्री का रिकॉन्स्ट्रक्शन होना चाहिए, क्यों होना चाहिए या नहीं होना चाहिए, इस पर डिस्कस होगा। एक जर्मन के लेखक हैं विलियम वॉन पोकहैमर। वो लिखते हैं कि जब मैं भारत का, उनकी पुस्तक भी है, उस पुस्तक में लिखते हैं कि जब मैं भारत का इतिहास पढ़ता हूँ तो लगता नहीं कि ये भारत का इतिहास है। पूरे भारत के इतिहास में पराजितों का इतिहास पढ़ता हूँ, पूरे भारत में अंधविश्वास का इतिहास पढ़ता हूँ, पूरे भारत के इतिहास में मैं पीटे हुए मारे हुए लोगों का इतिहास पढ़ता हूँ, वहाँ का स्वाभिमान का, वहाँ का प्रोटेक्शन का, वहाँ का संघर्ष का इतिहास हमको भारत के इतिहास में नहीं मिलता। आगे शिवाजी सिंह कहते हैं कि भारत के इतिहास में वास्तव में भारत नहीं है। जब भारत का इतिहास पढ़ते हैं तो हम कहीं होड़ों का, कहीं शकों का, आक्रमण का इतिहास पढ़ते हैं, कभी फिर तुर्कों का इतिहास पढ़ते हैं, लोधी का पढ़ते हैं, सैयद का पढ़ते हैं, खिलजी का पढ़ते हैं, फिर मुगलों का पढ़ते हैं, फिर वायसरायों का पढ़ते हैं। तो भारत के इतिहास में जो कल्चरल और सोशल हिस्ट्री है, अर्थात भारत के जो फोर फादर हैं उनका कंट्रीब्यूशन है, वह भारत के इतिहास में नहीं दिखता। आगे पाक होमर लिखता है, लेकिन एक समय आएगा जब भारत के लोगों के द्वारा भारत का इतिहास लिखा जाएगा और उस समय लगेगा कि भारत का वास्तविक इतिहास स्वाभिमान का इतिहास है, स्व जागरण का इतिहास है, भारतीय संस्कृति का इतिहास है, भारतीय स्वाभिमान का इतिहास है, भारत के विजय का इतिहास है। वह समय अब आ गया है। शायद इसीलिए इस प्रॉब्लम पर माननीय सुदर्शन राव जी, जो स्वयं में एक संस्था भी हैं और ऋषि हैं, 3 वर्ष तक इनके साथ मुझे ICHR के साथ सानिध्य में प्राप्त हुआ। शांत भाव से इन्होंने ICHR के माध्यम से भारत के इतिहास को एक श्वेत पत्र जारी करने का प्रयास किया। उसके अलावा भी लगातार स्वामी जी के इस पूरे परिवार के साथ लग करके और स्वामी जी के विचारों के आधार पर भारत के इतिहास को देखने का, समझने का, उसका शोध करने का, पुस्तकों का प्रकाशन करने का और बाद में सिलेबस में या करिकुलम में उसको स्थापित करने का काम आप सबके द्वारा हो रहा है। इसके लिए इतिहास संकलन योजना के द्वारा तरफ से मैं साधुवाद देता हूँ। भारत के इतिहास में असंतुलन है, क्योंकि जब भारत का इतिहास हम पढ़ते हैं तो दिल्ली का इतिहास होता है। भारत के इतिहास में राजा कृष्णदेव राय नहीं दिखते। भारत के इतिहास में कश्मीर के राजा रणजीत सिंह नहीं दिखते। भारत के इतिहास में आसाम के अहोम राजाओं का चर्चा नहीं मिलती। भारत के इतिहास में चोल चालुक्यों को बहुत थोड़ा पढ़ाया जाता है। डिस्ट्रिक्ट हिस्ट्री, जो वास्तव में कल्चर हिस्ट्री है, जो हमारे मेले का इतिहास है, जो हमारे त्योहारों का इतिहास है, जो हमारे रिचुअल्स की हिस्ट्री है, जो हमारे गांव का इतिहास है, जिसके कारण से हम खड़े हैं। अल्लामा इकबाल कहता है कि कुछ बात है कि हस्ती मिटती नहीं हमारी, सदियों रहा है दुश्मन सारे जहां हमारा। लेकिन अल्लामा इकबाल को ये समझ में नहीं आया कि वो बात कौन सी है। वो बात है हमारी अनवरत नित्य नूतन और चिर पुरातन भारतीय संस्कृति, जिसको हम जीते हैं। मेरी माँ कहती है कि ये पिता हैं तो वह पिता होते हैं, उसमें इफ बट नहीं होता। किसी काशी के और किसी उज्जैन के और किसी तीर्थ स्थल के कोठरी में एक अंगोछा पहन करके एक दीपक जलाकर अंधेरे में बैठा हुआ एक ब्राह्मण पंचांग की रचना करता है और उस पंचांग में वो लिखता है कि सूर्य का उदय 6:16 पर होगा, तो सूरज की हैसियत नहीं है कि 13 सेकंड पर पैदा हो। यह विश्वास की जो वातावरण है वो हमारा कल्चरल हिस्ट्री है, उसका रीस्ट्रक्चर होना चाहिए। वो कौन सी परिस्थितियां हैं कि हम इतना बड़ा विश्वास से गांव का पौरोहित्य जो कहता है वो करते हैं, हमारे पिता जो कहते हैं करते हैं, इन सबको हम देवता कहते हैं। मातृदेवो भव, पितृदेवो भव, आचार्य देवो भव। रामचरितमानस में गोस्वामी तुलसीदास जी ने अयोध्या कांड के प्रथम चौपाई में एक विषय लिखा श्री गुरु चरण सरोज रज निज मन मुकुर सुधार। क्योंकि हमारा उद्देश्य इतिहास से और शिक्षा का उद्देश्य यही है कि हम अपने को जानें कि मैं कौन हूं। बिना अपने को जाने हम दूसरे को नहीं जान सकते। जब तक हम अपने को भारतीय नहीं जानेंगे तब तक भगत सिंह भारत के क्रांतिकारी नहीं होंगे। जब हम अपने को यूरोसेंट्रिक जान करके भारत का इतिहास लिखेंगे तो भगत सिंह आतंकवादी दिखाई देंगे। इसीलिए अपने को जानना और अपने को जानने के पीछे बहुत सारा डिस्टॉर्शन हुआ। हजारों वर्ष का संघर्ष हमारे साथ हुआ। दुनिया के लोग हमारे पास आए, कुछ छद्म रूप में आए, कुछ सहयोग के रूप में आए, और हमको किसको सबको हमने अंगीकार किया। तो तुलसीदास जी कहते हैं कि अपने को जानने के लिए अपने मन के मुकुर और शीशा में, दर्पण में, अपने ग्लास में जो मन के अंदर है उसमें अपने आप को देखना पड़ेगा। और वो देखने के लिए वह मुकुर को, वो शीशा को साफ होना चाहिए। सामाजिक गंदगियों के कारण, हजारों वर्ष के संघर्ष के कारण से वो कहीं ना कहीं वो धुंधला हो गया है, गंदा हो गया है। फिर उसको सफाई कैसे किया जाए, तो उसको साफ करने के लिए एक ही केमिकल है और उसको कहते हैं श्री गुरु चरण सरोज रजा। श्री गुरु के चरण का जो धूल है एकमात्र केमिकल है जो मन के शीशे को साफ करता है। और ये गुरुदेव के चरण में बैठ करके, गुरुदेव के चरण, हमारा दुर्भाग्य है कि मैं आपका प्रत्यक्ष दर्शन नहीं किया हूँ, लेकिन परोक्ष दर्शन में निरंतर करता हूँ बी कृष्णराव जी के माध्यम से। ऐसे गुरु के चरणों में बैठ करके हम भारत के इतिहास, भारत की संस्कृति और वेद को हमने समझने का प्रयास किया। यह देश वेदों का देश है, यह देश ज्ञान का देश है, यह देश जानने का देश है, यह देश मानने का देश नहीं है। इसलिए हम बिना जाने मानते नहीं हैं। हमारी संस्कृति वैदिक संस्कृति है और इसीलिए इसमें, इसको केंद्र में वेदों को रख करके ही भारतीय संस्कृति के इतिहास को हम आगे बढ़ा सकते हैं। माननीय सुदर्शन राव जी अभी जो अपने लेक्चर दे रहे थे उसमें उन्होंने वैदिक पीरियड, पौराणिक पीरियड और उपनिषद के पीरियड, ब्राह्मण पीरियड, लेकिन यह एक दूसरे के पूरक हैं। वेद को ही पुराणों में देखते हैं हम, पुराणों को ही अरण्यक में देखते हैं, अरण्यक को ही कथा के रूप में, गाथा के रूप में हम उपनिषदों में भी देखते हैं। तो वैदिक संस्कृति के रूप में जब हम देखते हैं, अपने को स्थापित करते हैं, तो लगता है कि दुनिया की सर्वाधिक प्राचीन और जीवंत संस्कृति, सांस्कृतिक राष्ट्र कोई है तो वो भारत है। और उसमें जो विभूत, जैसे कहा कि मन का मुकुर को साफ करना, तो अगर मन का मुकुर साफ होता है, अपने को जो देखते हैं कि हम कौन हैं, तो हमको लगता है कि माता भूमि पुत्रो हम पृथिव्या, ये धरती माँ है, मैं उसका पुत्र हूँ, इसीलिए भारत माँ है। और दीनदयाल उपाध्याय कहते हैं कि जब तक आप भारत कहते हैं तब तक वो देश है, और जब भारत माता कहते हैं तो वह राष्ट्र हो जाता है। और राष्ट्र स्वयं देव है, वो देव स्वरूप है। क्योंकि जब दर्शन करते हैं भारत का, भारत राष्ट्र का दर्शन करते हैं, उसका सांस्कृतिक स्वरूप को जो देखते हैं, स्वामी विवेकानंद जी जब उस पत्थर शिला पर बैठ करके कुछ घंटों के बाद, कुछ दिनों के बाद जब उनकी आंख खुलती है तो देखते हैं तो साक्षात शिव दिखाई देता है, जिसका सिर मुकुट हिमालय है। रत्नाकरा धौतपदाम हिमालय किरीटिनीम ब्रह्मराज ऋषिरत्नाढ्याम वंदे भारत मातरम की उपासना करते हैं। साक्षात शिव बैठा दिखता है। और आज भी जो शिव के, जो हिमालय के नीचे जो पहाड़ियां हैं उनको शिवालिक कहते हैं। अलकें अर्थात जटाएं, जुल्फें। तो शिव के जो सिर है, यहाँ से गंगा निकलती है, जहाँ से ऊपर चंद्रमा है, और चंद्रमा के साथ शिव की अलकें लटकी हुई हैं, और अलकनंदा बह रही है अलकों से निकल करके। ऐसा दोनों हाथ फैलाए हुए, एक गुजरात और एक बंगाल, और पैरों के पास बैठी हुई कन्याकुमारी माँ पार्वती अपर्णा उपासना कर रही है। तो भारत साक्षात शिव है। और शिव का शाब्दिक अर्थ कल्याण होता है। इसलिए विश्व कल्याण हेतवे हमारा एक एक कार्य विश्व कल्याण के लिए होता है। वो साक्षात शिव है, लेकिन हमारी परंपरा है कि जब किसी के प्रति श्रद्धा बहुत हो जाती है तो मुंह से माँ शब्द निकलता है, अम्मा शब्द निकलता है। और इसीलिए धरती पुरुष भारत पुल्लिंग होने के बाद भी हम धरती माता कहते हैं। बिहार में सूरज की उपासना करने वाले, छठ व्रत करने वाले सूर्य षष्ठी व्रत को छठी मैया का व्रत कहते हैं, क्योंकि हमारी श्रद्धा का केंद्र माँ है। यह शंकर प्रसाद ने लिखा है कि नारी तुम केवल श्रद्धा हो। इसलिए वहां बैठ करके हमको भारत के सांस्कृतिक इतिहास को देखने की आवश्यकता पड़ेगी, क्योंकि दुनिया का लोग ज्ञान प्राप्त करने के लिए हमारे पास आए और हमने एक बहुत ही सुंदर बात महर्षि अरविंद के द्वारा उत्तर पाड़ा के भाषण में देखने को मिलता है। बहुत फेमस भाषण हुआ है। वो कहते हैं कि जितने आक्रमणकारी आए हमारे धन दौलत जरूर लूटे, लेकिन जब इंग्लिश आए तो उन्होंने हमारे संस्कृति को लूटा और हमारे वेश भूषा भाषा और भार्या, हमारा वेश, हमारा भोजन, हमारी भाषा और हमारी भार्या, ये चारों को विद्रुत कर दिया। भारतीय संस्कृति के ये 4 स्टैंप हैं, ये 4 स्तंभ हैं। कब क्या खाना चाहिए हमको, कब क्या पहनना चाहिए, कब क्या बोलना चाहिए। और माँ जो हमारी है, जो मातृशक्ति है, वह मातृवत परदारेशु परदेशु लोस्वत का जो एक सपना हमारा है, एक हमारा जो थीम है, उसको उन्होंने बाजार में खड़ा कर दिया। इसीलिए उसको बचाने की आवश्यकता रहती है। लेकिन सबके लिए हमारे पास एक सिस्टम था और दुनिया के बड़े बड़े विश्वविद्यालय हमारे पास थे, चाहे वो तक्षशिला हो जो सभी भाषाओं की जननी थी। सभी भाषाओं की पढ़ाई तक्षशिला में होती थी। सभी बौद्ध धर्म के पहले से भी शायद अन्य बहुत सारे, नालंदा का विश्वविद्यालय हमारा था। हमारे तक्षशिला के विश्वविद्यालय में संस्कृत, आयुर्वेद, योग, अणुशास्त्र, खगोल, मार्शल आर्ट और ये सबके ऋषि थे, इसके सबके आचार्य भी थे। जैसे आयुर्वेद के सुश्रुत चरक थे, योग के अणुशास्त्र के कणाद थे, खगोल के आर्यभट्ट थे, मार्शल आर्ट के बोधि वर्मा थे। ये से राष्ट्र का निर्माण होता था और दुनिया यहाँ से पढ़ कर जाती थी। और इसीलिए दुनिया भारत को गुरु के रूप में स्वीकार की, क्योंकि हमारी अपनी विशेषता है कि हम जब पैदा होते हैं तो माता पिता के किए गए तप के द्वारा पैदा होते हैं। हमारी माइथोलॉजी है, भारतीय जो सनातन संस्कृति है, उसमें माता पिता के तपस्या के द्वारा, जब भी राम पैदा होते हैं, कृष्ण पैदा होते हैं या जो भी होते हैं, तो उसमें तपस्या को बताया जाता है कि तपस्या किया। आज भी माता पिता के तपस्या का परिणाम हम होते हैं। और माता पिता चूंकि देवता है, मातृदेव भव पितृदेव भव, इसीलिए हमारे मुंह से निकलता है वयम अमृतस्य पुत्रा, हम देवताओं के पुत्र हैं। तो मुझे करना क्या है? तो मुझे करना है वयम अमृतस्य पुत्रा कृवंतो विश्वमार्यम, पूरे दुनिया को हम श्रेष्ठ बनाएंगे। और इसके लिए हमने तमाम विश्वविद्यालयों की संरचना की और ऐसे विश्वविद्यालय की परीक्षा संरचना की जहां शलाका परीक्षाओं के द्वारा प्रवेश हुआ करते थे, जहां संस्कृत पढ़ना एक अनिवार्य विषय के रूप में माना जाता था और सभी भाषाओं के जननी के रूप में संस्कृत को स्थापित किया। मेरी व्यक्तिगत एक धारणा है और मैं ऐसे ही बातचीत में विद्यार्थियों के साथ करता हूं। मैं कन्फर्म कर दूं कि मैं प्रोफेसर नहीं हूं, मैं प्रोफेशनल प्रोफेसर नहीं हूं, मैं प्रोफेस करता हूं। इसलिए मैं बहुत ज़्यादा टेक्निकल या रेफरेंसेस के चक्कर में नहीं पड़ता हूं और मुझे मालूम भी नहीं है। इसलिए कुछ बातें आपके सामने। दुनिया में कहीं भी कोई बच्चा पैदा होता है, दुनिया में कहीं कोई बच्चा पैदा होता है, चाहे फ्रेंच में हो, चाहे जर्मन में हो, चाहे वो तमिलनाडु में हो, कर्नाटक में हो, सबकी भाषाएं अलग अलग हैं। बाद में क्या बोलते हैं सामने वाला नहीं समझ पाता, लेकिन बच्चा पैदा होता है तो एक ही भाषा बोलता है, कोहा 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 बोलता है। और नया दर्शन के लोग उसको कहते हैं कि वो कहता है कोहम कोहम कोहम, मैं कौन हूँ। वो संस्कृत ही बोलता है, कोहा कोहम कोहम, मैं कौन हूँ। वो प्रश्न है उसका, लेकिन उसका प्रश्न प्रपंच में आकर के डाइल्यूट हो जाता है। माँ दूध दे देती है, कोई कुछ बजाने वाला कोई गुनगुना दे देता है, कोई कपड़ा दे देता है, कोई और गिफ्ट दे देता है, और प्रपंच में आकर कोहम का जो प्रश्न उसका है मैं कौन हूँ, वह दब तो जाता है लेकिन समाप्त नहीं होता। इसीलिए मनुष्य चाहे हिमालय पर जा रहा हो या चंद्रमा पर जा रहा हो या मंगल पर जा रहा हो, वह मंगल को खोजने नहीं जाता, वो अपने को खोजने जाता कि मेरी क्षमता क्या है, मैं कौन हूँ, मुझे किस लिए बनाया गया है। और जो जान जाता है वह शिवानंद हो जाता है, और जो नहीं जानता वह पुनरपजन्मम पुनर्मरणम पुनरजननी जठरे शयनम, ऐसे लोग बन जाते हैं। लेकिन वही मनुष्य जब अंतिम सांस लेता है, जब उल्टा सांस हो जाता है उसका मरने से पूर्व, तो उसको समझ में आता है कि मैं कौन हूँ, और उसमें एक स्वर निकलता है, उल्टा स्वर निकलता है, वह स्वर होता है सोहम सोहम सोहम, मैं वही हूँ, मैं वही हूँ। तो कोहम से सोहम की यात्रा ये मनुष्य की यात्रा है। जिसको सदगुरु मिल जाता है वह बताता है कि तत्व त्वमसि, तुम वही हो, तो वह ब्रह्म वाक्य पर स्थापित होता है। और फिर उसके जीवन का कर्म क्या है उसको स्थापित करके और भारतीय संस्कृति को स्थापित करने में वो कहता है वयम अमृतस्य पुत्रा और कृणंतो विश्वमार्यम, पूरे दुनिया को श्रेष्ठ बनाना हमारा कर्म है। हमको किसी को छोटा करना, किसी को नीचे दिखाना, किसी को ऊंचा दिखाना नहीं है। हमको आधे पद पर बैठे पथिक को हाथ पकड़ करके उसके पुल तक पहुंचाना, ये हमारा जीवन का उद्देश्य है। और इसीलिए वो कहते हैं, अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी कविता में कहते हैं कि कोई बतला दे काबुल में जाकर कितनी मस्जिद तोड़ी, भूभाग नहीं 100 मानव का हृदय जीतने का निश्चय, हिंदू तनमन हिंदू जीवन रग रग हिंदू मेरा परिचय। इसलिए विश्वविद्यालयों के माध्यम से हम दुनिया को दीक्षित करने का प्रयास किए। वेदों के माध्यम से और वेदांगों का जो 6 भाग है, चाहे वो शिक्षा हो, छंद हो, व्याकरण, निरुक्त हो, उसके माध्यम से हमने भाषा को परिष्कृत किया। और भाषा ही नहीं तो उसमें विज्ञान को स्थापित किया, चाहे वो आयुर्वेद हो, चाहे विज्ञान शास्त्र हो, सारे चीज़ों को हमने बनाने का प्रयास किया। और सब बना करके हमने कहीं ना कहीं रखा। दुर्भाग्य से हमारे देश की लाइब्रेरियाँ जलाई गई, उत्तर भारत की बहुत सारी लाइब्रेरियाँ जला दी गई, बहुत मॉन्यूमेंट तोड़ दिए गए, सबको छीण भीण किया गया, कहीं कुछ तोड़कर कोई दूसरे धार्मिक स्थल बना दिए गए। अर्थात सारे रेफरेंसेस हमारे मिटाने का प्रयास किए गए। और जिन लोगों ने रेफरेंसेस मिटाया वही हमसे रेफरेंस पूछते हैं कि हिस्ट्री के रेफरेंस लाओ। इसलिए आवश्यक है कि संगोष्ठियों के माध्यम से हम अपने रेफरेंसेस जनरेट करें। अगर टाइम और स्पेस की बात करनी है तो टाइम हमको भारतीय टाइम, भारतीय कालगणना हमको ब्राह्मण के ग्रंथों से प्राप्त होगा, जो संकल्प में हमको बताता है कि ब्रह्मा द्वितीय परार्धे श्वेतवाराह कल्पे वैश्वस मन्वंतरे अष्टाविंशत्यमे कलियुगे कलि प्रथम चरणे। भारतवर्ष क्या है, जम्बू द्वीप क्या है, ये 7 द्वीप हैं, ये प्लक्ष द्वीप क्या है, शंख द्वीप क्या है, कुश द्वीप क्या है, इसकी चर्चा भारतीय संस्कृति में है। इसको आवश्यक रूप से हमको कैसे सिलेबस में और इतिहास में कैसे इंक्लूड किया जाए, जिसको प्लान करके हटा दिया गया है। प्लान करके हमको स्वाभिमान शून्य बनाने के लिए कि जब तक हम स्वाभिमान शून्य नहीं होंगे तब तक हम दास नहीं बनेंगे, और जब तक दास नहीं बनेंगे तब तक इंग्लिश की कॉलोनी भारत नहीं होगी। एक प्लान करके हमको विस्मृत किया गया है। आवश्यक है उस पर हम काम करें। हमारे संस्कृति के जड़े धर्म में है, या भारत का जो आंतरिक आत्मा है वो धर्म है। धर्म रिलीजियस का ट्रांसलेशन नहीं है, मजबूरी है, क्योंकि इंग्लिश में बहुत वेकुलरी नहीं है, इसलिए वो कुछ ना कुछ तो बोलना ही पड़ेगा। लेकिन धर्म का पर्याय नहीं होता, धर्म धारण करने का वस्तु है। अभी एक रिसेंट व्यक्ति से बताया कि धर्म वह है जो करने योग्य है, जो करने योग्य है वो धर्म है। टीबा साहब कहते थे कि अंतःकरण के 4 विभाग हैं, मन बुद्धि चित्त और अहंकार। चित्ती अव्यक्त होती है, लेकिन जब चित्ती व्यक्त होती है तो वह सत्य होता है, और सत्य जब क्रियाशील होता है, धर्म क्रिया है, करने का योग्य है। तो धर्म जब सत्य क्रियाशील होता है तो धर्म होता है। इसीलिए जब हमारे विद्वानों ने धर्म की व्युत्पत्ति की तो धृ धातु से उसको निष्पन्न किया और उसे करने के रूप में, धारण करने के रूप में उसे अपनाया। और जब उसका जब परिभाषित किया कि लक्षण क्या हो सकते हैं, तो धृति समाधमोस्तयं शौचम इंद्रिय निग्रह धीर विद्या क्रोधम ये 10 लक्षण धर्म के बताने का प्रयास उन्होंने किया। भारत का सांस्कृतिक इतिहास मतलब धर्म का इतिहास ही है, क्योंकि जो करने योग्य है वही है, जो जानने योग्य है वही है। इसीलिए समस्या हमारी ये होती है कि हमारे ही भाषा को विदेश जाते हैं, विदेश से जो लौट के आते हैं हमारे भाषा को, तो हम उसको अपना लेते हैं। हमारे वहाँ धर्म था, विदेश के लोग आए, उनको लगा कि धर्म होता क्या है, तो वहाँ जाकर रिलीजन कहे, रिलीजन फिट नहीं बैठा तो कहे कि ये वैल्यू हो सकता है, और वैल्यू का फिर ट्रांसलेट करके हमने कहा कि मूल्य हो सकता है, और फिर वैल्यू बेस्ड एजुकेशन, वैल्यू बेस्ड सोसाइटी, वैल्यू बेस्ड इंस्टीट्यूशन, वैल्यू बेस्ड वक्तव्य, मूल्य परक शिक्षा की बात हम करना शुरू कर दिए। धार्मिक शिक्षा करने पर सेकुलर राष्ट्र होने के कारण से हम सेकुलर हो जाते हैं और धर्म विरोधी हो जाते हैं, राष्ट्र विरोधी हो जाते हैं। लेकिन वास्तव में भारत की आत्मा धर्म है। भारत की सांस्कृतिक इतिहास यानी धर्म का, अध्यात्म का, विश्वासों का, प्रथाओं का, परंपराओं का, भाषाओं का, पर्वों का, त्योहारों का, कला का, जीवन के मूल्यों का, जीवन पद्धति का इतिहास ही भारत का कल्चरल हिस्ट्री है। इसको रिस्टोर करना पड़ेगा हमको। कल्चर के नाम पर कुछ केवल फोक ट्रेडिशन नहीं है, ये हमारे जीवन जीने की जो शैली है, जो जीवन का जो प्रैक्टिसेस हैं हमारे सोसाइटी के, वो सारे मिला करके हमारे कल्चरल हिस्ट्री बनते हैं। यजुर्वेद उद्घोष करता है सा प्रथमा संस्कृति विश्ववारा। जब दुनिया की अन्य संस्कृतियां शैशव अवस्था में थीं, जब वे जंगली जीवन बिता रहे थे, भारत में वैदिक ऋचाएं गुंजयमान थीं। भारतीय संस्कृति की पताका विश्वभर में फहरा रही थी। हमारे हरबंस ओबेरॉय राय एक बड़े विद्वान हुए हैं संस्कृत के, पूरे विश्व में उनके 103 लेक्चर हुए हैं। उनका मानना है कि विश्व के सारे पूरे विश्व से 4 पर्दे हटा दिए जाएं तो उसके पहले क्या है, वहाँ भरतवंशियों के पदचिन्ह दिखाई दे जाएंगे। किड़ंतो विश्वमार्यम एक बुक पब्लिश है अपने वहाँ से, उसका इंग्लिश वर्जन भी आ गया है। शोमा को कंबोज में जाकर अकाउंटेंट ने वस्त्र पहनना सिखाते हैं। यह कंबोडिया के इतिहास का अंग हो सकता है, लेकिन भारत में आकर विदेशी लोगों ने हमको सभ्यता सिखाई, यह भारत का इतिहास का अंग है। भारत का खोज वास्को डी गामा ने किया, ये हमको पढ़ने के लिए मजबूर किया जाता है। लेकिन दुनिया इस बात को पढ़ती है कि भारत से हमने गणित सीखी है, भारत से हमने विज्ञान सीखी है, भारत से हमने विमान शास्त्र सीखा है, और उसको पेटेंट कराकर वो अपना काम कर रहे हैं। इसलिए आवश्यक है कि किड़ंतो विश्वमार्यम का जो ध्येय वाक्य हमारा है, अजम नित्यम परोवेति वस्तु कुटुंबकम, बहुत सुंदर बातें हमारे कीनोट एड्रेस में, क्योंकि वक्ता को कीनोट एड्रेस के साथ साथ चलना चाहिए, नहीं तो विषय भटक जाता है। तो बहुत सुंदर जो एक विषय हमारे सामने आया, एको हम बहुश्याम का। एक हमको भ्रम फैलाया गया कि डाइवर्सिटी इज यूनिटी, ये पूरी डाइवर्सिटी है, ये तरह तरह के फूल खिले हैं, सब मिलकर एक माला बना है तो भारत बना है, अर्थात भारत था ही नहीं। हम बुलबुले हैं इसके, ये गुलिस्ता हमारा, ये ठीक नहीं है। उन बुलबुलों से कह दो कोई और वतन ढूंढें, ये मातृभू हमारी, ये पितृभू हमारी। इसलिए आवश्यक है कि हमने अपने चरित्र से दुनिया को दीक्षित किया है। एक हम हैं, एक से अनेक हुए हैं, एको हम बहुश्याम। इसीलिए एक चिति, एक चैतन्यता हमारे भारत के कोने कोने में है, और दुनिया में भी जहां भरतवंशी है उसके अंदर उस चैतन्यता है। और इसीलिए उदाहरण बता सकता हूं कि रूस ने, यूएसएसआर ने बहुत प्रयास करके और कुछ देशों को जोड़कर एक यूएसएसआर नामक राष्ट्र का निर्माण करने का प्रयास किया, लेकिन 90 वर्षों में बिखर गया। हजारों वर्ष तक संघर्ष सहने के बाद भी भारत स्वतंत्र होने पर एक आह्वान पर 565 रियासत एक साथ जुट गए। इसलिए जुट गए कि सबकी चित्त की एकात्मता थी। हम एको हम बहुश्याम, एक नदिया एक घाट बहुतेरे, कहत कबीर समझ के फेरे। इस समझ के अलग अलग फेरे हैं, लेकिन हम एक हैं। हम संतरे के समान नहीं हैं कि बाहर से एक दिखते हैं, अंदर से अलग अलग। हम एकत्व में विश्वास करते हैं, हम एक से अनेक होते हैं। भारतीय संस्कृति अपने इसी उदात्त भाव के कारण ही कालगत सीमाओं का अतिक्रमण करते हुए केवल भारत ही नहीं दुनिया के एक बड़े भूभाग में आज भी जीवंत है। आज भी बाली में जाइए, सूरीनाम में जाइए, क्रौच में जाइए, देश के 2500 साउथ ईस्ट एशिया के देश हैं, चाहे वो कंबोडिया हो, थाईलैंड हो, रामलीलाओं के माध्यम से वहाँ भारत जीवित है। वहाँ आज भी राम अनुकरणीय हैं। मैं पूरे श्रीलंका में घूम के आया, एक भी रावण नाम का आदमी नहीं मिला हमको, शूर्पणखा नाम के आदमी कोई नहीं मिला। राम नाम के मिले, लक्ष्मण नाम के मिले, भरत नाम के मिले। तो अपने अपने कार्यों के अपने इसके कारण से आज भी हम जीवंत हैं। भारतीय सांस्कृतिक इतिहास लेखन पर बल देना, उसे सत्य स्वरूप में दुनिया के समक्ष उद्घाटित करना इसलिए भी आवश्यक है क्योंकि पश्चिम का मॉडल पूरी तरह से विफल हो चुका है। भारतीय संस्कृति के एकमात्र विकल्प है, भारत का परिवार शांति के लिए एकमात्र विकल्प है, हमारी कुटुंब व्यवस्था एकमात्र विकल्प है, वसुधैव कुटुंबकम की जो परिकल्पना है वो एकमात्र विकल्प है शांति के लिए और जीवनदायिनी के लिए। इसलिए ओम देवं शांति, अंतरिक्ष गौं शांति, आप शांति, ये शांति का जो सब वनस्पति शांति की बात जो कहा हमारे ऋषियों ने कहा है, ओम भूर्भुवः स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात्, जो भी जद्भद्रं तन्नाशु, जो भी अच्छा है सब हमारे अंदर आ जाए, यह जो कॉन्सेप्ट है यही दुनिया को शांति दे सकती है। यही एकमात्र व्यवस्था है वो भारतीय व्यवस्था। इसलिए आवश्यक है कि भारतीय कल्चरल इतिहास को, भारतीय सांस्कृतिक इतिहास को पुनर्जीवन दिया जाए। दीनदयाल उपाध्याय जी कहते हैं कि विदेशस्थ का जो विदेशी है उसके भारतीय पक्ष में, भारत के हित में उसका उपयोग किया जा सकता है, और जो भारतीय है वह युगानुकूल उसका प्रयोग किया जा सकता है। भारत का बहुत प्राचीन है इसलिए होना ही चाहिए, ये आवश्यक नहीं है, लेकिन विदेश का बहुत अच्छा है, विदेशी है इसलिए नहीं होना चाहिए, ये हमने कभी नहीं माना। और इसीलिए हमने स्वयं स्वयं चरित्रेण शिक्षेरन पृथिव्या स मानवा एतद् देश सुतस्य सकाशादग्र जन्मनः स्वयं स्वयं चरित्रेण शिक्षेरन पृथिव्या स मानवा। हमने अपने चरित्र से, अपने व्यवहार से पूरे दुनिया को दीक्षित किया है, उसकी आवश्यकता आज भी है और उसकी चर्चा होना आवश्यक है। अभी कोविड में हमने इसका एक देखा कि कौन कौन सी संस्कृति किस प्रकार से है, विषय बढ़ जाएगा इसलिए मैं आगे बढ़ता हूँ। पश्चिम की प्रकृति और विजय की अवधारणा के विपरीत हमारी भारत भूमि पृथिव्यां पुत्रो हम की पहचान की है। हम कहीं विजय के लिए नहीं गए, हमको कहीं किसी के ऊपर विजय नहीं प्राप्त करना है, हमको कहीं कोई कॉलोनी नहीं बनाना है। हम तो मनुर्भाव में विश्वास करते हैं, हम तो पूरे दुनिया को मनुष्य बनाने की बात करते हैं। हम किसी को हिंदू बनाने की बात नहीं करते, किसी को मुसलमान बनाने की बात नहीं करते, किसी को सिख बनाने की बात नहीं करते, किसी को ईसाई बनाने की बात नहीं करते। हम कहते हैं मनुर्भवः, मनुष्य बन जाओ। और मनुष्य बनने के लिए ही हम अपने को प्रमोट करते हैं, अपने को दिखाते हैं। स्वयं स्वयं चरित्रेण शिक्षेरन पृथिव्या स मानवा, ऐसे 50 उदाहरण आपको भारत के इतिहास में मिलेंगे। आप अस्मात् मात्रः का उद्घोष इस बात के लिए हमको दिखाई देता है। अथर्ववेद चेतावनी देता है कि यदि पर्यावरण को क्षति पहुंचेगी तो विनाश निश्चित है। ये सांस्कृतिक इतिहास में होना चाहिए कि नहीं होना चाहिए? प्रकृति के साथ जो हम अपघात कर रहे हैं, दैहिक दैहिक भौतिक तापा राम राज सकहने, आज रामलला विराजमान हो गए हैं और राम राज्य की स्थापना हो चुकी है। लेकिन राम राज्य की स्थापना होने के लिए दैहिक दैविक और भौतिक ताप से बचाना पड़ेगा समाज को, और वह समाज को, राष्ट्र, दुनिया को बचाने का तरीका एक ही है कि हम प्रकृति के साथ तादात्म्य स्थापित करें। अगर प्रकृति समाप्त हो गई, उसका उद्घोष अथर्व करता है। अथर्व काल क्या है, डेट क्या है मैं नहीं जानता, लेकिन वो चेतावनी देता है कि यदि पर्यावरण को क्षति पहुंचेगी तो विनाश निश्चित है। वारा पुराण कहता है कि एक व्यक्ति को पीपल, नीम, बरगद आदि के वृक्ष लगाता है वह कभी नरकगामी नहीं हो सकता, क्योंकि देव है ये। अग्नि पुराण कहता है कि वृक्षों के पुत्रवत पोषण की बात करें। एक वृक्ष 10 पुत्र समान, एक अच्छे वृक्ष लगाने पर 10 पुत्रों के पोषण के बराबर हमको लाभ मिलता है। सम्राट अशोक का आदेश था कि यदि किसी ने वन को जलाने या नष्ट करने का प्रयास किया तो उसे मृत्युदंड दिया जाएगा। मनुष्य के लिए तो मनुष्यों की हत्या बहुत किया उसने, लेकिन वृक्षों के लिए उसका था कि वृक्ष को जलाने या नष्ट करने पर उसे मृत्युदंड दिया जाएगा। ये पृथ्वी और प्रकृति एक एक व्यक्ति की आवश्यकताओं को पूरा करने में सक्षम है। ये धरती माँ है। माँ कभी गोरा काला का भेद नहीं करती, छोटा बड़ा का भेद नहीं करती। उसके जितने बच्चे होते हैं, जितने परिवार होता है, सबको समान रूप से पालन करती है। सबके टेम्परामेंट को समझती है और उसके अनुसार उसकी आपूर्ति करती है। इसीलिए धरती हमारी माँ है और इसीलिए माता भूमि पुत्रो हम पृथ्व्या की हम बात करते हैं। यह पृथ्वी प्रकृति का एक एक व्यक्ति की आवश्यकताओं को पूरा करने में सक्षम है, किंतु एक ही व्यक्ति के लिप्सा के लिए यह छोटी पड़ जाती है। हम पृथ्वी का, प्रकृति का शोषण कर रहे हैं। लेकिन जब उपनिषद, ईशा उपनिषद इस बात को जो हमारे सामने स्पष्ट करता है, ईशा वाश्यम मिदम सर्वम यत् किंचित जगत्तान जगत तेन तत्तेन भुंजी था माँ गृदत का धर्म, कि हमको त्याग पूर्वक भोग करने की आवश्यकता है। यह हमारे इतिहास का अंग होना चाहिए। ये हमारे कक्षा 8 तक पढ़ने वाले विद्यार्थियों को जेहन में जाना चाहिए कि पृथ्वी शोषण के लिए नहीं है, प्रकृति शोषण के लिए नहीं है, प्रकृति दोहन के लिए है, उसको अपने काम के लिए ही। स्मृतियों में भी ऐसे अनेक संदर्भ आते हैं। जल प्रदूषित नहीं करना चाहिए, इसके लिए दंड का प्रावधान है। अथर्ववेद में पीपल को सर्वशक्तिमान, पत्तियां सदैव गतिशील रहने वाली बताया है। भगवान कृष्ण ने स्वयं गीता में पीपल को कहा है कि मैं वृक्षों में अश्वत्थ हूं। इसलिए और विस्तार से न जाते हुए मैं इतना ही कहूंगा कि यह विडंबना यह है कि सदियों की विदेशी सत्ता और लगातार संघर्ष के कारण हम आत्मविस्मृत हो गए हैं। हम अपने को भूल गए हैं कि हम देवताओं के पुत्र हैं, हम राम और कृष्ण के वंशज हैं, हम दुनिया को श्रेष्ठ बनाने वाले लोग हैं। उसको पुनर्स्थापित करने के लिए सांस्कृतिक इतिहास का अध्ययन, लेखन, शोध और पाठ्यक्रम का निर्माण होते रहना चाहिए। हमने कभी इन मूल्यों को जिया है, लेकिन आत्मविस्मृति के कारण माँ के रूप में स्थापित होने के बाद भी गंगा, जमुना, इस नदियाँ आज गंदी हो गई हैं। मैं छोटा था तो हम काशी स्नान करने जाते थे तो अपना अंडर गवर्नमेंट हम लोग नदी में साफ नहीं करते थे, उसको लेकर धर्मशाला में आते थे कि नदी में नहीं करेंगे। आज उस नदी में सीवेज बहाई जा रही है और करोड़ों रुपया खर्चे किए जा रहे हैं। आवश्यकता है कि भारतीय सांस्कृतिक इतिहास में गंगा का क्या महत्व है, जमुना का क्या महत्व है, नदियों का क्या महत्व है, जंगम और स्थावर दोनों के क्या कंट्रीब्यूशन है हमारे जीवन में, उसको हम कैसे स्थापित कर सकते हैं। योग और आयुर्वेद की शिक्षा और उसके जो परिणाम हमारे समाज पे हैं, वह 2 पुस्तकें मूल रूप से मिलती है। वाल्मीकि का लिखा हुआ योग वाशिष्ठ और पतंजलि का योग सूत्र अब पूरे दुनिया में योगा के नाम से जाना जा रहा है। उसको इतिहास का अंग के रूप में, सांस्कृतिक इतिहास के रूप में स्थापित होना चाहिए। जो प्रदर्शनकारी कलाएं हमारी हैं, पेंटिंग है, नृत्य है, संगीत है, रामलीला है, रामलीलाओं के माध्यम से है, स्थापत्य है, नगर योजना है, अभियांत्रिकी है, जल प्रबंधन है, धातु कर्म है, गणित है, खगोल विद्या है। आज भी फारसी में निम्रुकल को हिंदसा कहते हैं, हिंद से आया हुआ। दुनिया को हमने सब कुछ दिया है, से लेकर राष्ट्रीय आंदोलन के सांस्कृतिक राष्ट्रवाद तक की संक्षिप्त चर्चा की। ऐसे धर्म, अध्यात्म और उन्नत भारतीय संस्कृति से ही आंदोलन की पूरी वैचारिकी नियमित रूप से हो रही है। आज भी जो प्रधानमंत्री बोलते हैं कि संकल्प से सिद्धि प्राप्त होगी, तो वो हमारे कल्चर का ही अंग है। हम संकल्प का विकल्प कभी नहीं ढूंढे हैं। संकल्प होता है और संकल्प से ही सिद्धि होती है। और इसीलिए यह जो धरती हमारी है, जो भारत माता है, उसको बंकिम दुर्गा 10 प्रहण धारणी कहते हैं। स्वामी विवेकानंद भारत माता कह के पुकारते हैं। महर्षि अरविंद सुजलाम सुफलाम की बात करते हैं, सनातन और राष्ट्र की बात करते हैं। तिलक, दयानंद, वीर सावरकर, भाई हनुमान प्रसाद पोद्दार इत्यादि लोगों ने, हनुमान प्रसाद पोद्दार ने 1905 में 1905 में गीता छापी थी 5 लाख, और उस गीता पर भगवान कृष्ण की मूर्ति नहीं थी, भारत माता की मूर्ति थी, और उसमें हाथ में तलवार था भारत माता का। हमने हमेशा सांस्कृतिक दृष्टि से ही अपने भारत को मुक्त कराने का प्रयास किया है। इसलिए सांस्कृतिक इतिहास में के लेखन द्वारा ही भारत का वास्तविक इतिहास उद्घाटित हो सकता है। वह पुनः विश्वगुरु के रूप में अपने मूल स्वरूप को का प्रयाण भी कर सकता है। इसलिए आज का जो ये संगोष्ठी है, ये सिम्पोजियम है, इसमें गहराई से विचार करने की आवश्यकता है कि भारतीय संस्कृति जो चिर जीवित है, नित्य नूतन है और चिर पुरातन है, अपने आप उसमें आई हुई बुराइयां छंटती जाती हैं। गलती से छुआछूत कहीं आ गया, कहीं घूंघट प्रथा आ गई, कहीं सती प्रथा आ गई, कहीं बाल विवाह हुआ, लेकिन काल के प्रवाह में अपने आप वो समाप्त होता चला जाता है और नए तेवर में भारतीय संस्कृति आगे बढ़ती है। मैं अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी की 4 पंक्तियों को आपके सामने रखते हुए अपनी बात समाप्त करूंगा। हिमालय के आंगन में प्रथम उसे किरणों का देव उपहार, उषा ने हंस अभिनंदन किया और पहनाया हीरक हार। जगे हम सभी लगे जागने विश्व, लोक में फिर फैला आलोक। व्योम तक तो पुंज हुआ तब नष्ट, निखिल संस्कृति हो उठी आलोक। मैं अखिल विश्व का गुरु महान, अटल जी कहते हैं, मैं अखिल विश्व का गुरु महान, देता विद्या का अमरदान। मैंने दिखलाया मुक्ति मार्ग, मैंने दिखलाया ब्रह्म ज्ञान। वेदों का है ज्ञान अमर, मेरे वेदों की ज्योति प्रखर। मानव के मन का अंधकार क्या कभी सामने सखा ठहर। मेरा स्वर नभ में घर घर, सागर के जल में छहर छहर। इस कोने से उस कोने तक कर सकता जगती सौरभ मैं। हिंदू तन मन हिंदू जीवन, रग रग हिंदू मेरा परिचय। आवश्यकता है कि भारत के चित्त को, भारत की चैतन्यता को, भारत के चित्त से एकात्म होकर के भारत को मां समझते हुए अपने कलम की लेखनी उठाते हुए, अपने पत्र लिखते समय, अपने शोध पत्र लिखते समय, अपने बुक लिखते समय इतना ध्यान रहे कि भारत के हम अंगभूत घटक हैं। भारत माता का अपमान हमारा अपमान है, भारत माता का सम्मान हमारा सम्मान है, भारत माता का उत्थान ही हमारा उत्थान है। और इसीलिए सांस्कृतिक इतिहास को ठीक प्रकार से सजो करके और भारत के इतिहास के एक आवश्यक अंग के रूप में हम स्थापित करने में सक्षम हो, यह संगोष्ठी इसके लिए उपादेयता प्राप्त करेगी। इतिहास, अखिल भारतीय इतिहास संकलन योजना पुरातन इतिहास के माध्यम से इन सारे विषयों को लेकर काम कर रही है और उसमें माननीय सुदर्शन जी हमारे पैटर्न हैं, हमारे किशन राव जी अध्यक्ष हैं। ये सारे लोग मिलकर के देश के और विदेश के और भारत के इतिहास को पुनर्स्थापना कर भारत माता दुनिया के सर्वोच्च सिंहासन पर स्थापित हों और उनके पैरों के धूल में बैठकर हम अपने को गौरव महसूस कर सकें। इतना ही कहते हुए मैं अपनी बात समाप्त करता हूँ। धन्यवाद।
बाल मुकुंद जी बाल नहीं है, बालक नहीं है, बहुत प्रौढ़ है और सेज भी है। इसमें एक बहुत क्लैरिटी रहता है और स्पिरिट भी रहता है, चैतन्यवंत करता है। हिंदी और तेलुगु में ज़्यादा डिफरेंस नहीं है। ये 2 लैंग्वेजेस जो है संस्कृत से आए हैं। आपको क्रिया ये ऐसा इसमें थोड़ा टेढ़ा रहता है, भेद रहता है, मगर सब्जेक्ट में मेन वर्ड्स जो भी है वो पूरा संस्कृत पद है, इसलिए हर एक उनका भाषण समझ सके and there won't be any difficulty and there will be no need for any translation for that. And really we are all thankful to Bal Mukundji for taking trouble of coming over here in spite of his very busy schedule. We all thank him for giving us a wonderful speech, a very spirited speech, and a clear message he has given to us. Thank you, sir. बाल मुकुंद जी हमारा हनुमान है, अब राम राज्य लाना है, हनुमान का कार्य है वो. So now we need not think of our lunch because lunch will be provided by the host. You can be rest assured, and we have been waiting for the talk from our very beloved Padma Bhushan Grahit Vamdeva Shastri ji to come out to the dais and bless us all. Thank you, sir.
Namaste Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. It is my great honor to be with you today, particularly in honor of our great Guru Sri Sivananda Murti, who is a powerful inspiration to us for decades, who guided us on many levels, outwardly and inwardly, who guides this whole Telugu culture, and of course who guides Bharat and the entire world with his great teachings, presence, inspiration, and his ability to touch the heart of everyone who came in contact with him and changed their lives and raise their consciousness without any overt effort or attempt to influence or control. And I'm happy to say his presence is with us all today. We can sense him around us and within us, and he certainly carries the wisdom and the power of Shiva Mahadev. And he was one of the great teachers of Bharat, one who has awakened that culture, not simply as an intellectual or even simply artistic factor, but as a way of life, a way of sadhana, and a way of self-realization. And he had mastered all the vidyas, every aspect of yoga. He was saying, his words was coming up, the importance of bhakti yoga for understanding anything. And I have to say, unfortunately, the Western accounts of history have no bhakti yoga whatsoever. Their guru is the intellectual mind caught in the ahankara. It is not the guru, it is not the devata. And so I want to put this into some perspective. Balamukund has already done that to a great degree. Even fundamental concepts and differences. What is history? Bharat has a history that is timeless, that begins with cosmic yugas, that has endured throughout many lokas, that is connected to the great rishis and yogis, and is not something that's just merely trapped in physical reality. The history you get is a history of certain physical reality, political issues, technological issues, by thinkers who never saw beyond the realm of Maya. And the purpose of their history is to impose a certain ideology upon the people who read it, not to understand the inner truth and inspiration, and something that is outside. And here I want to raise an issue. I've been raising this overall. India, or Bharat, is not just a country or a nation. It is the oldest country in the world, that's one thing. It is also a great culture, and it is also the most profound civilization. And what we hear today and read in history is the history of Western civilization, which, as was said, is only a few hundred years old, and has ignored the Bharatiya civilization. So what we need today is not just simply accounts of history. We need a recognition and a dialogue between civilizations. If you study India, Bharat, it is according to the perspective, the terminology, the prejudices, and the motivations of Western civilization that doesn't even have a concept that is similar. You know, today you can find the same Vedic chanting going on in India that was going on 5,000 years ago and more when the pyramids of Egypt were there. At the same time, you have people all over the world taking up the practice of yoga and meditation if they want to know the truth of who they really are, not just simply the truth of outer society. Now, there are those who say that there was no India. There's even no Hinduism. These are all modern inventions. And my response to them is very simple. History of India begins with the creation of the universe, the Bharatiya idea. The view of the universe in the Bharatiya Sanskriti is of Saptaloka. It's not just of a physical world. Physical world has its importance, its realm of karma, but is not the ultimate truth and reality. Our purpose of human beings is sadhana, not just simply all these outer material factors. Now, for those who say that India has not been unified and it didn't have a culture or a endurance, I have a very simple answer. India has had much greater unity, spirituality, and culture than the rest of the world, and also than Europe itself. Europe has never been a country. In fact, they wanted India to model itself after modern Western nation states, right? Particularly Britain, perhaps United States, France, etc. Now, what did the modern European nation states bring to the world? First of all, they brought the colonial era, and we know what the colonial era did to the world. Second, they brought us World War I, World War II, Cold War, and Ukraine War. And they have also brought to the world the imposition of their culture upon the rest of the world. Yesterday we did a program at the new Swaminarayan Hindu temple in Abu Dhabi. And they had displays of 15 different civilizations in the world on their temple. When any other culture but the Hindu or the Bharatiya do that. So we have to recognize that all that is called the history of India in the textbooks is just a reflection of the arrogance, the prejudice, the domination of this in this European or the materialistic mindset. I'm not saying it doesn't have any value at a certain level, but the fact is the history, the culture of Bharat has not been understood at all. Now, a very sad thing happened in the history of India. We had this wonderful Indian independence movement. Now, one thing I like to make very clear to people, if you study all the, the independence movement, including all these great thinkers, whether it was Tilak, Aurobindo, Vivekananda, Gandhi, etc., you never find in one place the term secularism ever mentioned. It didn't exist. You had the India that is Bharat. You did not have the India that is a reflection of the British or the Mughals. In fact, someone was talking about Mughal architecture, and they said, very good scholar, and she said that we have searched and we have not found one book on Mughal architecture, one textbook of Mughal architecture. It was all taken from the existing architecture that was there. So essentially, we're only today having the independence intellectually, culturally, and spiritually for Bharat that should have been granted, that should have occurred in 1947. Now, obviously, the main manifestation of that is Ram Janmabhoomi. And just think of it, in 1947, India was partitioned in favor of another Islamic state. And yet, the government of India under Nehru did not give the Hindus back even one temple, not even Ram Janmabhoomi. Partly because they didn't want to offend the religious minorities in the country. Nehru did not even support Somnath that Sardar Patel brought out. And so we had a situation in which the generation that took power after independence and the intellectuals were not Bharatiya. They were of the Marxist school and the Fabian socialist schools of Nehru. And then the textbooks were given to these same people like Romila Thapar and Irfan Habib and the Marxist school. And they practiced what we call the history of just denial. There was no Ram Janmabhoomi, there was no Kashi Vishwanath, there was an Aryan invasion. We've never found these Aryans, but we can rest assured that they must have been there because they suit our political agenda. So that India today, Bharat, is undergoing a new awakening. So what we can say is that 2024 needs to also be remembered like 1947. But as the cultural and civilizational awakening of Bharat, not simply a political state, although the political influence is very necessary. And several things we have to understand about Bharat. The concept of people, oh, the Hindus are going to impose a Hindu Rashtra. And they don't even know what a Hindu Rashtra is. First of all, Hindu Rashtra is Bhumi Devi. It's honoring nature, the universe. Purushe Vedam Sarvam is what the Vedas say, not that we divide the world into all these different castes and countries. And so essentially, we need that not only reconstruction, but understanding of the Bharatiya culture and civilization, and the fact that it embraces all aspects of knowledge, art, culture, civilization, and universe as a whole. Take, for example, we have all these glorification of European art, whether it's their architecture, whether it's their sculpture, whether it is their paintings, whether it's their story. If you take the amount of sculpture in India, it's probably 10 times more than the amount of sculpture in all the rest of the world put together. We also have all the Bharatnatyam, all the music, all the dance. You have Sanskrit, which is the most sophisticated of all the languages. And yet, even the local languages of India, whether it is Tamil, whether it is Marathi, whether it is all these languages, they have literatures longer than the countries of Europe. Then we have to understand Bharat in the greater global context. Even today, population of India is greater than Europe and North America put together, and at the same time it has greater unity. What are we seeing today in the world? We're seeing a decline of culture and civilization. In the West, they're looking to, their music traditions are old and gone, they're just doing repetition. Here, all the music traditions are alive and flourishing and coming up with new expressions. There is this loss of culture, yet India is the only country that's having a great flowering of culture, civilization, and spirituality that is also going global. A few months ago, they also opened in North America the Swaminarayan Temple that is the largest religious monument in North America today. Over 220 feet tall, and surprisingly within an hour of the outskirts of New York City and Philadelphia, and not done to impose any belief upon anyone, but to share art, culture, and spirituality. Now, Guruji was a great proponent of Telugu culture, the music, so many things. He was also a great proponent of all the Vedic knowledge. We had these great discussions relative to the Jyotish, relative to the Ayurveda, relative to the yoga. Around him, Shiva came alive. Devi was alive. Ganesha, Skanda, all of those things are living realities. So it's very important then to understand history, and of course to understand history, you have to understand time. What is time? Time is Mahakal. Time is Shiva. We are not just physical beings on a physical timeline. We are eternal beings on an infinite, universal, and eternal timeline. Now, what is happening to India today is very important. One of the things Narendra Modi has done is he has restored the Vastu of the country as a whole, by whether it's Ram Janmabhoomi, whether it's Mahakal, whether it's Omkareshwar, whether it's the... I was recently with Chinnajira Swami of the Sri Vaishnava order. They have this statue of equality that is there. You have Sardar Patel. In other words, you're restoring the Vastu and the presence and the power. So we need that cultural revival today. India has the longest king list of any culture in the world. When the Greeks came to India, they found a history of 153 kings going back over 6,000 years. What did the Western historians say? Oh, all made up. Nothing, there was nothing to that at all. Why? Because it didn't agree with their particular account of history. In Vedic text, we have astronomical references to equinoxes and solstices going back many thousands of years. What did the scholars say about that from the West? They said, well, you know, Indians aren't good astronomers now. We can't imagine they were good astronomers then, so we should just ignore what these things say. My response was very simple. You can't have a calendar that doesn't work and do your agriculture and function as a society. So we must recognize that the history books need to be changed in a fundamental way all over the world, not just simply about India, but also about the human species as a whole. Now, in many ways, we can argue that India is the cradle of civilization. It has the most enduring civilization, and it has a dharmic civilization, not just simply based upon religious belief, political expediency, or other outer factors, but based on a connection to the greater consciousness and the universe as a whole. So this whole idea, the cultural history has to be manifest, it has to be appreciated, and has to be given its place in the history of the world. In fact, all over the world we have this idea of ancient civilizations, whether it's Egypt, whether it's Mexico, whether it is Peru, going all to the ancient cultures. These have to be restored as well. And this whole understanding of our species, the purpose of human life is sadhana and evolution of consciousness. Material factors are important in that, but they are not the basis and the reality and the ultimate goal for that to occur. Now, it's very interesting because if we look at even Europe, great thinkers of Europe, whether it was Voltaire, German philosophers, they looked to India. And many of them were also looking to a revived India to help guide the world. Sri Aurobindo also talks about India as the Vishwaguru. That was the tradition all over the world. And then we must also understand that the term Bharat is not just simply a geographical term. The Buddhists also recognized Bharatvarsha, Bharatiya, Sanskriti. And we also had this, what we call a Khanda Bharat, but we also had the Bharatiya civilization. For example, if they've gone back 2,000 years, the oldest language in Indonesia has almost 50% Sanskrit loan words, and the script is based upon that. But this was not a political domination. It was a sharing of the deeper knowledge. And here we have all the Vedic systems. And here I want to relate something a little more specific. We've been involved in some of these debates relative to what is going on in Tamil Nadu specifically. One of the points I raised relative to South India as a whole is that you follow a more traditional Hindu culture, but you vote for anti-Hindu politicians. That doesn't help you. So we have this, one thing this year, not Tamil Nadu, but I make this statement, is that DMK is the most anti-Dravidian party. The reason is Dravidian culture, if we go back to the Cholas, we go back to all the temple culture, is the Hindu culture. And here we have the idea or the recognition of the great rishis. All the great rishis were pan-India. They were in many places. And here I want to mention a very interesting point of study. In Rig Veda itself, the rishi Agastya is the older brother of the rishi Vasishta, and they both take birth together from the Kum, and they spread this whole Vedic type culture. Many of you all know, of course, the Ishopanishad. The last verse of Ishopanishad, Agne Naya Supatha Asmin. This is a verse of Agastya from the Rig Veda itself. Now, the language comes from, even in the Tamil tradition, comes from Agastya and Skanda Murugan, who is, of course, Agni and is, of course, the son of Shiva. So there's a continual connection between these teachings and traditions, particularly through the movement of the great yogis and rishis. The different rishi gotras were more prominent in certain parts of the country, but they were actually active and expressive everywhere. And they are also a living presence within everyone that we can connect to. So it's very important that we honor Sivananda Murti as one of the great rishis of today and for the future of Bharat, and for connecting Bharat to its vaster, greater culture, starting at a local level, but moving into the transcendent and into what we need as a species to move beyond all this outer materialism and raise a higher consciousness for all humanity. So we're very honored to be with Sivananda Murti and to be with his great disciples, those who are carrying on their teachings. Radha and Raghavendra. It's very important you support their work because their work is his work. And the power, he understood the Telugu culture better than anyone, and he knew how to raise that inspiration, particularly the music, but even the Jyotish and so many other things going on. So let this gathering be the foundation for expanding that work, including at the media level, a academic level, cultural level, because we need to keep these rishis alive within us, and they are the guides. It's not the technocrats who are going to save the world, by the way. It is the rishis that continue to be with us, the great yogis, and the very practical teachings that they're giving us on the art of living. In the positive sense, he also talks about the art of leaving, how we can learn to move and transcend. So it's our great honor to all be together. We share the views of various great thinkers and various great writers who can also guide us at many levels. But we need a deeper inspiration, and not just simply a technical factor. And again, we need the Rishi vision. Time, history, reality cannot be understood merely by the outer mind and intellect. Higher truth is beyond name, form, number, time, and place, and it dwells within the hearts of all beings. That is the reality of Sri Krishna, that is the reality of Shiva. And we must say also that the Yoga Shakti needs to arise as well, the Nari Shakti, because you also carry the traditions. And the Puranas are great teachings that need to be understood, and they also need to be integrated. And all the historical accounts, you cannot simply dismiss them because they're not trapped in physical reality. You know what they do? They say if you can't identify when somebody lived, then they're not real. That's like saying you're only alive when you're dead. What we need to understand, it is the influence that takes us beyond birth and death that is the highest influence. So I can only express my humble devotion to Sivananda Murti, and it is my prayer here and Yogini Shambhavi that his inspiration, his teachings, his guidance continues to grow and manifest here, and from this to share with the world as a whole, and to help reawaken the true Bharatiya Sanskriti, which is also, of course, the yoga sadhana, and living with the devatas, not just simply living at an outer level. So let us go on with this wonderful conference, Shri Gurubhyo Namaha, and let us honor the divine within and around us. And remember, here, Shiva, Krishna, Ganesha, Lakshmi remain alive and with us, so please live with the devatas and with the guidance of the great gurus and rishis like Sivananda Murti. Hari Om.
Thank you, Omdevji. Your warm blessings to the august body and to the foundation to do more work and endeavor for the mission of Sri Sivananda. Now I think we have earned our lunch, sumptuous, provided by the host. But of course I'm afraid that no, we should be back here in the hall by 2:15. Mostly 2:50. By 2:50, if you are here, I think we can start the next session. Thank you very much. Have a good lunch.
अपार कृपा रसाम्बुधि शिवानंद गुरुवर दयानिधि अपार कृपा रसाम्बुधि शिवानंद अपार कृपा रसाम्बुधि शिवानंद गुरुवर दयानिधि अपार कृपा रसाम्बुधि शिवानंद गुरुवर दयानिधि नेमि सुंदर दरस्मेरमदि सुंदर दरस्मेरमदि स्वामी माकदि शारद कौमुदि अपार कृपा रसाम्बुधि भय संशय संक्रांत मतुलकदि भद्राश्रयमयि वरलिनदि भय संशय संक्रांत मतुलकदि भद्राश्रयमयि वरलिनदि तमोतमिस्रज महान्धकासुरगणान्तकं मौघन तरणीयदि तामोतमिस्रज महान्धकासुरगणान्तकं मौघन तरणीयदि श्वेतसागरोद्भूतपूत पीयूषभास प्रियहासमदि श्वेतसागरोद्भूतपूत पीयूषभास प्रियहासमदि माधुपुराकृत सुकृत संचय संपदगमाकन्दिनदि अपार कृपा रसाम्बुधि शिवानंद गुरुवर दयानिधि ब्रह्म विद्य के मौन भाष्यमय जन्म मिथ्य के बाण घातमय ब्रह्म विद्य के मौन भाष्यमय जन्म मिथ्य के बाण घातमय भ्रांति रुक्मतल निदानमय शांति सद्गतुल निधानमय भ्रांति रुक्मतल निदानमय शांति सद्गतुल निधानमय सदा सत्य सन्निधानमय समाधान संविधानमय चरणाश्रित शरणार्थ पार्थुలను ఉద్ధరించు గీతార్థమది చరణాశ్రిత శరణార్థ పార్థులను ఉద్ధరించు గీతార్థమది నకార तनग शिखर स्थित श्री शिवाधरांचित श्रीकर स्मित मदि अपार कृपा रसांबुधि शिवानंद गुरुवर दयानिधि।
It's not just the topic, sir, but you have given the direction also to me, in which direction I have to go for presentation and for correction of the data. Presently, I am working with Sri Veda Bharati. I take liberty from Professor Rao Garu for slightly exceeding the limits of Puranic literature. Let me start with a selected verses of Vedas also, where this historical information is embedded. For this, actually, I always, for most of the people who say, no, sir, we do not know anything about our literature. Even Vedas also, we heard the names only, but we do not know the contents of Vedas. For this, we recommend to go through this small, a pocket-sized book, a brief introduction to Vedas and Shastras. Here actually, immediately I come out with the historical information, sir. I don't know how many people know the history part of the Vedas encouraged by any emperor. This started with Bukkaraya. That is mentioned in the shloka actually. First of all, first two lines are Vagishadya Swamanasas Sarvarthanam Upakrame Yamnata Pratakritya Syustam Namami Gajan. This is a Ganesh Prarthana. But immediately followed by Yasya Nishvasitam Veda Yo Vedebhyo Khilan Jagat Nirmame Tamaham Vande Vidyatirtha Maheshwaram. Actually, if you go to Sringeri, there we find temple on the banks of Tunga Nadi, where all the astronomical features were recorded in the form of the stone carvings. And there is one Murti is there, that he is called as Vidyatirtha Maheshwara. And then followed by the last two lines, Yat Katakshena Tadrupam Dadad Bokka Mahipatihi Adishan Madhavacharyam Vedardhasya Prakashane. Writing the commentaries for the Vedas. Normally the name very popular known as Sayanacharya. He was the younger brother of Swami Vidyaranya. This actually has opened the gates of history also, not only the philosophical part or the ritual part of the Vedas, but the historical part also. The reason is, on the dictates of the king or emperor, Bukka Mahipati, Sayanacharya started writing the commentary. The first word is, Nanu Koyam Veda. What is meant by Veda? First of all, if you want to know the meanings of Vedas, you know about the Vedas first of all. If you don't know Veda, then what is the purpose of telling you about the Vedartha? There he goes on writing, for each mantra in the Samhitas, you have to have three things: Rishi, Devata and Chandas. Rishi actually is the drashta. Who has invented, who has discovered this mantra? That actually it's not one person or two persons, thousands and thousands of names are recorded by these Bhashyakaras. So because the Bhashyas are available, we are able to lay our hands and know the authors, the discoverers of the mantras. That is the richest contribution indirectly by the Bukka Mahipati. Here actually you can see the topic given heading is Purana. The Vyatpatti for Purana is Pura Apinavam, that is Puranam. My translation was not correct. Modern, though ancient, not old. Modern, though old, though ancient. The content is very ancient, but it appears to be modern, always. It is a class of Sanskrit sacred writings on the Hindu mythology and folklore of varying date and origin. Here, the Purana, the justification for that word is, and what is the definition of Purana? that we find in our Amarakosha. Sargascha pratisargascha vansho manvantara nica vanshanucharitancheti puranam panchalakshanam. Very famous shloka actually, very popular shloka. A treatise which deals with the 5 aspects, 5 features it must have. Then only it can be called as Purana. One is Sarga, that is the creation of the universe. Pratisarga, the secondary creation and dissolution of the worlds. Vansha, the lineage. Manvantara, a cyclic period of time identifying the duration, reign or age of a Manu and the propagator of the mankind. Generator. Then Vanshanucharitam, the accounts of the kings and sages. These 2 words, the sages and the kings, actually, these are the 2 words pivotal for me for this preparation of this paper. That is mostly we will be dealing with the names of the sages or the lineages of the sages or the kings. Broadly it moves around those topics. Here we know there are 18 Puranas. Vishnu Purana, Padma Purana, Varaha Purana, Brahma Purana, Brahmanda Purana, Bhaivashyat Purana, Shiva Purana, Skanda Purana, Matsya Purana, Narada Purana, Garuda Purana, Bhagavata Purana, Brahma Vaivarta Purana. For remembering all these things, they have formulated a small shloka. Madvayam bhadvayam cheva bratrayam vachatushtayam anapalinga koskani purani prasak prasak. The first letters are most of the Puranas. And finally, the A means, second line, A means Agni, Na means Narada, Pa means Padma, Linga Purana, Korma Purana, like that. In a short form, all the names of the 8 Puranas covered. And it seems these 18 Puranas, they contain about 8 lakh verses, sir. 8 lakshana shlokalu. Ramayana normally, everybody says it is 24,000 shlokas. Vyasa Bharata is about 1 lakh shlokas. But all these Puranas is 8 times more than this. It is almost very, very difficult and very selective number of people only must have read all these 18 Puranas in total originally. Based on that, we are supposed to prepare a note with respect to the history and then make a presentation here, sir. Sir, I have not done that much justification. 1 or 2 Puranas I have gone through. 1 or 2 lakhs of shlokas I have referred to. My syllabus is pending. For next, I think, next seminar I may be preparing myself. And whereas here, you can see the names of Rishis. Drashtas actually. These are Vedic mantras in our Vedic Samhitas we find. Suppose in Rigveda, Agnimele Purahitam Yajnasya Devamurtiyam. Who is the Drashta? Madhuchanda Rishi. Suppose Agnam Dotaram Hota, Agnagum Hota, Ragam, and like that the second mantra is there. There is Mathatithi is the Rishi. And Hiranyastupa is the Rishi for the Indrasyanu. Similarly, some are Vijun, like some other author is there. Author is not author, actually is a discoverer of the mantra. Drashtas are there. Within our, this is with respect, these mantras are related to the Rigveda. The last 2 lines are related to our Krishna Yajurveda. Suppose we say about the Namakam. Within that first word, Namaste Rudra Manyava Uto Yashave Namaha, that is the first mantra we hear. Who is the discoverer? Yes, Kashyapa is the Rishi mentioned. So, Nama Abhyadhini Bhyo Vivijjanti Bhyascha Ho Namaha. Who is the Drashta? He said to be Durvasa. So, the names of certain Drashtas we find both in Vedas as well as in our Puranas also. So, we may link up, but very carefully. Traditionalists may not accept it. With all these limitations behind, we can formulate some small a matrix, bringing out the history part of the Rishis of the Vedas. Similarly, in our Aranyaka also, there is one more way of bringing out the historical aspects of the Rishis. The name of the Rishi we find in the mantra itself. Previous one is only drashta. The names have come out by a tradition. But here it's not by tradition, but a part of the text of the mantra itself. That we can see. Panchakarno Vasyayanaha Saptakarnascha Plakshihi Etavai Etavai Sahasasuri Etaya Iti Vaishampayana Saho Vajavya Sahpara Sharyah. These two mantras we find in Aruna Patha for Aranyaka. It's a part of the text of the mantra, but still we find the names we give Vatsyayana is son of Vatsyayana. Second one, Palakshihi is the son of Palaksha Maharshi. Then similarly, Vaishbayana is a popular name. Similarly, Parasharyaha Vyasaha. Like that, these are some of the names we find as part of the mantras, as the text of the mantras. Next one we can see. In our Upanishads also again we find the names of the rishis as part of the text of the mantras. Satyamiti Satyavacha Rathi Taraha. In our Shikshavali we find Tapa iti tapo nityah paurusishtihi Swadhyaya pravachane eveti nako maudgalyaha. Actually here you can see Rathi Tara is a rishi. He said Satyam is the most important one that you have to Acharana Boraka, you have to perform it. Similarly, Paurusishti said, no, Tapa is most important for regular implementation. Whereas Maudgalya, he is the son of Maudgala. He mentions Swadhyaya Pravachana. You learn the Vedas and again propagate the Vedas. These are the maiden duties of anybody. Like that, actually, the names of the rishis are recorded as part of the text of the mantras. Similarly, one more mantra, Bhrugurvai Varunihi. Varunihi, Bhrugu is a name of a disciple whose father is Varuna. That is mentioned. Varunam Petara Mupasasara. This boy Varuna, this boy Bhrugu approached his father Varuna. That is immediately, that is the text, second line of that mantra, Bhrugu. Similarly, in Mahanarayana Upanishad, we find one more statement. Prajapatyo hauri niswaparneya prajapatim pitaramupasasara. Here, Prajapati is a father and his son has approached him. Please tell me about the greatest value system of India. Value system. What are the different aspects which you have to take care of? Those things he goes on giving a long list. But here also we find the names of the rishis found in part of the text of the mantras. And we come to, this is as part of the Vedas are concerned. We have covered Samhitas very briefly, Aranyakas, Upanishads also. Now come to Ramayana, about the kings. In Balakanda actually the two Vamshas are described extensively. Suppose you take up in Surya Vamsha, when Dasharatha reaches Mithila for the marriage of Sri Rama with Sita, then Vasishtha on behalf of Dasharatha, he narrates the total lineage of Surya Vamsha. Starts from Surya, Brahma, Marichi and Kashyapa, then Surya, Manu, Yakshvaku. You can see the Ayodhya city today, it was not constructed by Surya nor by Manu, it was constructed by Yakshvaku. From Yakshvaku onwards, this Ayodhya is taken as the capital for the Surya Vamsha Maharajas. And here we find the references to about 36 people, great kings and emperors. Manu, Yakshvaku, then Kukshi, Vikukshi, Bhanu, then Anaranya, Prusu, Tishanku, like this several long list, 715 is Bharata. Then we find Sagara, Asamanjasa, Anshumanta, Dilepa. Normally in Raghuvansha it is described as Raghu is the son of Dilepa. No. In Valmiki Ramayana it is given differently. Dilepa, then Bhagiratha, Kakussa, Raghu. These are generations we can take. Then like this actually goes. And ultimately, father of Dasharatha is, normally we find in Raghuvansha as Aja Maharaja. But in Valmiki Ramayana it is given as Nabhaga. Nabhaga is the father of Dasharatha. Nabhaga, Dasharatha and ultimately Sri Rama. So if you count like this, 36th generation is Surya Vamsha. It is exactly nothing but the part of history itself. The details of these Maharajas, some of them they are found in different texts. not at that point in the Valmiki Ramayana itself. But we can note down these names. We can estimate the time periods if everything agrees well. Similarly, if you take up Janaka, once Vasishtha completes the narration of the list of kings of the Surya Vansha, then immediately Janaka starts telling about his Vansha. It starts with Nimi, Mithi, Janaka, Udavasu like this, and then we find 24 generations. The last one is Janaka. He got a daughter, original daughter is Urmila. Sita is there. But there are 4 boys are there, 2 girls are there, how to manage? Then immediately he advised. Vishwamitra advised. Janaka, you have one more brother. His name is Kushadhwaja. It seems he has 2 daughters. You please ask him to come here and bring his daughters also. All the 4 daughters, all the 4 sons will marry. So like that actually here we can find the 23 level. Janaka handling Sita and Urmila and Kushadhwaja handling Mandavi and Susakit. This is given in Valmiki Ramayana, Balakanda, 71st Sarga. These are with respect to Ramayana. And actually there is a clear mention of the list of Maharshis available in Sri Rama's Pattabhisheka Mahotsav Samaya. Vasishtho Vamadevascha Jabali Rathakashyapaha Katyayanasu Yajnascha Gautamo Vijayastatha Abhishinchanna Vyaghram Prasannena Sugandhina Salilena Sahasraksham Vasavo Vasavam Yatha. Actually, these are the great rishis available at that time. They are Vasishtha, Vamadeva, Jabali, Kashyapa, Katyayana, Suyajna, Gautama, Vijaya. These are the 8 mantris. And this mention is found in the 128th Sarga of the Yuddhakanda. And the shlokas between 60 and 61, these names are found. This is historical information only, nothing short of it. Similarly, we find in Bharata again, Mahabharata. This picture actually is from the Gorakhpur Gita Press Mahabharata book, actually, Udyoga Parva. Virat Parva is over. Then the Sandhi, Raibara, these things started. First of all, Draupada's priest was sent as a messenger. Dhritarashtra said, no, we will think of and then we will send another message. Second one is Sanjay Raibara. Then again Pandavas decided, no, that's not acceptable, Sanjaya's message. So we will have again our own message passed on to Dhritarashtra and all these kings and his batch. On their behalf, Pandavas' behalf, Sri Krishna started. Once he started, a group of sages came to him on the way. Group of sages, not ordinary people. That actually the next shloka. Adhashira sarpamali maharshis sahidevalaha arva vasussujanuscha maitreya smakoi bali bako dalbhyas thola shiraha krishnadvaipayanastha ayo dhaumyo dhaumyascha ani mandavya kaushikau. These are the names of the rishis. Adhashiraha, Sarpamali, Devalaha, Arvavasu, Sujano, Maitreya, Shunakaha, Bali, Bakaha, Dalbhyaha, Stolashiraha, Krishnadvaipayanaha. They wanted to greet Lord Krishna. We wish and we pray that your efforts may succeed. And we bless. And also one more thing is, yes, we will again join you. Actually, it seems Lord Sri Krishna has taken 5 days to reach Hastinapura. His journey from Upapalavya Manu Pradesh, that was Virat Desha Pranta to Delhi actually, took 5 days. So in between first day, second day it has happened. They said once you are, and it seems the Krishna Rayavaram happened on Kartika Paurnami day. That is clearly mentioned. Kartika Paurnami day, the Rayavaram was held. The message of Pandavas was made heard by these Duryodhana and other people on Kartika Paurnami day. That was mentioned very clearly. And these are all the Maharshis who assembled in the court of Dhritarashtra on that day. So actually these names, when we find in our Vedic texts, maybe Samhitas or Puranas or the Brahmanas, Aranyakas or Upanishads, we may link up. We may be permitted to link up with the time period actually. Because Mahabharata time is well defined with respect to astronomical parameters. Similarly, these are the English terminology for the same thing. And actually, you come to Bhagavata Purana. Bhagavata Purana has plenty of information, plenty of information. Certain things are unimaginable also. That type of statements are found in our Mahabhagavata Purana, Bhagavata Purana. Particularly in the 4th skandha, Chaturtha skandha, the Swayambhu Manu, it seems he has married to Shatarupa. He has got 3 daughters and 2 sons. The first daughter, D1 means the first daughter. Like that, just I codified it. Akuti, she was given to Ruchi Prajapati. Second daughter is Devahuti, she was given to Kardama Prajapati. And the third daughter is Prasuti. I think in those days also the Anchaprasa in the names of the girls was maintained by him. Akuti, Devahuti and Prasuti, like this. And she was given to Daksha Prajapati. And the family history of each of them, about 10 generations yet they have been described in our Bhagavata Purana. 10 generations, I could not record all those things. Similarly, the Daksha Prajapati Santanam, everybody knows the story between Daksha and Shiva also. We can see, let me go back. The last lines you can see, daughter 1, that is Akuti. Her progeny is Yajna and Dakshina. They got 12 sons. Next one is second daughter. Her name is Kala. She was given to Marich Maharshi. They got 9 daughters. And Kashyapa was given to one of them. And Kashyapa's son is, Kashyapa's wife is Aditi. From her Aditya. From Aditya and rest of the things. Similarly, third daughter, 16 daughters they got. 16 daughters. 16th daughter actually has produced Narayana Maharshis. Narayana's are these children of the 16th daughter of third daughter of the earlier generation, you can see. Because these are very popular names you have picked up. Similarly, in the 7th skandha of Bhagavata Purana, Vaivasvata Manu is described. Why is this thing? Because as we told, Purana means Panchalakshanam. Usually have Manvantaras also, they have described all these things. Swayambhu Manvantara is first one, 7th one is Vaivasvata. Because presently, Vaivasvata Manvantara, Kaliyuga, Prathamapada, like that we will be going on narrating our time and other things. So in this Vaivasvata, how many varieties again, how many generations? One important person mentioned is Sujumna. Because of the Shapa, he was becoming female for 1 month and male for another month. He's changing his sex. And then from him, when he was in the female form, he had a union with Budha. There from Pururava Chakravarti has born. And again the rest of the events, they follow it. These are the several generations preceding Pandavas, Pururava. Now actually a very important thing is Dvadasha Skandha, sir. Dvadasha Skandha, very, very important. Unimaginable also, I use the word unimaginable. In the beginning actually we can find the first shloka, you see what Parikshit asks Shuka Maharshi. Swadhamanugate Krishne Yaduvansha Vibhushane Kasya Vansho Bhavat Pruthyam Yatad Achakshume Mane Maharshi. Up to 11th skandha of Mahabhagavata Purana, we have described the Rajavanshas of all these things which existed earlier or which are existing and which are continuing till today. I would like to know what will be the future, who will be the future kings of this land. Then they starts this Dvadasha Skandha. People will immediately object. History is only about the past, never about the future, they say. But this contains a lot of information about the future kings on the date of Parikshit asking Shuka Maharshi, approximately 5,200 years back. Approximately. The words used here, you can find out, very interesting. A word is given, actually a lot of, I will give you several generations. And Shuka Maharshi has described how many years each Rajavansha will be ruling this India. In Bhavishyat, with respect to that date, he has mentioned. But within the text actually you can see important words. The first line, actually the fifth line, he mentioned, the third line you can see, Ekakala ime bhopaha, sapta andhraha, sapta kosalaha, 7 andhras will be ruling this country. It's a future statement. Personally, I feel whether Neelam Sanjeev Reddy is covered on that day, other P.V. Narasimha Rao also is covered there. Sapta andhraha, 7 andhras will be ruling this country, will be ruling, as on that day he was mentioning. But names he has not given in that context. But at least definitely it is coinciding with our interpretation. The next line you can see, Vidura patayo bhavya nidhasta taryevahi. Vidura patayah. Actually getting the meaning of that, I wanted to find out our Potana Bhagavata, what it was mentioned for this, because it is a shloka to shloka translation given by Potana Garu, Potana Bhagavatamlo. What he has written for this shloka is Vaidhurya Patalu and Rasarandayana. Vaidhurya Patalu. Vidura Padan, Vaidhurya Padam Koda Artham Undi. Lakapoli. Kanta Padam Gadi. Nene Amantanante, E Vela, A Vela, Kavita Anuvadan Jesse 20 Valaki, I am going to 20 knowledge, I am experience, even in Malavin Anuvadan Dutai, translation of Vastai. Apatiki, foreign rule is India. Potana garu 600 సంవత్సరాల క్రితం నాటికి మనం ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్ చేసాం గత లాస్ట్ 2 centuries బ్రిటిష్ వాళ్ళది. సో విదూర పతయ మీన్స్ విశేష దూరే పతయ సంతి విదూర పతయ అంటే ద రూలర్స్ విల్ బి స్టేయింగ్ వెరీ ఫార్ ఆఫ్ డిస్టెన్స్. విశేష దూరం, చాలా దూరం ఉంటారు, లాంగ్ డిస్టెన్స్, అండ్ దే విల్ బి రూలింగ్ ఫ్రమ్ దట్ పాయింట్. నార్మల్లీ ది ట్రెడిషన్ ఆఫ్ ది థింగ్స్ దట్ హ్యాపెండ్ ఇన్ దిస్ ల్యాండ్ ఈజ్ ద కింగ్ ఆఫ్ ఎ ల్యాండ్ ఆల్వేస్ స్టేస్ ఇన్ దట్ ల్యాండ్ ఇట్ సెల్ఫ్. Even Babar, even if you take foreigners who are settled here, Akbar, everybody, they lived in this country. But uniquely, only English people are the only people who stay away from this land, but they rule this. So this word, Vidura Patayaha, what exactly the Shloka Yogi has used that word is perfectly correct when we take into account the British rule also. That is my interpretation, sir. If I am wrong, I may be corrected subsequently. Similarly, one more thing, unimaginable is, he mentioned about this Kashmir problem also. Can you imagine? The Kashmir problem started just only 1947-48 period only. After getting the independence of Pakistan, which was created very recently at that time, immediately started attacking it. It occupied it. The rest of the history, we know it. So till 1947 or 48, nobody knows that Kashmir will become a major problem. But he was mentioning here, you can see, Sindhos Tatam, Chandrabhagam, Kauntim, Kashmir Mandalam, Bhokshiyanti, Shudraha, Brahmacharyaha, Mlecha, Ashrama, Abrahmavarchasaha. That who do not follow this Sanatana Dharma, who are the Mlechas, they will be ruling this land. This is exactly what we have seen. Perfectly. That is, here we can say the Rishivakyam has to be accepted in toto. Because this is a perfect example. Rishivakyam has to be taken as part of the history, sir. No, so far nobody must have thought of accepting it. But here there are the strong proofs are there. Nobody can deny them. If this is accepted, then please accept our Vedic information and Vedic history also. Then actually, Sindhostatam, Indus River area, that has totally gone into Pakistan. That also is mentioned. Chandrabhaga is the China, what we call it today, China, Satluj, all these things is Punjab. That also has gone into Pakistan. So, Sindhostatam, Chandrabhagam, Kauntim, Kashmir Mandalam, 4 areas which have now really totally gone into the western area of Pakistan. That was clearly mentioned in future with respect to the time of Parikshit. Which happened, we have witnessed in the history of that part. Potana Garu has not experienced it, so he could not translate. But he mentioned the rest of the Vidura Pataya, now I say, it is a foreign rule. So I say, one more area. Some kingdoms, suppose the Sharsha and all these people, they have not penetrated up to South India. Only the northern India, only they ruled. That also is mentioned. In the central, Anugangam, Aprayagam, Guptam, Bhokshanti Medinim. That is between stopping Anugangam, that is following the trajectory of river Ganga up to Prayaga. Yes, that was the land ruled by Sharsha actually. Like that, several information statements are there in our Puranas. This is only one small sample, sir. Small sample. Similarly, in the Markandeya Purana also, we find several examples. Now, with this just information about our Puranas, the greatness of our Puranas with respect to historical aspects, now we can see, yes, what are the generations starting from, after immediately Parikshit, Brihadratha, his son is Puranjaya, and Puranjaya was killed by his own minister Shunaka, so he started his own Vansha. Then his son is Prajyota, then Nandivardhana, etc. 5 generations. Shukayogi was telling these people, that generation, Nandivardhana group, they will be ruling for 138 years. That was mentioned very clearly in our Purana. 138, number of years also is mentioned. Then again, Sisunaga dynasty will run here. They will be running this country for 360 years. The names of the kings also he has mentioned, Kakavarma, Kshemavarma, Kshatrajna, like this actually, the names of the future kings with respect to that time, that also was mentioned. Similarly, Vidhisara, Ajatashatru, Darbhaka, Ajaya, Nandivardhana, Mahanandivardhana, Mahapadmanandi, these kings, it seems 8 kings they will be ruling for 100 years, that was mentioned in our Bhagavad Purana. We have to verify it. Then Karmaka dynasty, 9 kings, also called as Navanandas. A Brahmin will end the above dynasty. That much only is given. Who can be that Brahman? Chanakya. History, subsequent history has proved that Chanakya has destroyed that Nandavansha. He clearly mentioned here. That is part of our, and there is no, it is not Prakshipta Shloka. Prakshipta means some versions containing one thing, some versions not containing that. It is not. All the versions of the Talapatras of Bhagavata, all the versions are containing this statement. Undisputed statement. Similarly, next comes Maurya dynasty has mentioned. 10 kings they will be ruling for 137 years. Then Varisara, Bindusara, Vari means nothing but water. Bindu also is related to water. So normally we are told about Bindusara, but whereas it was mentioned as Varisara. And then Ashoka, Brihadratha, he is killed by commander. Shunga Pushyamitra, his dynasty for 10 Shungas, 112 years. Vasudeva dynasty, 350 years. Vrushala dynasty, 456 years. They are all mentioned in our Bhagavad Purana, 12వ స్కంధం. వీలుంటే మీరు తిరుగు భాగవతం చదవండి, ఇవన్నీ మెన్షన్ చేస్తున్నాం. తర్వాత Yavanas, again now comes the Muslim rule. Yavanas, 8, Barbaras, 13 generations. Then Gurundas, 13, Maunas. These people will be running for 1930 years. Then we have to revive our timetable actually, sir. Our Maurya dynasty started only about 2,200 years or 300 years, you say, but this doesn't fit it. So it is covering up to 5,000 years, because from that day onwards, covering. Normally, the only literature we are having is Vishra Satyanagari Purana Veri Granthamala. There he has mentioned all the list of kings who will be ruling this country after the Pandavas rule. We may have to correlate. Some complexities are there, but they may have to resolve with serious observation. Then Yavanas, they will be ruling for 106 years. Bhotanandas, children, and rulers of Bahlika, Sindhu region, Kashmir, Mlechas, Vidurapatis, as I mentioned, remote control rulers to rule part of this land. Then Kaushika Savot, this is one kind, sir. Then, up to this, with respect to the sages, names of the sages, he has found in our Puranas. We got one more source of information about our rishis, sir. When we perform Sanjavandana, at the end, Chatussagar Parintam, Go Brahmane, Jashubham Bhavatu, Kaushika Triyarshe, Pravaranita Kaushika, Gotra, like that, we will be mentioning about Rishi Pravaras. There is actually a small booklet which I could lay my hands. That has given the surnames and the Gotras also. There is a traditional information, nobody can deny it. Now, suppose who are the great rishis of that Pravara? Normally we say Kaushika Gotra. No, it is not correct. Kaushika Sagotra. Similarly, Vaishamitra, Agamarsana, Kaushika. Similarly, Kaundinya Gotra is there. Vasishtha, Maitra, Varna, Kaundinya. Haritas Gotra, very popular, very famous. It is Angirasa, Ambarisha, Yavanasha, like this. So we got a lot of information. Thus a lot of historical information is available in our Vedas, Puranas, itihasas and traditions also, sir. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to make a small presentation on these literatures. Any questions? Thank you, sir. Namaskar.
Thank you very much, Sivananda garu. We were thinking that Vedas have the Rishi Pravaras, an independent lineage, and then you can find independent lineages from Puranas and Itihasas. But no, he has taken Itihasas, Puranas, and Vedas together. And this is a wonderful idea that we should take these three genres of literature to build up the history of our remote past. Thank you, Sivananda garu. And I think with your help, we can proceed further on this line. Thank you very much, sir. Now, may I request Nilesh Neelakant Oak ji to come over here. He takes us to Ramayana. So before that, we can have a wonderful song. Your name?
विश्व में गूंजे हमारी भारती, विश्व में गूंजे हमारी भारती, विश्व में गूंजे हमारी भारती, विश्व में गूंजे हमारी भारती। जन जन उतारे आरती, आरती, धन्य देश महान, धन्य हिंदुस्तान। जन जन उतारे आरती, आरती, धन्य देश महान, धन्य हिंदुस्तान। विश्व में गूंजे हमारी भारती। लक्ष्य की पहचान करने इस दरा के पास आया, लक्ष्य की पहचान करने इस दरा के पास आया। भूमिया हर दलित को पुचकारती, हर पतित को उतारती। भूमिया हर दलित को पुचकारती, हर पतित को उतारती। विश्व में गूंजे हमारी भारती, विश्व में गूंजे हमारी भारती। थैंक यू।
Nilesh ji.
Where do I have to point to for them to work? Like point towards any specific direction? No, it should work. Oh. Namaskar everyone. I think I am between you and the tea time possibly. The afternoon is the tough one, but let's make it as less serious as possible. Thank you everyone for coming. So you listened to the summary of a Puranas, very fascinating. In fact, that gives me a good segue for what I'm going to cover. The Itihasa and Purana. Many times when we talk about it, we say Itihasa Purana. You know, they come closer. Indeed, there is a difference, but the difference is minor. Since I brought that subject, I'll mention what I think the difference is. You can think of a difference between the Itihasa and Purana is similar to the gold shop, the jewelry shop, and the gold mine. Okay, the gold mine has gold, but we have to do a lot of work, remove a lot of stuff, the dirt, and the gold remains. Purana is kind of like that. It's not in a purified form. The gold is there, we know that. In comparison to that, when it comes to Itihasa, it's close to a pure gold. Maybe not 99.99, but close to it, maybe 97%. Okay, so what's the problem when it comes to our epics, the Itihasa? There might have been many other Itihasa texts in our Sanatana tradition. But today, what we have survived with is only two. Can you name them? Mahabharata and Ramayana. Those are Itihasa. What is Itihasa? Just like the Ramalela Garu gave a wonderful definition of Puranas. You know what Purana must have. These 5 things must be check. Then only it qualifies as a Purana. Itihasa, again there are many definitions. But as a summary, they point to the same thing. It says Dharmartha Kama Mokshanam Upadesham Samanvitam Purva Vruttam Katha Yuktam Itihasam Prachakshate. Basically, it's a guidebook. It's a guidebook for what? For 4 Purushartha, Dharma, Artha, Kama, Moksha. How is this guidebook created? Purva Vruttam, an existing historical event is taken, Katha Yuktam, it is narrated in a Katha form so that it grips your attention, but it makes you think. It's not an idle reading. Purva Vruttam Katha Yuktam Itihasam Prachakshate. How many of you are, say, business graduate like MBAs in the room here? Few. Okay. How many of you are medical doctors? All right. How many of you are lawyers? Very good. Okay. So about this, everyone is there from these 3 professions. So I cannot bluff about these 3 subjects. But something is common about this, and of course many other areas. When we are taught this in the school, our professors make use of the case studies. Agree? Those lawyers, doctors and business MBAs, they make a use of case study. What happens in case study? All the information is not given. You are made to think. And sometimes one person or one group may think in a certain fashion, other team may think in a completely different fashion. But if their logic is correct, if their thought flow is correct, if their evidence is there, they both actually might get A grades. That happens all the time. Okay, so your thought process is checked. That's what is done through Itihasa. Purva Vruttam Katha Yuktam Itihasam Prachakshate. But for what? Upadesham Samanvitam. This is to be used as a case studies. It's an encyclopedia of a case studies. Okay, but our problem we are going to look at now. Many people, the previous one, they talked about the genealogies, beautiful genealogies. That should tell you that this is a history. Okay, we have the history. In this case, I am going to talk about the problem of the dating of Ramayana and dating of Mahabharata. Now, I will explain you why that is important. So, what is the problem? If you look at the existing scenario as a broad area, if you look at Mahabharata and look at those numbers, there are more than 100 different researchers, both in the East and the West, who have claimed Okay, the dating of Mahabharata anywhere from 7300 BCE to 400 CE. 7300 BCE is one of the great astronomers of India, Shankar Balakrishna Dikshit, S.B. Dikshit, if you have read the history of Indian astronomy. He did not say 7300, but he said if we make these assumption, it leads us to 7300. Who made the assumption of 400 CE only 1600 years ago? Professor Hopkins of Harvard. Maybe one evening he was sitting with a glass of red wine and thought of maybe I should date Mahabharata. Other than saying 400 CE, there is absolutely no evidence of any kind for that nonsense of 400 CE. Okay? But it's there because it came from Harvard. Everyone says must be right, or at least we should. Nileshji, explain why Hopkins is wrong. No, I don't need to do that. Okay? Ramayana, same thing. How many of you think Ramayana happened at least million years ago because it happened in Treta Yuga? You can raise your hands. Thank you. I will not hold it against you. Millions of years, multi-million years, because somewhere in Puranas you read 24th Manvantara, 28th Manvantara, Yuga and so on. That's why I said it's a gold mine. It's not a gold shop. We need to understand what is 24th Manvantara, 28th Manvantara and so on. I'm not going to go there, okay? Or Yuga, not so much Manvantara, Yuga, Mahayuga, something like this. Rigveda, we will hear, depending on the position you take, Apaurushaya, that means they are not composed by human beings and so on, or they are revealed to human beings, but still the question is if they are revealed to the rishis, when they were revealed, okay? That comes into picture. So you will hear they are timeless, I'm sure you have heard that, all the way to 1200 BCE. Who is that? Another, a cousin brother of Hopkins, okay, sitting with maybe brandy or something and coming with 1200 BCE. If you want to understand Vedas, we need to understand Vedangas. Without knowing Vedangas, we cannot understand Vedas. And even after knowing Vedangas, you may not understand Veda. How many of you have read Rigveda? Okay, those are a lot of honest folks in the room, yes. Actually, even if you start reading, now of course some of the great guys have read it, but if you start reading, you are going to stop in less than 5-10 minutes. Okay, it's for most of you it doesn't make sense. Me included, so I'm not putting you down in any fashion, okay? But what is so amazing about our tradition is something that we truly don't understand, and this is not a modern problem, by the way. In Mahabharata, we have references that many people did not understand Vedas. Or there is a description that Narad Muni understood Vedas better. So when Narad Muni is coming saying, please ask him about the Vedas because he understands Vedas, which means others don't understand as much. So there is a description, but somewhere we felt, I may not understand it, but there is something fascinating about this, and therefore I may not understand it, but let me just preserve this. This is a great tradition. I call it preserver of tradition. Like E equal to MC square, F equal to MA, I may not understand, but let me just write it down. Maybe somebody else will understand down the road, something like this. If you look at the 6 Vedangas, I don't want to go into the details. How many engineers in the room? Sorry, I don't want to forget the engineers. Okay. Engineers, okay? So if you are engineers, definitely the 3 words will pop at you: form, fit and function. You have studied that about any engineering machine part. Okay, the 6 Vedangas are nothing but form, fit, function and few more things. Foundation, fit, proper fit and time. If the part is moving, then the time. That's what these guys things are. So if you want to understand Vedas, you must understand these 6 Vedangas. One of the things that I want you to focus on is the time, which is a Jyotisha. In an Indian context, astronomy, Jyotisha is time. Please keep that in mind, okay? Let's do the Purva Paksha. And what I mean by Purva Paksha is this. Actually, I had a pleasure of talking to Mamadi Garuji, okay, and few others. And this was a wonderful thing. So, for example, Samshaya. Now, Krishna talks of Samshaya in Bhagavad Gita. That's a different kind of Samshaya. Everyone remembers? Samshayatma vinashyati, adnyasya ashraddha dhanasya samshayatma vinashyati. Why he says Krishna, it will lead to destruction? Because that is a samshaya of a mind. But if you read Nyaya Shastra, you also see Pramana, Prameya, Prayojana, Samshaya, Drishtanta, Siddhanta, Avayava, Tarka, Nirnayavada, Jalpa, Vitanda, Hetva, Bhasa, Chala, Jati, Nigrasthana, 16 elements. I just said those 16 elements just to impress you. Okay, I know something. But there is a word Samshaya in it. That Samshaya is not the Samshaya of a mind. That is a Samshaya of a Buddhi. And if I get time in a question answer or otherwise, I'll explain the difference between the Samshaya of a mind and Samshaya of a Buddhi. So Samshaya of a Buddhi is very useful. Without that, there is no progress. There is no growth of knowledge. So therefore, we have started with a problem. So we need to know what the problem is. But now see how the Samshaya comes into picture. Okay. So for example, this is the Purva Paksha. Suppose, I'm not saying you believe this, but suppose what you know at the top, epics referring to Ramayana and Mahabharata. How many of you feel, if you have studied, great. If not, how many of you feel that, look, this Ramayana and Mahabharata, they are coming to us from a long time. They were copied every 300, 400 years on the palm leaves and so on. How many of you feel or how many of you know that these texts have Patha Veda? You know what the Patha Veda means? The variations. Okay? Somasya Putra Abhidaya Tiryak. Somewhere it will read Yamasya Putra Abhidaya Tiryak. Exactly same place. But somewhere when the person is copying it, that sa has sort of, the ink has gone away. Ink has evaporated and you don't know exactly whether it's a sa or ya. Okay? So someone might say maybe it's a Yamasya Putra. Now Somasya Putra Abhidaya Tiryak, who may write Yamasya Putra? Maybe somebody who doesn't know about astronomy. That person doesn't know what to make sense of it. So yes, there are, epics has Patha Veda. Epic manuscripts also vary in descriptions. Have you heard of Southern manuscripts, Kumbhakonam manuscripts of Mahabharata? Okay, and then there is a Gita Press, and there is a northern description, Sharada script, Kashmiri manuscripts, and so on. There are hundreds of these. There are some variations. If you have that information, this information might lead you to believe that, hey, look, I want to know about the epics. In fact, that was a slightly, not exactly the discussion between me and Mamidi Garu, okay? So these texts actually maybe appear to be confusing, conflicting, unintelligible descriptions. There are unintelligible descriptions. You don't exactly understand what the person is trying to say because maybe there are modifications. We might say epics have gone through heavy interpolations. Epic evidence may not cover, the evidence may not come together to one date possibly. And epic evidence is open to interpretations. Like in Sanskrit, you know, the word can be translated in many different ways and so on and so forth. Okay? So if you believe that, it's possible that it may lead you to this feeling. I'm just telling you how the journey of a mind can take place if you are not careful. If your premise is wrong, or even if your premise is right, if your belief is wrong, how you interpreted that, it can lead you in a wrong direction. So it may lead you to feel something like this. Now, as I read this, please think in your mind, do you think like that about the epics, Ramayana and Mahabharata? For example, it may make you feel uncertain about the history in the epics. How many of you think that, you know what, maybe we know when Mahabharata happened, Ramayana happened, maybe we don't know, but how does it matter? Let's just focus on the Niti Shastra in it. Let's just focus on the wonderful lessons in it. Forget about the dating. How many of you honestly think like that? Who cares for the dating? Okay, very good. I won't hold it against you. I'll just tell you, you are wrong. Okay? The reason is, if you want to learn the context, Purva Vruttam Katha Yuktam, but Upadesham Samanvitam, you need to know the context. I'll give you a very simple example. In Ramayana, in Mahabharata times, when Chitravirya and Vichitravirya, everyone knows the two young sons of Satyavati, when they were very young, Bhishma was ruling on their behalf. When they became a bit elder, Bhishma went on their behalf to Raja of Kashi. Okay? He snatched two daughters of Kashi, came back to Hastinapur and got them wedded to Chitravirya, Vichitravirya. Okay? Now Bhishma is considered someone who understands Dharma. Bhishma is someone who is considered very virtuous. Krishna says Bhishma is someone who is qualified to recite Vishnu Sahasranam. Now help me. Can someone like you, including myself, can do that? You know, go from Vizag to some place, snatch two girls and come here and consider a virtuous person? No. The context is important, and the context comes with the time. Okay? Something that is contextual and appropriate at one time, Dharma Shastra say that. Dharma Shastras are not fixed. is different for different types. There are different types of vivaha, Gandharva vivaha, and all those 7 types of vivaha, okay? So to know that, we need to know the time. You may feel skeptical, you may feel inadequate, you may feel embarrassed in the sense of in front of somebody who is a non-Sanatani. He says, when did Mahabharata happen? Or says, oh my God, please don't ask me that question, or Ramayana, and so on. And what that leads to, possibly, your action. I don't mean your action, our action, anybody's action. You know, for example, when somebody asks you that question, it's not unusual that you'll hear careless and casual hand-waving about itihas aspects of epics, such as what I just said. You know, it doesn't matter, it's the values and blah, 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 that's what is important. I agree with you, the values are important. Without the time, place, context, desha, kala, patra, you truly don't understand, okay? Avoid primary evidence, and you will see that. For example, again, I'm not picking up on Mamidi Garuji, but he's saying, you know, for example, archaeology evidence, Professor B.B. Lal, he picked up painted graveware, pottery, and so on. That's like avoiding primary evidence. You are going and digging somewhere and finding some pottery, and the place happens to be Mathura, so you think it's from Mahabharata. So Professor B.B. Lal, Padma Vibhushan, possibly Bharat Ratna, I forgot. Did he receive Bharat Ratna? No, okay, Padma Vibhushan. I have all his books, by the way, great work. But he looked at Mathura, he looked at Kurukshetra, he looked at Hastinapur. In all 3 places, he found a certain type of pottery. He dated them to 1000 BC. He reached the conclusion, therefore, Mahabharata happened 1000 BC. In these 3 things, the first 2 stages are phenomenal work, a lot of hard work, digging, then dating, phenomenal work. The third one, just looking at those 3, they are similar and thinking they are from Mahabharata. That is absolutely wrong. What if you go today to Mathura, Hastinapur and Kurukshetra and find Apple phone number 6, whatever the phone is. And you say, oh, I know when the Apple 6 was around. That is 2003. So just because you find the similar objects in 3 places, will you say Mahabharata war happened in 2003? It is essentially the same logic that is being used there. So it may force you to avoid primary evidence. Actually, the blabber nonsense, and I'm using a very tough language for a reason, epics may have history, but they are not historical. Some great Indic researchers have said these statements. I don't know even what that means. Okay, or there may be historical, there is no history in them. Okay, let's go further. Method. What is the method? If you look at the science, Western science, this is the method. Best philosopher of science, Sir Karl Popper, says triangulation of explanation, prediction, testing, the middle triangle, in the context of a theory, in the context of background knowledge. It takes too long to describe the method. You know what Bhagwan Patanjali says in Yoga Sutra? I think somebody I was talking, he's an expert in Patanjali Yoga Sutra. The Samadhi Pad, number 7, 8, 9, Pratyaksha, Anumana, Agama, Pramanani. And if you don't follow the method, Viparyayo, Mithyadnyanam, Atadrupa, Pratishtam. And if you don't have evidence and you still speculate, evidence doesn't exist, but you want to say something, Shabda Jnananupati Vastu Shunyo Vikalpaha. If you have some speculation but there is no evidence to go with it, it leads to confusion, delusion, and so on. Samadhi Path 7, 8, 9. Or if you go to Nyaya Shastra, Pratyaksha, Anumana, Upamana, Shabda Pramanani. Okay, on a lighter note, this I call this doubt clearing machine. Have you heard of our Rahul Gandhi saying, you know, ek side se alu dalo, dusre side se sona nikalo? It's possible here. Okay, actually magically this is so powerful, you can put the potato on one side and if you are lucky, the gold may come out on the other side. Okay, that's the doubt clearing machine. Quickly, methodology, epistemology, ontology. Don't want to go into the details, just to give you a sense of what goes behind when somebody does a research. And this is not applicable just to me, this is applicable to all the 18 odd folks that you are going to listen over the next 2 days. You start with the manuscripts. How are you going to decide? Do you take Kumbakonam manuscripts or do you take the Gita Press manuscripts, or both, or critical edition? You have to make a decision. What about the Pathabheda? How are you going to deal with them? Translation errors, and go on. I won't read through the list. But if you make fixed decisions, if you make solid decisions and you report them, what those decisions are, so that other can critique you. You want other people to come and criticize. So when Mamidi Garu comes, I'm always delighted, you know, somebody likes that. I want somebody to come and critique and say, I don't agree with this and here is why. Vade vade jayate tattva bodho. You know, through that discussion, through that wonderful synthesis, our knowledge grows up. So if you simplify some of these things, make such decisions like the way I showed it on the previous page. See, last highlighted ones are my decision. You know, the highlighted one is how I decided to proceed further. If you do that, actually the complex problem becomes a somewhat simpler problem. Okay, now when you focus, that's what samadhi is. You know, dhyana, dharana, samadhi equal to sanyam. If you are trying to focus on when did the Mahabharata war happen, suddenly you shouldn't get interested in Draupadi Vastraharan. It's important, but not when we are trying to figure out when did the Mahabharata war happen. But when I give a lecture on when did the Mahabharata war happen, people ask me question about Draupadi Vastraharan or Jayadratha and solar eclipse and so on and so forth. Okay, so you can simplify this, and if you further simplify, it may become a one-dimensional problem as to when did the Mahabharata war happen, let's say. What I showed for Mahabharata, it applies to Ramayana and so on. The method that I just showed you, again, not to take your time, but if you look at it, you propose a theory to solve a problem, then based on a theory, you look for the evidence. Within the evidence, you look for the crucial evidence. Crucial evidence is like a decisive evidence, you know, nirnayak saksha, decisive evidence, okay? Then you want to solve, look at all this evidence, bring it together to see if you can solve the puzzle. Does it converge towards one date or something? And of course, you get the time. And then if you are successful, you see, is there some additional evidence besides what I just looked at, which also supports it? Just like you build a model, and to test the model, what do? You go and actually test it in the real practice or look for additional data, you know, something like this. Now, those 6 steps are exactly similar to Vedangas. This is how consistent you will find the parallels, okay? All right, let's get into it. A better theory, and this is the slide I may come back to if you ask, if you get to question answer. So I started with the first problem, P1. When did the Mahabharata war happen? When did the Ramayana happen? The TT refers to tentative theory. I proposed a theory in both cases. I'll tell you what it is. Once you propose the theory, you look at the evidence, try to see if you can test it. And why are you doing it? To see if you can eliminate the error. Okay? The evidence is telling something. You see, it gives me certain answer. Another piece of evidence, it gives me certain answer. Is it taking me towards something solid, or is it going in all different directions? Then I'm at a loss. But when you are successful, do you know what happens? You solve that problem, like when did the Mahabharata war happen? But actually that's not the end of it. When a revolutionary theory takes place, successful theory happens, it solves that problem, but it gives birth to bigger problems of higher complexity. Okay, those of you for whom these names are familiar, Copernicus, Galileo, Tycho Brahe, Kepler, Newton, Maxwell, Faraday, Einstein. You see the journey from Copernicus to Einstein, for example, it is getting improvement. They are going through this cycle, P1, TT, EE, P2. The P2 becomes a P1, again TT, EE, P3. P3 becomes here P3, TT, EE, P4. That's how the improvement has taken place. All right, so why only Bharat has Itihasa? This is very important. About 5 years ago, before COVID, I was presenting at the Oxford conference, you know, on Surya Siddhanta, and some of you might have seen those lectures. Beautifully organized conference, like 2 sessions of 20 minutes, and then they give you 90 minutes to discuss. Vade vade jayate tattva bodho. Fight as much as you want over sandwiches and chips. Okay. So when that session came, one of the Chicago professor, totally unstabilized, rattled and angry and frustrated, came to me and he said, but you don't have history. That you meaning you, Indians, you don't have a history. Now you of course handle in a different way, so I just wanted to handle him in a certain way. I said, actually you are right. Yeah, we don't have a history. I said, we have a itihasa. And he said, what is that? Like, you know, and then we went on. But my point is, after that I got to thinking, I said, not only we have itihasa, but actually only Indians, only Sanatana tradition has a itihasa. And I want to take 2 minutes to explain why that is so. Imagine going back thousands and thousands of years ago, we don't know exactly when, some incident happened, just like say some incident happening today, and we want to preserve it for the posterity. so that 10,000 years from today, they can exactly know what happened here. What are some of the things we need if we want to preserve that information? We need 3 things. I'll give you a clue. We need a language. We need a language that is very able, capable, but also which has a low to no drift. What I mean by drift is, if you look at Shakespearean English, which is not many hundred years ago, 200-300 years ago, 2 centuries, 3 centuries, we don't understand. You know, we have a counselor from UK here, but you know, people have to actually take courses in Shakespearean English to understand what Shakespeare is saying. So within that 2 to 3 centuries, language drifted a lot. But let me assure you, I know there are Sanskrit experts here. How many of you have not studied Sanskrit as you are anywhere in the school, for example? Lots of you. For all of you, just to save time, I may not do this exercise, or I might do it when the verse comes there. I promise you, and you probably know this, if we pull a Sanskrit verse from Ramayana or Mahabharata, a random verse, and we together work on it, those of us, me included, who have not studied Sanskrit officially, I promise you, with the help of 2-3 folks, we will able to understand 70-80% of what it is saying. Why? Because there is low to no drift. Therefore, any person with one of the Indian languages as their first language, and most of the languages are Sanskritodbhav, they can quickly understand what's going on. Okay? So we need Sanskrit. Something else we need. If it's a history, we want to know when it happened. And remember what I said, astronomy is time. Okay? And we'll see why that is so. And the third thing, how are we going to transmit this knowledge? Of course, orally or in the written documents. But to maintain the authenticity of it, we need that Guru Shishya Parampara. That's what we have, the wisdom tradition, I'm calling it just for English translation. That is how it's in an authentic fashion, it's transmitted. There may be embellishments, but still it's authentic tradition. Okay? That's how it's coming down to us. So that is that Desha, Kala, Patra, time, place, and the context or the circumstances. Now see, the 3 things I told you, it's not that you don't know, but it's not obvious to you that these are the 3 things you need in order to have an itihasa. That's like all of you have a laptop. Unless Intel tells you with a sticker there, Intel inside, you don't know. You know, many people did not know the importance of Intel. Intel had to run a marketing campaign saying, guys, I am inside and this is very important. Without this, it doesn't run. So these 3 things that I mentioned are actually very crucial. Okay, astronomy is time. Let's look at Mahabharata. Crucial evidence, okay, and then a clinching evidence. What's the difference? My research started with this observation from a Mahabharata text. There are 300 astronomy descriptions in the Mahabharata, but I started with this one. Ya chaisha visuta rajas trailokye sadhu sammata arundhati tayapesha vasishta prushtata krita. Arundhati has placed her husband Vasishta behind. Okay, that was the beginning of feminist studies. No, just kidding. Okay, Arundhati is walking ahead of Vasishta. That's what Vyasa was doing at the time of Mahabharata war. Why is this such a big deal? You know, this is a star, by the way, not Arundhati and Vasishta as a husband and wife as a human beings. They were human beings. After them, the stars were named. Why such a big deal? It becomes a crucial evidence in the context. That's why you should know not only the time, but also the context. We are trying to find the time, so we need to focus on the place and the context. It is important because if you go outside tonight and look at the sky, and if you know where Arundhati Vasishta is, in the Saptarshi, you know, the 4 stars and the 3 tail stars, the middle star in the tail is the Vasishta. Next to that, there is a small star, that is Arundhati. If you see how they are going around the North Pole, you will see Vasishta is ahead, Arundhati is behind, which is exactly opposite of what Vyasa is saying at the time of Mahabharata war. So that's how my journey started in 1994. And I'm also engineer just like you. I'm a chemical engineer. So in my chemical engineering cockiness, I would say, I thought I will take a couple of weeks to figure this out. Then it took me 15 years from 1994 to 2009 to figure this out, the meaning of this one verse. Okay? Now when I did, this is the outcome. Do you know what it said? Actually in the past there was a time when Arundhati could be seen walking ahead of Vasishta, the way Vyasa is saying at the time of Mahabharata war, but that only happened sometime after 11,000 BC, sometime before 4508 BCE. This is empiricism, this is testing, this is science. Now comes the logic. If Vyasa is saying at the time of Mahabharata war, Arundhati is walking ahead of Vasishtha, and modern astronomy is telling us it can only happen after 11,000 BC and before 4500 BC, what does that tell you about the timing of Mahabharata, if this is true? It happened in between. It did not happen in the last 6,500 years. Are you with me? But then somebody will say, come on, but that could be just a coincidence. I mean, there are many other things, you know, can happen. Well, what if you look at, I'll come to this. There's another guy after, sorry, forgive me. I don't know why this happened here. But there was after me, there was a person named Chara, 2019. This is the kind of samshay is required. He said, Nilesh is saying this, let me check if what he's saying is true. Okay, I forgot his first name. Maybe it's there somewhere. So in 10 years after I did this, he actually looked at the latest and greatest of the NASA Jet Propulsion Lab data and tried to re-verify. And do you know what he found out? With a more precise data, actually that time interval even shrunk. So instead of 11,000 to 4,500, now it is 10,248 to 4,636. Shrunk by 1,000 years. So only Mahabharata war happened there. Okay, I know it's a bit tough. Okay, so this is where I finally found the date. So I'm just placing it for your reference. So the 5561 BC is the answer, but I'll show you how I came to that. So one reference can be coincidence. What if Bhishma Nirvan, everyone knows about Bhishma, he fell down in the battle on the 10th day of the war, and then he was there until the day of Uttarayan, or the day of winter solstice. So, sorry? Yesterday was a Bhishmashtami. Yes, very good. Okay, and so that he was waiting there until the day of Uttarayan. Now, Mahabharata reference, if you look at it, I will not go into the details. What it tells you, using astronomy, the war began in Margashirsha. Today, 21st December, we have a Margashirsha. And Bhishma, Mahabharata tells us, was on the bed of arrows for more than 95 days. Okay, so if you take that information, it tells you, just purely based on Bhishma Nirvan, that the Mahabharata war can happen only before 5000 BC and only after 6700 BC. Now do you see the consistency? Because this time interval also fits within the Arundhati Vasishtha time interval. Are you with me? Yes, no? So we are going in a consistent direction. Now I'm going to fast forward. Okay, this is perceived sense of complexity. Okay, not to deliberately confuse you, but just to speed up through the evidence. Now I said Mahabharata has 300 plus descriptions. Before what I just showed you, I used about 100 descriptions out of 300. What I'm showing you on the screen is additional 50 descriptions. Do you know what they are? They are the descriptions about the planets. Okay, all the 5 planets, sun, moon. How does that description comes? Samvatsara sthainancho graha prajvalito ubhau vishakhayo samipasto brahaspati shaneshcharo shukram proshtapadam purve samaruya vishampate uttare tu parikramya sahita pratyudikshite dhruvam prajvalitam ghoram apasavya pravartate chitra swatyantare chaiva dhishtita parushagraha vakran vakram krutvam cha sravane pavaka brahma rashi samavrutta lohitango vyavasthita. This is just to impress you. My point is, there are about 50 such astronomy descriptions related to planets. I'll just take one. Shukram, we want to do this exercise? We can translate this, guys. Let's see. Okay? And we might do 2. Shukram, everyone knows what it is? Venus. Proshtapade purve, purve proshtapada. Purva bhadrapada. Shukram proshtapade purve. Sama aruya vishampate. Shining next to Purva bhadrapada. Uttare tu parikramya. Parikrama, everyone knows parikrama? By turning towards the north, it made a parikrama. Uttare tu parikramya sahita pratyudikshite. Who? Venus did it near Purva Bhadrapada. Samvatsara sthainancho, samvatsara for a year, sthainancho, graha prajvalito ubhau. 2 planets, ubhau, multiple, are becoming very bright. Vishakhayo samipasto, nakshatra Vishakha, in the vicinity of nakshatra samipasto, Vishakhayo samipasto, Bruhaspati Shaneshcharo. Can you help me? Jupiter and Saturn. There you go. Sanskrit is not difficult. Okay? Alright. So out of this, take these 50 descriptions. If you keep on doing this, they take you to that specific year within that time frame of 1500 years or 5000 years. That year is 5561 BC. Let's quickly do Ramayana. Similar. Now this should be fast. This one line, there are 6 references from Ramayana. Okay? When Ram, Lakshman, Sita are in Panchavati and Hemanta Rutu comes, Lakshman describes the entire 24-hour time period. You know, right before the sunrise, then the morning, then the noon, then the afternoon, then the evening, and again the descriptions through the night. Sunset time comes, Lakshman says, Nivrutta Akasha Shayana Pushyanita Himaruna. The sun is retiring, setting near Nakshatra Pushya at the time of Hemanta Rutu. Today, if you look at during the Hemanta Rutu, which is what, November, December, you will see the sun is near Purvashada, Uttarashada, Mula Nakshatra. How many? Okay, that's like astronomy 101. You know, if you know that it's a 26,000 year cycle, if you make use of it, it tells you you have to go back at least about 14,000 years ago. So that the statement of Lakshmana comes out true. Nivrutta Akasha Shayana Pushyanita Himaruna. When the southern party is searching for Mother Sita, now do you know when they left? Wali was killed at the beginning of rainy season, if you remember. Aranyakand, Kishkinda Kand. Therefore, they were staying there just outside Kishkinda during the rainy season. There are beautiful descriptions of it. Then the Sharad Rutu comes, Vanara parties come together, they are divided into the 4 and they go in the 4 direction. Sugriv gives them a limit of 1 month. All other parties come fast. The long descriptions don't come because they did not find Sita. But the southern party, there are descriptions. 1 month has gone by, another month has gone by. They have gone through the Hemanta Rutu, they have gone through the Shishir Rutu. And finally, Vasanta Rutu comes. So they left at the Sharad, like our Diwali time. And now our Ugadi time has arrived. And they're still searching for Sita. And Angad is frustrated. He says, I'm not going back to Kishkinda. Sugriv will kill me. He says, I'm going to just sit here and do the upavas. Okay? He says, Vayam Ashvayuje Masi Kala Sankhya Vyavastita Prastita Sopi Chatita Kimatah Karyamuttaram. This is the time of our Vasanta Rutu and the month of Ashwin, even that is passing away. How are we going to accomplish our mission? So these are the ones. So one I showed you. Is there a light here? If not, so that bottom here is that Nivrutta Shayana, Vayam Ashvayuje Masi, and you can keep on going around and fill these 4 cardinal points. One more. How many of you, if I take you to the night sky, will able to show me where the pole star is? Just that's it? More? One more time? Okay, very good. So you know how to look at the pole star. If you know your latitude, right? You look in the northern direction and you do high Hitler at that level, you know, at that angle, and you see the pole star. What is the name of the pole star? Polaris. Today's pole star, we call it Polaris. Ramayana is telling us, at the time of Ramayana, there was a pole star, actually a bright pole star, but it was not Polaris. It tells you that verse at the top. This is Lakshmana saying it to Rama when they leave from Kishkinda. Brahma Rashir Vishuddhasya Shuddhasya Paramarshya Archishmantah Prakashante Dhruvam Sarve Pradakshinam. The Saptarshis are making a round around the bright pole star. The name is Brahma Rashi. Brahmyam Nakshatra Samavrutta. The Nakshatra whose deity is a Brahma. What is that? Vega, Abhijit, Brahma Rashi. When was Brahma Rashi or Abhijit a pole star? How many of you have like a decent knowledge, you know, more than 50% marks level of astronomy? Raise your hand. Nobody, so I can bluff. No. Okay. If you close your eyes and if you understand just astronomy 101, you can tell the last time Brahma Rashi Abhijit was a pole star was 12,000 BC. If you want very precise answer, that's how precise astronomy is. 12,048 BC. You can be that precise if you want. Okay. Like a vernier caliper, you know. So if you put all these 6 things together, it takes you to 13 millennium BCE, okay. And then within that 4,000, 5,000 time period, again, here also 4,000, 5,000 years, how do you find out a particular year? Again, that comes from the same reference that Lakshmana says. When they are leaving for Kishkinda, he says, Nairuttam Nairutanam cha nakshatram abhipidyate moolam moolavata spashtam duppyate dhumaketuna. A comet has come near Nakshatra Mula and especially afflicting it. How many of you are aware of the child labor being used around the world? Yeah, I'm guilty of it. When I was researching this, our daughter was like a 6-year-old, you know, and she was very good at the video games. So I put it in front of the astronomy software, the simulation, and it says, okay, Arya, just look through this. Anytime a comet shows near Mula, stop it, call daddy. Okay, so actually I made her do this, and she was just like, okay, daddy, is this that the comet you are looking for? But actually the comet does shows up. That's the year 12,209 BC. That's the year of Ram Ravan Yuddha. Once, see, this is, do you have this experience? How many of you play with a jigsaw puzzles or a crossword puzzle? Initially when you start, thank you, initially when you start, it looks like, I don't know if I'm going to be successful. But once you get 3-4 words, then suddenly all the clues starts coming up. It's like that. So once you get 4-5 clues here, you know where to look for 13 millennium BC, then you get the specific year, you look at additional evidence, you solve the jigsaw puzzle, you solve the crossword puzzle, okay? And that's how it was solved. Ram was born on 29 November 12,240 BC and so on. So if you want to remember as a summary of it, sorry, the PowerPoint is getting a bit distorted, but I'll give you the formula. Easy to remember for the exam. There will be exam today just after my talk is over. If you want to simply remember this, okay, if I ask you how old is our civilization, people say millions of years, or usually they give another bad answer, 5,000 years old. Everything is 5,000 years old. That's very wrong, useless, stop saying it. What we know here is this, as a simple mnemonics. If somebody asks you, when did Mahabharat war happen? You may not remember 5561 BC, but you can say more than 7,000 years ago. Can you say that? If somebody says, assuming you trust what I have done and read my books or listen to my videos. My video actually does a lot of good, by the way. Even if you don't understand astronomy, if you start watching them at the bedtime, you get a very good night's sleep. Next thing you know is the morning. Okay? So if somebody asks you, when did Mahabharat war happen? More than 7,000 years ago. When did Ramayana happen? Remember, 12,000 BC, more than 14,000 years ago. And because of time, I'm not going to go there. But based on the Saraswati evidence, river Saraswati evidence, and the descriptions of it in Mahabharata, Ramayana, but also Rigveda, like Naditame, Ambitame, Devitame, Saraswati, we can say that Rigveda definitely happened, occurred, composed more than 21,000 years ago. I did not say it was composed 21,000 years ago, definitely more than 21,000 years ago. Just an easy way to remember, 7,000, 14,000, 21,000. Good? If only one thing you can take out of this, I would consider my portion, Professor Sudarshan Raoji, as a successful, okay, for myself. Multidisciplinary evidence, and that is when Mamidi Garuji and we were saying, okay, so hey, you have done this in a celestial. What about archaeology? What's here? Okay? We also have Pindi Brahmandi, we say, you know, whatever is the microscopic is also seen in the macroscopic. Galileo showed celestial is equal to terrestrial. Just like terra is like also uneven, the celestial is also uneven. The moon also has ups and downs, okay? Multidisciplinary evidence, now it doesn't have to be always on the ground, but this is on the ground. But where is the archaeology data? And Mamidi Garu, I did not create this slide after talking to you. Okay? I'm just picking on him just for fun, you know, just for the conversation discussion. This, so 5561 BC came from astronomy evidence, but pick any of these fields, and I'm just going to quickly show you two, just to manage the time here. Any of this, Rigveda chronology, Ramayana, I'll just mention Ramayana briefly. For example, Ramayana, everyone agrees here, Ramayana happened before Mahabharata? Yes? No? Okay, thank God, there are not many academics here. Yeah. Ramayana, you'll find so surprising that Mahabharata has Ramopakhyan, everyone knows that. But what some of you, actually it comes in a couple of times, but what some of you may not know, most of you may not know, that all the Ramayana heroes, Ramayana individuals, Mahabharata individuals, they are so familiar with Ramayana that while they are fighting, before even throwing another arrow, he says, the way Lakshmana killed Indrajit, I am going to kill you. These are the kind of quotations they are doing throughout the Mahabharata during the war. Okay? So they were that familiar. So that tells you the relative place. But I'm going to, so I showed you that astronomy there. That's what I did and come up with the dates. But I'm going to show you a couple others, oceanography and quickly genetics. Would you agree that these are archaeology, archaeogenetics, and oceanography is archaeology? Okay, quickly look at it. What happened to Krishna's Dwarka after the Mahabharat war? Anyone? Do you know how long was the time between the Mahabharat war and flooding and destruction of Krishna's Dwarka? Anyone? The answer is 36 years. Okay, Mahabharat says that. So let's do the math. 5561 BCE plus 36, but because it's BCE, we do minus. 5561 minus 36 gives you 5525 BCE, which is essentially, now I don't know you can read it properly, but if you go, this is the x-axis is a time scale and the y-axis is the sea level rise. Okay, the red vertical dotted line I have plotted at 5525 BCE. Do you see something there happening? A sudden sea level rise in the middle of 6th millennium BCE. Do you know how much? 15 meters. That's close to 50 feet. Okay, and it's not just a tsunami, guys. It's not like it went up and went down. It stayed there. In fact, the next millennium it went another 8 meters, total of 15 plus 8, 23 meters. Right in the middle of 6th millennium BC. And where is that happening? In the Arabian Sea, where the Dwarka is. If you are not convinced, let's go more. Okay, many others asked that. Mamiti Garoji just was being a representative of those folks. Where is the archaeology evidence? People ask me, I ask them, how much time do you have? How much time Professor Sudarshan Raoji is willing to give me to talk about archaeology evidence? We can be here until tomorrow morning. That much archaeology evidence exists, okay? If you look at this, this is from the West Indies, the cricket fans, you know, this is the one at the top, is from the West Indies there. Actually, you see for Ramayana, but I'll focus on the top, the line at the top, that is 5600 BC plus minus 130 years, 5525 falls there. Sudden 6.5 meter rise in the West Indies, 7 different locations, okay? Let's come to Great Barrier Reef. So the one here at the top right is the Australia, east coast of Australia. Do you see that sort of a light blue color band going up straight and then becoming flat after that? If you draw the tangent, most people know drawing a tangent against the curve. If you draw the tangent and kind of bring the light down, that line is 5525 BCE. Sudden sea level rise, so you are not only seeing in the Arabian Sea, you are seeing at the Great Barrier Reef. Come down, that bottom to the left. This is the formation of a Black Sea. See, if you are looking for it and if you are sincere, the evidence starts pouring from all different directions. This evidence came to me, that last bottom piece there, it's an interesting story, I'll make it short, from a prisoner in Tennessee prison. Okay, an American guy who I think had enough time in the prison to read my book. Okay, so he sent me an email and actually sent me his photo with that prison dress and so on and so forth. And I wasn't even sure what he was talking about. So I asked him and he said, oh, that book also talks about 5500 BC. This is a work, that graph you see, 9 different scientific parameters, all saying a sudden sea level rise in the Middle Eastern Sea, the Mediterranean Sea and the Sea of Marmara, Aegean Sea, and then the water pressure breaking through the Bosphorus Channel in Istanbul and pouring salt water on the other side into a sweet lake. Now it is a Black Sea. Do you know when that happened? You can take a guess now. What year do you think that happened? The answer is 5525 BC. This is a work of Ryan and Pittman, 2 geologists from Columbia University. Okay, that's that. If you come here to, not far from here, go south down to Pumpuhar. This is the work of Professor Ramaswamy, 2020, very fresh. So there were these many ports, they were going underwater as the sea level was rising, but sometime between 6000 and 4000 BC, and keep in mind 5525 is between the two. Not only the port number sea level rise was so much, not only the port number 3 was gone, but actually, do you see, like, I don't know if there's a light here, maybe this is, no? Is there? Okay, which one? Oh, star, yeah, I'm pressing that. No, that's fine, never mind. But do you see that vertical line is where the Pumpuhar port is right now, but from there inside until Mayuram, 10 to 15 kilometers inside, there was an ingression of water between 6000 and 4000 BC. That is that Krishna's Dwarka time. And it stayed there for next 2000 years. Mayuram, if you know the place, Kaveri Delta, it was a port for the next 2000 years. And then the water started receding again and came down to where it is today, the Pumpuhar. Okay, I'll go fast through this. This is very, very fascinating. Fascinating for a different reason. Because if I wouldn't have told about my date and you have not listened to it, or if you don't believe it, the typical date every one of you would have heard when Mahabharat war happened. Can you tell me approximately how long ago? 3102 BC, which means 5000 years ago. Okay, so I will tell you two things. There are 300 specific astronomy observations in the Mahabharata text. Not any, even a single observation out of those 300, either individually or even if you put together as a group, not even a single piece of astronomy evidence from Mahabharata text will take you to 3000 BC. Forget 3000 BC. It will not take you anywhere from 4000 BC to 2000 BC. Okay? If you are not convinced, it remains open challenge. We can do the debate. Okay? But now I want to show you the terrestrial evidence. This is from Indonesia. What you are reading on the x-axis is the time, y-axis is the sea level rise and whatnot. Start from my side, from the right. That first dotted line is that 5525 BC. You see that peak there? Something is happening, tsunami, sea level rise. It's for a different reason. Because of time, I will not go into it. But now come towards our time. You see another tsunami, another sea level rise, tsunami. Until when? Until you see until 3500 BCE. And then do you see a horizontal line in between? This is from 3500 BCE to 1500 BCE, which contains 3000 BCE, 3102 BCE. During that, whatever 3005 to 1500, whatever the 2000 year time period, there is no sea level rise, there is no tsunami. Okay, there is no conspiracy between me and these guys who did that research in Indonesia. Okay, in fact, they did this research after the 2004 tsunami. They were trying to study that and they found this evidence. Okay, so the Krishna's Dwarka, where is archaeology evidence? I showed you like 4 or 5 places. Actually, there are 30 different places around the world. It was truly a global event. Each of these date is splitting out, shouting 5525 BC. 3 Atlantis, I'll skip that. You know, that chart shows 3 Atlantis. So actually, Ravana's Lanka is a in our Sthala Puran, there is a description that Ravana's Lanka also went under the water. But because of time, I will skip through that. Okay, let's one more and we'll stop. Genetics. You will love this. Okay, Mahabharat war. Okay, 18 Aukshohini male warriors. Everyone agrees with that? Now, if you do the math based on a Mahabharata text, do you know how many people, how many men fought? These days Indians are not into fighting that much, but you know that time. How many men? 18 Aukshohini comes to 40 lakhs or 4 million men. And those 4 million men practically were gone, dead in 18 days. You follow what I'm saying? This is Mahabharata descriptions. So suddenly what do you think what happened? Very few men, many more women. So the progeny that is happening after, the genetic signature of a Y chromosomes into that is what? A bottleneck of Y chromosomes. You follow what I'm saying? Okay. Now let me show you this. Now this looks like a conspiracy theory, by the way. But that graph there, the Y-axis is the ratio of female diversity into the genes to male diversity. Okay. Now if nothing is happening, what should happen? If nothing is happening, like you know, the number should be around 3. Like you see that line, we are going to read from left to right. That number is around 3. Do you see that? The blue line going around 3. Do you know why 3? Just please, I know it's afternoon, please give your best. If when a baby is formed, a woman has a combination of genes X and X, are you with me? A man, X and a Y. So a random combination of a man and a woman, the variation or the variety of the chromosomes we have is 3:1. You follow? That is that noise, those engineers, signal to noise ratio, that think of these 3 as a noise. So that's usually the case. But something magical happened somewhere, and I can tell you where it happened. Look at this tall peak going to 16. If you bring a line down there, it comes to 7,500 years ago, 5,500 BCE. A sudden something happened so that the male diversity shrunk so much. So in comparison to female genetic diversity, there is an absolute scale variation gap of 16:1. You follow? And if I want to do the relative, signal to noise is 16 divided by 3. You know where I got the 3 from? That's a number will be 5. So 5:1. Now the next question is, so we know a Y bottleneck, Y male chromosome bottleneck happened, a significant one, 16:1 or 5:1, 7,500 years ago. But you also want to ask one more question. Where? The place matters. What if I tell you it was India? Are you following what I'm saying? So look at this graph here. I don't know if it, sorry, what did I do? Okay. Look at the South Asia, the bottom one, which is sort of a dark green. And if you start following from the left side, the dark green is the first one, or the one that comes down the most line. It stays there the longest, and it is the last one to recover. Just to give you an analogy, if you find genetics a bit tough, if there is a, did I do something? No? No. Okay. Oh, yes. Okay. Right, no, that's fine, that's fine. Well, I was giving a metaphor of an earthquake, you know, the volcanic eruption there. So if there is an earthquake, that you hear about earthquake, immediately 3 questions you ask. You know, oh my God, oh, did you hear about the earthquake? You say, when did it happen? Where did it happen? And how intense was it? What was the Richter scale? Well, here, the Richter scale for genetic earthquake is 16:1 or 5:1. Where did it happen? It happened. Where did it happen? It happened in India, that South Asia green line, the first one to come down. It goes the deepest, stays there the longest, and the last one to recover. And when did it happen? 7,500 years ago. This is Monica Carmine paper 2015. Are we good? Okay. All right. So anyone interested in the books? This is not a marketing pitch, but many people ask me that question, and it's not easy to tell everyone where to. You can go to Amazon, you can go to subupublications.com, and my 3 books are there. When did the Mahabharata war happen? 12,209 BC. So no guesswork when Ramayana happened. Bhishma Nirvan. But also Dr. Shiva Shastri's Aryan migration myth, that's a good one, and also Yuganta. Because I know if there is a time for question answer, everyone is going to ask me about the Yuga and how come Ramayana can happen only 12,000 years ago. I know that, okay? So there is an answer in that Yuganta book. Quick summary, Ramayana, Mahabharata are our Itihas and points to sophisticated Indian civilizations more than 14,000 years ago. Remember, they both mention Rigveda. They both mention Vedas. So Vedas are long before that. Others may have history, good for them. Only India has Itihasa. Ramayana is a Niti Grantha, conviction in absolute moral values. Mahabharata is a Karma Grantha. Actually, Mahabharata is everything. But let's say Achara Saishnuta, you know, endurance in conduct. The foundations for Abhyudaya and also Nishreyasa. That is that Dharmartha Kama Mokshanam Upadesham Samanvitam. Okay? Vaisheshika Sutra says what? Yato Abhyudaya Nishreyasa Siddhi Sadharma. Okay? Ramayana and Mahabharata provide the context, but also the impetus for material, spiritual and social progress. Like we are looking for culture. Now if you are believing, you know, in your knowledge that actually something was there 14,000 years ago, you will start looking for evidence 14,000 years ago. And I assure you, you will find evidence just like I showed you for Mahabharata, you will show similar evidence for Ramayana. Like elephants with the 4 tusks. That's what Hanuman sees in Lanka. Those are the Gompothere. And they existed until about 9,000 BC. Okay? They provide enormous evidence and insights for the students of human evolution, agriculture, astronomy, genetics, technology, domestication of animals, domestication of agriculture, and so on. Quickly, the last one. If you get it, great. If you not, you can take it on a Shraddha. But this is a goosebump moment. Remember, I use astronomy, modern astronomy, software, mathematical calculation to figure out when Mahabharata war happened based on Mahabharata evidence, to figure out when Ramayana happened based on Valmiki Ramayana evidence. But actually, because there are two different types of phenomenon in astronomy. Long-term phenomenon, the precession of the Earth's axis. Short-term phenomenon, near Earth phenomenon is the planets and eclipses and so on and so forth. They are not connected with each other. Okay, the precession and planetary are not connected. But both type of evidence exist in both of our epics. So do you know actually what happens? The evidence of Ramayana and the evidence of Mahabharata act as a golden calibration standards to decide the efficacy, the validation of modern astronomy. Thank you.
So you have given us the confidence to build up the remote path.
Very good. Okay. Yeah, I must have gone over my time, so we can stop.
So, sir, now we have tea. It's the most welcome idea, isn't it? Let us have tea. And then be back here in just 15 minutes. And the next విష్ణుప్రియ లేకపోతే సుబ్బలక్ష్మి రావాలి. మీ ఇష్టం అది. లెఫ్ట్ యూ.
కార్ నంబర్ OD05AR 5294 ఎవరిదండి? కార్ నంబర్ OD05AR 5294. One, two, three, four.
Okay. Good. Fine.
वन्दे वन्दे भारत भारती मन्दाराधृममञ्जरी वन्दे वन्दे भारत भारती मन्दाराधृममञ्जरी वन्दे वैदिक गायकरूक्षृति स्पन्दितहृन्मधुजरी वन्दे वन्दे भारत भारती मन्दाराधृममञ्जरी वन्दे वैदिक गायकरूक्षृति स्पन्दितहृन्मधुजरी वन्दे वन्दे भारत भारती अशोकवर्धनदा नैतिकचक्रनिकेतना अशोकवर्धन धर्मप्रवर्तन नैतिकचक्रनिकेतना सत्यहिंसा समता भावन त्रिवर्णवन्दितचेतना वन्दे वन्दे भारत भारती मन्दारध्रुममञ्जरी वन्दे वैदिक गायकरूक्षृति स्पन्दितहरं मधुजरी वन्दे वन्दे भारत भारती
Now may I request Sri Conrad L.C. to come over here and speak to us. We are not saying limiting time for anybody. Okay. Okay. Good. Yes. Namaste, Vanakkam, or whatever you say in Telugu. So, yes, we can't go into too much detail into the foreign literary sources, though very generally that's exactly what I will do. But you see, there's so much here from the time that Westerners started meddling in India till today. Recently, you've had all these fashions of deconstruction and postmodernism and so on. In fact, Indians have played quite a role in it, like Gayatri Spivak, for instance. So, I mean, this is all very interesting. I'd love to go into that. The day when I have a bit more time, now I want to focus on the most important things. Aha. I was just being taught what to do here, but I don't seem to find it. Here we go. Okay. Okay. So, looked at from India, I come from the northwest. So here you are at about 20 degrees north in latitude, and about, 5 hours, 75, 80 degrees east, okay. And so Orientalism started mainly in France, Germany, Holland, and England, which is about 0 to 10, 15 degrees east, and about 50 degrees north, so that is to India's northwest. Now, actually, the Northwest has a bad reputation in India. You see, it spells trouble. The first invasion described in the Rig Veda is from the Druhyus. They don't really invade from outside India, but they invade in the Vedic territory from a bit farther to the northwest. The Vedic territory was in Haryana. These people come from Punjab. And so they get defeated by Mandhata. Then within the Vedas, you have a few battles, especially the Battle of the 10 Kings, which is, of course, to enemies from the northwest, namely the 10 Kings, defeated by King Sudas. In the Ramayana, Kaikeyi and her maid, who brings all the trouble, come from Kekeya, which is a country in West Punjab. Then in the Mahabharata, Gandhari, wrong spelling, Gandhari, that's her, and her brother Shakuni come again from the northwest. And then later all the invasions you see, come from the Scythians, the Greeks, the Kushanas, the Huns, the Turks a number of times, and they all come from the northwest. You see, there was never any Indonesian invasion or Mauritian invasion or Australian invasion. So watch out for the northwest. And therefore, be very careful with anything I tell you. There might be a trap in it. Okay, so let's talk about the West and some literary approaches from the West. And I know that as a fairly loyal representative of this Western approach, I always end up in quarrels with Sanskritists. So, you know, Western methods, you know, literary analysis go back many centuries, but essentially they are considered as satisfying modern criteria of scholarship from about the mid-19th century. That was the time of the German universities of von Humboldt. He was considered as the founder of modern academia. And in our field, the aim was to reconstruct things, and I quote, as they really have been. That is Leopold von Ranke's definition of history. So he's considered the father of modern history, not the father of absolute history. That, you know, does they consider Herodotus, who wrote a book called The Histories, and until then the word history meant investigation. Okay, so this modern approach often clashes with the Itihasa, Purana literature. Yet, both the names Itihasa and Purana suggest that they were actually doing something that we would recognize as history. So, yes, you see there are some rather strange, sometimes even science fiction type things in the epics, in the Puranas, but that is also true for history in Europe in the old days. You see, the histories of Herodotus are by no means history according to modern standards. You know, he also did a lot of hearsay, and some there are stories that are really, you know, strange to believe, like about all the creatures that live in India. And so you see, he did his best with the means he had at his disposal, but it was not modern history. And so the same counts for Itihasa, but you know, that's no reason to say with, for instance, Raji Malhotra, that Itihasa is something fundamentally different from history. I disagree. Those writers who called their own writing Itihasa or Purana, Purana is antiquity. You see, in Roman literature, this is also a genre, antiquities. So, you know, old histories. They clearly explained that they wanted to do history, that they wanted to tell things as they really have been. That's more or less the meaning also of Sanskrit of Itihasa. Thus it really was. So what they did write down was essentially historical to start with. So when an important, impressive thing had happened, they felt a need to report this to the next generations. And so they wrote down what they remembered. Partly this was incomplete, sometimes even wrong, depended on the information they had. Partly also, you should take into account their bias. And that may already happen at the very first moment. You see, when a traffic accident happens, the police questions the bystanders, already you're going to have slightly different versions. you're going to recognize that they are describing the same event, yet it will not be everywhere the same. Let's say that a driver has caused a big accident and so on. Among the bystanders is his mother. Very probably she'll give a far more favorable version, favorable for him, than another bystander would. So you have to take all that into account. The objectivity is not absolutely guaranteed, but at any rate, it's about a real event. And so today, if you write or read just testimonies, or even, heavy academic books written by professional historians, bias may be present. So that's you can of course do your best to avoid that as much as possible. It is going to be there. So this ancient core is quite true. You see, many secularists are going to say, oh no, Rama, that's all fantasy. Like I think the Congress party only a few years ago declared that Rama did not exist. Now, at some point it was fashionable to say that. Oh, did I do something? Please help. Yes. Ah, there it is. Thank you. Oh my God. What now? Yes. Okay, let's not play with this anymore. Okay. So in the 19th century, you had a period, like end of the 19th century, when it was, it looked good to poo-poo every tradition. And so, academics especially acted like, it's all fantasy. The ancient people had a lot of imagination and they didn't have critical thinking and so on. So what they a big example of those days is the War of Troy. So, the scholar said, oh no, this is just a story. And an amateur, not a historian, namely the retired businessman Heinrich Schliemann, who had earned a lot so he could finance a real expedition, he sent an archaeological expedition to the site more or less indicated by the poet Homer, and they found the city. Similarly, they heard about Hittites. Like in the Bible, there is several times mention of people who are Hittites. And so they said, well, we don't find any Hittites. This must also have been fantasy. Now, just at that time, in Anatolia, they find inscriptions. Then a few years later, they also decipher them. It's a Sumerian script, but it's a different language. It turns out to be an Indo-European language. And this is Hittite. Now, moreover, some of the names of the heroes of Troy are understandable if you read them as Hittite. And so Hittites really existed. And then later their main cities were dug up and so on. So again, the tradition turned out to be right. Well, so here the same thing counts. So to say, you see, these epics are all fantasy, that's superseded. That's obsolete. You see, the people who say that in India think that we are rational, we are progressive, and these ugly, vicious Hindus, you see, they don't understand it. No, you see, the tradition in this case is, has a part of the truth. So the skeptics say it is all fantasy. By contrast, you see, with skeptics there's little to discuss. I mean, they say it's not true, and that's the end of it. The traditionalists, they take it all literally. And so, see, they can come up with any line from the epics of the Puranas and use that as evidence. Look, it is written like this, so it must be like this. And us historians, it was mixed, like the histories of Herodotus. And that means, of course, a big burden of research work for us to sort of sift what is reliable, what is, you know, added later on, when was it added, why was it added, and so on. No. Yes. So our position is that the core of the epics is definitely true. So in the long king lists with which India distinguishes itself, you see, as many pro-India Western historians have remarked, India was great in every field except history. You see, when you study China's history, of every big event you have the exact date. And in India, you know, you have 5th century or maybe 4th century, and we don't know. You know, so in a sense, you see, it's quite a failure. Yet, then again, it has the king lists that go back farthest. And these king lists, you see, they laugh at them in the case of India, but in the case of Mesopotamia and Egypt, you could never have written a history of these regions without their local king lists. They're an extremely important source of history. It's also logical because in those cultures, this preserving of the name was extremely important. You know, as a famous Indo-European expression says, Kleos aftiton, or in Sanskrit, Shravas axitam, undying fame. This is what all the kings went for, undying fame. That's why they spent money on keeping a few poets employed to sing their praises, and ideally in a very pleasing form, so that their poems, their songs, would be remembered and repeated by the people generation after generation. So if they were to die, at least their name would live on. So these king lists were handled with great care. And so especially the Puranas, there is a lot of things that you can't really consider historical. The most historical, the most certainly historical part are the king lists. So in the king list of the solar dynasty, you have Rama. In that of the Yadava branch of the lunar dynasty, you have Krishna. You have, of course, first of all, the Vedic rishis. You have Bharata, the founder of the Vedas. So you see, that's all historical, and that can more or less be situated vis-a-vis one another. So that list was historical. And then some, you know, the basic events, the sort of skeleton of events, that is very much historical. So a war of succession in a royal dynasty is a very common thing in world history. So it also affected at one point the Bharata dynasty. Now, what does the rest consist of? You see, what is less historical? Now, first of all, you have embellishments, exaggerations, supernatural interpretations of events, or additions, you know, where supernatural elements are added that weren't there originally and that aren't really necessary for the story, but that make it, you know, more pleasing, or that may help explain something that otherwise would be hard to understand in those circumstances. Then, you know, this is really a hard test for historians. You have historical episodes, but that are not about the history that the epic is about. And so in the Mahabharata you have a number of examples. So you have this war of succession in the Bharata dynasty, which is at a particular date. You see, given my discussion with Nilesh Oak. I will not go into that today. There is a discussion between him and me available on YouTube if you care to look it up. But so here you see the exact date is not important. But what is important is that at that date we have this episode of the War of Succession with the Kurukshetra battle. But we have other events that are also mentioned in there. Like, we have mention of the Yavanas, the Romakas, the Chinas. Now you see, the Romakas were known only in India around the time of Christ, the Greeks a few centuries earlier, but not as early as the Mahabharata battle. The Chinas, you see, the name China has been created in China only in about 230 BC. So then it took some time before it reached India, and so it was definitely very much too late to be at the time of the Mahabharata war. In the Mahabharata war you have mention of the Cholas, the Pandyas and so on, dynasties that flourished, well, at least 1,000 years after the Mahabharata war. So these dynasties are very much historical, and some events that are described are historical. In some cases, we know that they were definitely not of the time of the Mahabharata. In other cases, there is room for doubt. For example, Krishna fights a war with Jarasandha from Magadha. Now, at that time, apparently Jarasandha is a great, powerful imperialist. Where do we know this from? You see, in the life of the Buddha, which is about 500 BC, very much after the Kurukshetra battle, we do find mention of a pressure that is exerted by Magadha on the neighboring republics, the Vajji Republic, you know, the Lichavis. And so we see at that time the Magadha kingdom expanding. And so this will lead to the creation of the Nanda Empire, then finally an almost all-Indian Maurya Empire. Now, did this happen at the time of Krishna? I am not so sure. It's not impossible, but you see, for that period we know very little about the Northeast. We only know this Vedic area in the Northwest. So here, you know, I leave it open. It is something to be investigated. Then you have elements about the individuals where, you know, if you read a report about an event, probably you're not going to know these details. It depends a bit on what, you know, what kind of medium you're dealing with. If it's some, you know, some social magazine, probably they're going to give attention to the fact that some person in some situations shed tears or had a laugh or whatever. Otherwise, you're not going to hear about it. You're going to only hear the events. Like here, for example, Rama liberates Sita. Now, see, feminist critics make a lot of the fact that he's quite cold against her. He says, you know, you do what you want. You see, I liberated you, I defeated my enemy, that's what counted for me. Now, you see, I think humanly, this is what a man in that situation might do. You see, for years, he has fought to get her back, he has fought to defeat Ravana. Then finally it succeeds. Now, first of all, we know from experience that when people have been heavily longing for something and then they get it, typically they fall into an abyss. They get depressed. And here in particular, you see, he's wondering, you know, what has happened to her in the meantime? You know, has she fallen in love with Ravana? Maybe he's better in bed than I am? Or something. I mean, he has his doubts. And so that's why he reacts by taking his distance from her. Then later, of course, they make up. But for an initial reaction, I think the description in the Ramayana is quite realistic. And so the people who say with Audrey Truschke that Rama was a misogynist pig, I think they just don't understand much of, human psychology. Then we get the really serious part, namely the insertion of ideological distortions. And here the famous example is the Shambhuka episode. You see, in the Ramayana, initially, caste is no issue at all. They never speak about it. Rama freely fraternizes with the Vanaras, the probably tribals or so. And then suddenly he hears, he doesn't even know much about it. Somebody tells him that this Brahmin boy has died because of some caste transgression, and he goes there and he asks no question, just, and then he immediately gets rewarded from heaven. You see, flower petals are rained down upon him and so on. So, it is not far-fetched to see this as a later interpolation from the time when caste has become an important feature of Hindu society, which initially it wasn't. And so then you see the later editors try to fortify this new ideology by invoking the authority of no less a person than Rama for this new institution that Rama himself never knew. There are cases where you don't really know. An example also in the caste sphere is Draupadi, who, spurns the attempts by Karna to go to compete for her hand in her Swayamvara, won by Arjuna, because she thinks he's of low caste. She doesn't know that he's actually a brother of Arjuna, and most people then don't know. But so, for caste reasons, she spurns him. At least that's the reading that the final editors give to it. Was this there in the original or not? Interesting question. Then you have the overlay of mythical elements. Now here there's something strange. These mythical elements usually don't come after the fact. You see, the fact happens, people try to make sense of the event, and then it dawns on them, oh yeah, this is something similar to that myth that we already know. For example, in the Mahabharata, it happens twice that somebody becomes almost immune, almost invulnerable, thanks to some magical act, namely Duryodhana can become invincible, no, not invincible, at least invulnerable, by exposing himself naked to the gaze of his mother, who has worn a blindfold for most of her life. So he does so, but Krishna convinces him that, this is no manners, to appear naked before your mother, at least wear loincloth. And so he does so, and then that's where later he gets killed. Then Krishna himself gets some kind of a balm, or how do you call it, something, unction, or how do you call this? It's not my world. That's smeared over him by sage Durvasa. And so this again makes him invulnerable. Unfortunately, while he is undergoing this treatment, he is standing on his feet. So the soles of his feet have not become invulnerable, and that's later where a hunter by mistake shoots him. Now we know this. This storyline is much older than the Mahabharata or even than the Rig Veda. It goes back to at least Proto-Indo-European. And
itself, you see, Proto-Indo-European is also the daughter of older languages. That far we can't see, but we know this story because it appears also in Greek and Germanic mythology. From the Greek, you certainly know the story of Achilles. You know, when he is born, his mother dips in a magic potion, but she holds him by his heel. So that's why his heel remains vulnerable, the Achilles heel, and that's where he gets killed. Then among the Germanic people, you have Balder, who wants to become invulnerable by getting all the plants to promise that any weapon made out of them will not hurt him. But you see, he doesn't get the promise from the mistletoe because he thinks, you know, it's too weak a type of plant. It's not hard enough to serve to make a weapon. And so then you see one of the gods on some occasions shoots him with an arrow made of mistletoe, and that kills him. And then finally, Siegfried, the dragon slayer, you see, after he's killed the dragon, he bathes himself in the blood of the dragon, and that makes him invulnerable. But an oak leaf falls on his shoulder, and so there he isn't invulnerable, and there later he gets killed. So we have here a common mythological motive that reappears in the Mahabharata. So I don't think that that was created, you know, in interpreting later the events of the Mahabharata, that was a mythological motive that was quite well known, and that the poets saw, you know, saw it as logical to impose that on that particular episode. Right. So this little explanation remains. I mean, here I have the impression that few people will have a need for this explanation, but I can assure you that there are quite a few who still stick to the inerrancy of Scripture. You see, if there are any people here from the southern United States, they will certainly know the concept of inerrancy of Scripture. You see, that's in Christianity the idea that the Bible is completely right. If you think there's anything wrong, it's that you haven't thought hard enough, because if you think hard enough, you will find a way in which this is true. So I think that the Scripture does not have that kind of perfection. It is very much a human product. So what does the West have to offer in studies of Hindu scriptures? So if the Orientalist intrusion has been good for something, it is to introduce the notion of change. And so this, for quite a few people, this is a very difficult notion, because they think that the whole tradition has been exactly as it is. Strictly speaking, they only say that about the Vedas. They say the Vedas is a revealed scripture, just like the Quran, and it exists already since creation or even before. It has always been like that, it has always been the same. It is, of course, a complete misunderstanding of scripture to bring it down to something as ordinary as history. So there are no human events in the Vedas. That's why you have, for instance, Arya Samaj translations of the Vedas, where systematically every name of a place or a river or so is given some symbolic interpretation, because they don't want this to be soiled with, you know, geographical or historical features. So you see, even for the Mahabharata, for the Shastras especially, you know, this belief in unchangingness is quite there. And even though the Shastras themselves make a provision for change. You see, at the end of the Manusmriti, it is said in so many words, well, you know, if some scholar well-versed in the spirit of the laws sees a need to change the letter of the law, he can do that. And so you see, the notion of change is already there, and you know, if ever you land in some debate with Muslims about the Sharia and so on, and so they use the Manusmriti against you, you know, it's important to point to that. In the case of the Sharia, no change is possible. Whereas in the Manusmriti, that provision is there. So it's not only that modern Hindus, you see, they have a distance towards scripture, they change it. You know, there you might say, yeah, but that's not really Hindu. You know, they are sinning against Hinduism, whatever that may be, even though that's what they're doing. No, you see, this is already provided for in Hinduism. So it's not that rigid. Nevertheless, this idea that it's, you know, eternal and unchanging is quite common. So, Hinduism had come to be a little bit frozen about its own tradition, unchanging. And so what is very common is that it back-projected its current beliefs onto the past. This is what I call, but I'm not the first to call it that, an invented tradition. This term comes from a British Marxist in the 1980s, and what he meant was that very many so-called traditions are in fact quite recent and are falsely presented as traditional. So I'm afraid that to some extent something like that is happening here. Let's see a few examples. The Vedas are very often, and in most introductory books already, described as apaurushaya. They are not created by a purusha, a person. They are impersonal. So this is interpreted as supernatural. Now, strictly speaking, the word apaurushaya you could translate differently. If you, let's say, write an autobiographical novel, that is very paurushaya, that's very personal. By contrast, if you take a physics textbook about the law of gravity and so on, the number of Avogadro and all that, that's very impersonal. Everything that's described in there is also true in another galaxy. You know, it's universal, it's eternal. So that you could, strictly speaking, call apaurushaya, and you could carry the message, well, actually the Vedas are to be understood like that. They are of universal validity. In that sense, they are apaurushaya. Okay, that I can live with. But the idea that they are revealed scripture, that is emphatically untrue. You see, it is claimed for the Quran, and the Quran claims it about itself, but not the Vedas. You see, the Vedic rishis are quite emphatic that it is they themselves who have composed the hymns. You can see this in the Vedic hymns themselves, like the very first, you know, 111, the first mandala, first sukta, first mantra says, Om Agnim Ile, I worship the fire. You know, and in the Mrityunjaya mantra, we worship the three-eyed one. And in the Gayatri mantra, let the sun god, you know, stimulate our minds. So it's always human beings who are addressing the gods. Or sometimes who are speaking about the gods in the third person, but never in the first person. You see them do very human things, like you have a number of dana stutis in the Rig Veda, which means that they are expressing gratitude to their sponsors. Now, does God need a sponsor? You see, human beings, yes, we know in the cultural sector, all the painters and sculptors and poets and so on, they are constantly on the lookout for somebody who will keep them alive. Of many ancient painters and poets and so on, the main literature that we still have is their begging letters to dukes and bishops and so on to sponsor them. So this is what the Vedic rishis also did. There are quotes in the Rig Veda where you see one sukta quotes from another, or the Atharva Veda quotes from the Rig Veda and so on. Does God do any quoting? Quoting is what you do when you invoke a higher authority. Does God have a higher authority? So my favorite simile for the spirit in which the rishis wrote this is like a young man who is enamored of a girl, and he goes to her balcony bringing his guitar and he's singing a serenade. Oh, you're so beautiful. Your eyes are as deep as the ocean, hoping that the girl will be impressed and return the favor. Now, of course, the girl is not going to tell him beforehand, hey, you have to say that my eyes are so deep as the ocean, you know? That's slightly ridiculous. And so here also you see Agni and Barahaspati and Varuna and so on, they are not telling human beings what to say to praise them. You know, that praise comes from the human beings. There is also one case where after the Battle of the 10 Kings, Vasishtha praises himself. You know, he says it is thanks to the eminent quality of my poetry that Indra got swayed and got persuaded to come down, you know, in help of my employer Sudas. And that's why the battle was won. So there is absolutely no indication that this was dictated by the gods. It is very much a human work. Then the theory of the Chatur Yuga. You see the 4 yugas. On the one hand, it is very ancient. And again, it is pre-Vedic, it is Indo-European. You also find it in the Germanic and Greek systems. So in Germanic you have the spear age, sword age, wind age, and wolf age. And among the Greeks, you know, well known to you, you have the golden age, silver, bronze, and iron. And so the system is the same. The idea is that they are in declining order. The last one is the worst. However, what you don't find is that there is some numeral attached to them. Nobody is saying that the Dwapara Yuga is 864,000 years. And so when does that come? You see, the term yuga is being used in the sense of an age, a measure of time, from, for as far as we know, the Vedanga Jyotisha and the contemporary Parashara Tantra, where it means a period of 5 years. Why 5 years? You see, a yuga means a cycle going from a conjunction, that's where the word yuga comes in, from a conjunction to the next conjunction. So in the case of sun and moon, it starts at new moon, it goes around, you know, full moon, waning moon, and then when it's a new moon, the cycle is complete, that's a month. Now, in this case, it is a cycle with not even a planetary cycle of 2 objects you can see in the sky. It's more abstract. It has to do with the period of the sun and the moon. So in the case of the sun, it is a year. In the case of the moon, it is a lunar month, but 12 months falls short of a full year, 11 days short, or if you take a 13th month, then it is 17 days extra. However, after 5 years, these two more or less coincide. So if you take 5 times 12 months, plus 2 leap months, plus 2 intercalary months, then you are more or less back at New Year. Your moon has caught up with the sun. So the 2 cycles coincide again. Not perfectly. A better approximation is 8 years, and an even better one is 19 years. So you have 7 leap months added, and then you're back to coinciding with the solar year. So these 5 years are used there as a yuga, and so that's a measure of time, and that's the longest yuga that exists till then. Then you get, of course, longer cycles. The longest one is the Jupiter-Saturn cycle of 20 years, or if you add the star with which they are in conjunction, then they meet at the same place after 3 cycles, so 60 years. So that's the longest cycle they know, and in both Chinese and Indian astronomy, you have a century of 60 years. However, in about 127, at any rate in the 2nd century BC, Hipparchus of Nicaea, working in Alexandria, discovers the precession cycle. You've heard about it just an hour ago in Nilesh's talk. So this is a cycle of almost 26,000 years. Now, at that time, when they freshly discovered it, of course, the estimation was still a bit rough, and so to work with it, they rounded it off to 24,000 years. And that's where it starts. So these 24,000 years were used as the largest cycle known to men at that time, and the 4 yugas were fitted into it. And this in their natural order, in the sense that the Krita Yuga was 4 times as long, the Treta 3 times, Dwapara 2 times, and Kali is the shortest one, 1 unit. So these are 10 units in total. So 1/2 of the cycle is divided into 10, such that the 4 first parts are Krita Yuga, 3 parts are Treta Yuga, 2 are Dwapara Yuga, and 1 is Kali Yuga. And then it ascends again. So you see a full cycle of approximately 24,000 years is divided in 2 halves, and in those 2 halves you get the cycle of the yugas. And so this is, I mean, by the time this reaches India, it's already in the Christian age. And then it's not over yet, because then Puranic poets or someone decide that this is a bit too pedestrian to address heaven, and so they attribute to heaven higher standards than to men, and they say that these periods are to be read as not human years but divine years. And they say that what is a year for a man is only a day for God. So all these figures have to be multiplied by 360. And so a cycle of 24,000 years, half is 12,000 years, 1/10 of that is 1,200 years. That's the original length of the Kali Yuga, a system that is ascribed to the seer Markandeya. But so now it gets multiplied by 360, and then you get these unwieldy numbers, like 1,200 times 360 is 432,000. And so there you get these, unwieldy yugas, and so they create all kinds of strange problems, like, if it is literarily attested that Rama lived in the Treta Yuga and Krishna only at the end of the Dwapara Yuga, that means that there's a whole Dwapara Yuga between them. So there is more than 864,000 years between them. So Rama lived in like 900,000 years ago. So I don't think so. I think there are many archaeological and so on reasons against this. But so this is very common, and I think it is possible to return to the original meaning without too much damage. You see, that's the funny thing about this, let's say, rational approach, that if you use that rational approach to evaluate the basic doctrines of Christianity or of Islam, they can't survive. You see, they are not compatible with the scientific temper. Whereas in the case of Hinduism, I'm afraid that there is some dead wood that can't be saved, that will have to be given up, that will have to be recognized as, just some imaginative exaggeration, but that the essence is very much untouched. So you see, going through a bit of a difficult time, and you're through most of it anyway, is worth it, because your self-declared enemies are going to suffer far more seriously. Another point, and that I don't want to go too deeply into it, but that is caste. So in the ancient scriptures, there's no caste. That's like a very central point in the Arya Samaj teachings, that in the Vedas there was no caste. We are in favor of the Vedas. We spurn all these later writings that are caste-ridden. And so that's a coherent view. It just so happens that there's no caste in the Vedas, not even in the Purusha Sukta. You see what you have in the Purusha Sukta? First of all, you have something totally universal. So in this case, don't flatter, and don't blame yourself for this being typically Hindu. You see, the missionaries are going to say, how evil you are with this Purusha Sukta. Well, first of all, it is not at all typically Hindu. You have, it starts with a myth about the unity of the whole. First, the universe as a whole. So you have a very common myth among the Germanics, even among Chinese, among the Mayas in Mexico. You have this very common myth of a body that is divided into parts, and then they become the universe. The skull becomes the heavenly vault, the soles of the feet become the earth, the bones become the mountains, the blood becomes the rivers, the eyes become the sun and the moon, like that. And in the Chinese version, it is even added, the lice on his skin become the human beings. You see modern deep ecologists, they claim that human beings are a sort of vermin on the skin of Mother Earth. Well, they were not the first. Okay, so that's one. And then there's a second universe, so to speak, namely society. And on society, you can apply the same reasoning, namely that the thinkers are the head of society, and the doers, they are the arms of society, and the supporters are the feet of society. I mean, this is all very logical, And so this is not at all typically Hindu. On the contrary, in 499, about 500 BC, a Roman aristocrat called Menenius Agrippa has to conduct negotiations with a rebellious lower class. And so they say this is unfair, that you people have all the privileges of the powerful, and we don't, and we want the same, and so on. And so he explains, but You know, a body, all the parts of the body are different. The eye is doing something else than the stomach, is doing something else than the foot. And they all need each other. They all need to do exactly their own thing. That's what they're, good for all the others. And so, you see, if everybody does well, what he was made for, then everything will go well. Everybody will profit. That same story used 500 years later by somebody you will probably know, a Roman citizen of Jewish origin, namely Saint Paul, who is more or less the founder of Christianity. So he uses that same story. Then, in the late 19th century, when socialism was coming up with its doctrine of class struggle, the church pitted against that the harmony model, and they used the same imagery. You see, that's why their doctrine was called corporatism. That is, using the body as a model. And that is still the official, social teaching of the church. So, so that's not at all typically Hindu. Nevertheless, it is very much there in Hinduism. So, what do you want to say? Does this support the caste system or not? Well, no. What it supports is the differentiation of society in 4 layers, which is true of more or less every complex society. It's only the absolutely primitive hunter-gatherers where everybody is more or less equal. And so there you get a specialization. Now, how are these different classes recruited? That is not said at all. It is not said that you have to do the same profession as your father. There is no professional heredity. And it is not at all said that you have to marry somebody from the same community. So the 2 distinctive properties of caste, namely hereditary profession and endogamy, are not present in the Purusha Sukta. Now, it is true that later generations of Hindus, looking for justification for the then emerging caste system, then lash onto this, this Vedic reference, hoping that they can make it mean caste system. Yeah, so today Hindu apologists are reversing this discourse, interestingly. So for 2,000 years thereabouts, because the caste system in full dates from about 100, 200 AD, so less than 2,000 years ago. So there is much of Hindu history that has no caste. So for that long, Hindus have been trying to justify caste with this Purusha Sukta or with the Bhagavad Gita. And so you see in the Bhagavad Gita it is said that caste is determined by guna and karma. Now for very long people have said, but these are jati, I mean these are birth-based. You see, if you are tall, if your father is tall, then you are probably also going to be tall. You see, guna is hereditary. If your mother is black, you are also going to be at least half black, or darker than your father, and so on. I mean, so you could say guna is hereditary, karma likewise. You see, your father is a craftsman. Before you get your puberty crisis saying, no, I don't want to do the same as my father, you are already an accomplished craftsman because you've learned it at home. And so you could say even karma is hereditary. Now, I don't say it is, but you see, this has been a very common interpretation among Hindus. And now the latest generations, there has been a reversal, and they say, see, Krishna never says caste is by birth, it is by guna and karma. Or a final example, the story of Satyakam Javala, the one who wants to become a pupil of a guru, And so he has to say who he is, which is in the first place to say who his father was or is. And so he goes, asks his mother, and the mother says, well, sorry, I've been a maid in a number of rich families. You know, I've been to bed with all these landlords, and I don't know who your father is. And so he admits this to the guru. He says, sorry, I don't know. And so the guru says, well, this means you're very truthful. You don't try to, you know, make some excuse story. You say it as it is. See, you are truth-loving. Now, many Hindus will say today that, you know, this proves that only truthfulness matters. You know, your birth caste doesn't matter. Now, the traditional interpretation is just the opposite. They say, well, since you are truthful, this proves that your father must have been a Brahmin. You see, there they applied logic of caste by birth. And so, yeah, you can see it both ways, you know. So, I mean, this is a nice discussion, and I don't think this really determines it one way or the other. But at any rate, you see, this is one instance where old texts can be manipulated by later editors. A last example is horoscopic astrology. So there exists something like Vedic astrology. We recently had an example of it, the consecration of the Rama temple. First, you see, there was the Bhumipujan to some 3 years ago, and there, you know, astrologers protested that they had done it at the wrong time, namely during the waning moon. And so they said, you see, the rule is that if you want an enterprise to prosper, you have to start it on the waxing moon. Now that's Vedic astrology. You see, that exists since forever. The idea of choosing the correct time for a ritual, a wedding, a battle, whatever, on the waxing moon. Or at any rate, on a chosen astrologically good time. That's where ultimately you get the tradition from of the wedding seasons that still exists. However, while there was a thing like Vedic astrology, the horoscopy that is now being done, I'm afraid, is not Vedic. You don't find any mention of it in the Vedas, whereas you do find detailed explanations in Babylon, not very long ago, so 5th century, and soon after Babylon gets conquered by the Greeks. And then you get a very interesting, very happy marriage between the Greek geometry and the concomitant philosophy and the emerging horoscope reading among the Babylonians. And so then in a few decades' time, the whole edifice of horoscope reading is created. And then soon after, this is taken to India, because there were Greek kingdoms in India at that time. And so then you get the first horoscope handbooks, which typically have a lot of Greek influence. They have a number of Greek technical terms. The names of the signs of the zodiac are initially the Greek names, only later are they being translated. And even then they are only translations. You see, this Leo becomes Singha, and you know, Virgo becomes Kanya, and so on. They could have taken other names, but no, they take these same Greek names because that's where they got it from. And so, you know, this is, you know, many Indians still have a great problem with this, but, you know, Hindu astrology comes from somewhere else. And so one example to create an Indian prehistory for horoscopy is the famous horoscope of Rama, which is the perfect horoscope. You see the rules of exaltation of planets in favorite signs is totally applied. Jupiter is in Cancer, Venus is in Pisces, and so on. The best signs that planets can be in Why? Well, because the perfect man has to have a perfect horoscope. But so that's made up. So you see, there are these elements in Hinduism that have changed over the centuries. And so one helpful thing, maybe not the most pleasant, but one helpful and in the long run healthy thing that Western Orientalists have brought is precisely to recognize, to acknowledge the element of change in these aspects of Hinduism. This one? No, this one. Yes. So when I say this, yes, Professor, I'm hurrying. So when I say this, the answer I usually get is some show of Sanskritic erudition. And so I immediately recognize, I've learned courses of Sanskrit very long ago. So I'm not entirely illiterate, but I mean, they know a lot more of Sanskrit. You know, no hesitation to accept that. And yet, that doesn't help. You know, it is like, for instance, the comparison between heliocentrism, the idea that the sun is in the middle, and the epicycles with which geocentrists try to rationalize their system. So, in making the actual observed movements of the planets correlate with their geocentric model, very complex calculations were made for epicycles. These were totally imaginary, they don't exist, but you see, they more or less could explain the strange movements of the planets. Now, you see, all this sophistication, and the Kerala School of Mathematics was very advanced in this. Nevertheless, all the trouble that they put into it was all lost, is all blown away at once you accept heliocentrism. Then all these epicycles aren't necessary anymore. And so, you see, much of the arguments that I get to hear from Sanskritists in favor of traditionalism, you know, are a bit like that. You know, they're very sophisticated, they're very erudite, nevertheless, they're beside the point. So, or, you know, to give a simile, if you enter, you know, if you have a choice between several roads, you enter the wrong one, then you're not going to get at your destination, no matter how far you go. So no matter how much effort you take, you know, if you start wrong, then, you know, you're not going to get there. And so in this case, I think it is wiser to accept, for example, no caste in the Vedas, you know, no horoscopes in the Ramayana. Okay, so finally, we settle for nothing less but Sanatana. So I hear a lot the argument, yeah, but you are a foreigner, what do you understand? You see, in real life conversations, this is very rare. Because you see, in discussions face to face, people are a bit inhibited by the usual human conventions, politeness and so on. But for some reason, you see, when they're behind the screen on Twitter, they just go. And so I get all these swear words thrown at me that, you know, I'm a Malaysia and so on. Okay, fine. But that doesn't help, you see, as I don't need to tell Indians, Satyam Eva Jayate. So it is not Rashtra Jayate or something. No, it is Satyam that Jayate. And so we just have to look at, you know, what is correct, and that's why I see, you know, and I'm glad to see that very many Hindus are taking this job up of refuting these old misconceptions. Like, for instance, I mean, I could have named many examples, including many who are present here, but I'll mention two people I just met in Bengaluru. Professor Iyengar, who is an astronomer, who is in fact the reconstructor and editor of this book, Parashara Tantra, which is an ancient astronomical work about 1500 BC. And Jijit Nadumuri Ravi, whose work I greatly recommend. It is a factual, very sober analysis of the information contained in the epics. And so he comes to some startling conclusions, especially about the Ramayana, and they're not Western. At most, you see people will say, oh, you're Westernized. Yeah, well, what to do? But so, you see, I call them starmen. The one is an astronomer, the other has worked for ISRO, for the Indian Space Agency. So they're modern people, they know modern stuff. And so the fact is that, they're Westerners in the sense that they have caught up with the progress that the West has made in science. You see, initially India was in the lead worldwide in science. Then you see the Greeks caught up somewhat, partly by borrowing from India, just like India now is borrowing from the West. Then China came in the lead in the Middle Ages, and then the West came in the lead, but there is no reason why it should remain like that. And so now the rest of the world is catching up, and now India is again in the lead in a number of fields, or at least Indians are, especially Indians outside India, but more and more in India as well. And so you see, there's no reason to keep clamoring for the past when India was #1, and to shout that it's unjust and cheating of the colonialists that India is now no longer #1. No, you see, you just should enter the competition for being the best, and then you see that India is catching up and is more or less break even by now, and we're going to see some spectacular things. So if you drop the silly claims about the Ramayana having helicopters and the Pandavas working with nuclear weapons in Kurukshetra and so on, if you drop all that, then the real things, you see, the real achievements of India will shine all the more. Thank you.
Please come.
Pranam. I must say that being here is very special again after a long time, and I still resonate with Guruji's message and teachings, And I think I was very fortunate to be in his presence several times and spend a lot of very personal moments with Guruji. I remember when Vamadevaji said that I want to introduce you to my Guru, because I've had my own experiences spiritually. I wasn't much into the Gurus or visiting them. And Vamadevaji convinced me that when you meet him, you will realize what a special being he is. So I definitely came here with reservations, but the moment I saw him, I think I resonated, and Guruji said that, Shambhaviji, consider this your father's home. And I think that was a little mistake Guruji made, because I did consider it my father's home, and used to ask him, for very personal things. So today, I think I'm very, very fortunate that I have a lot of Guruji's personal, very personal things with me, which I think maybe I was the only one to really get. And he was very encouraging. What was wonderful is that he never differentiated with me being a woman. And on many occasions I even asked him that if there's one guilt I have, it's about not being the perfect mother, because for me, my sadhana was very, very powerful and very important. And Guruji said that the children's karma is their karma, Shambhaviji. You have to follow your karma. And they will be taken care of. And there is nothing wrong in you following your own spiritual path. So I think that was very important for me at that time, because definitely there was a lot of guilt that I was harboring. And he was very special that you could ask Guruji and talk to Guruji about anything. Most times you have a darshan from a distance and you cannot come close to them. But Guruji never had any such misconceptions. He was available for you whenever we visited Bhimli. He always made time for us, and late into the night he would spend time with us. And I'm always grateful that Radha, Satyavati ji always welcomed us in his home. So a lot of my questions to him were more on my personal sadhana. And Vamadevaji used to always say that, Guruji, I have known you longer than Shambhavi, but you seem to love her more. So I remember him once saying that, you are probably the only person who has not asked me for anything, Shambhaviji. Instead you question me. So I think that for such a wise Rishi Guru to allow you to question, allow you to share your experiences is very, very rare. And the last time we met him, should I share that, what he mentioned? I don't know. Yeah, Radha, can I share that he So this is very personal. But one morning before breakfast, everyone had gone to have breakfast and I was alone with Guruji. And he said, Shambhavi ji, I'm going to take Samadhi. And I thought it was a big joke. I said, but Guruji, I'm going to come in October and I'm going to spend some weeks because I have so much to share with you and I want to learn from you. So he says, I am going, and he had a very clear, very calm, no emotions. He said, I'm going to take Samadhi. And I really thought he was joking because I couldn't imagine something like that. So I said, no, you wait for me to come back in October. And I went and sat with everyone for breakfast, and I remember telling them like a little girl on the table, I said, Guruji is saying he's going to take Samadhi, and I think Radha was very upset with me. Radha said, Shambhavi ji, aise nahi baat karte hain, you know. I said, he just told me. She said, nahi ho sakta, you know, you miss. And I think Vamadeva ji believed me, but I think Satyavati ji and Radha, they said it's not the right thing to say. And we went back. Of course, I didn't believe what Guruji said. There is no doubt about it. And you know, come that June, July, Radha did call and she was crying. She said, I wish we had believed you, Shambhavi ji, but nobody could ever believe that he would not be with us, you know. So I do feel that I was very close to him. The first time, I was always asking him for things, and I had this beautiful experience is I wanted some of the vibhuti from him. So we in the evening morning puja, Radha said, you ask him whatever you want. So I asked him, and I had bought myself a very big dibiya so that I thought Guruji will fill it up for me. So I gave it to him and I said, I want some of your, you know, the blessings that you will give. So he looks me in the eyes and he takes one little chutki and two, and my heart was really breaking because I thought he's going to fill up my dibiya, but and I was very disappointed. So I came out, I told Radha, I said, what is this? Pura bhar do mere liye. So she said, yeah, don't worry, later I'll ask Guruji to fill it. So then that afternoon when we went back to the room and I had a shower, and in the evening we came back to be with him. So I opened my dibiya and it was overflowing, you know. So I came back and told Radha. You know, so these little things that he could just read what was my chahat, what was in my mind. There were many other things which I think he shared with me. He gave me special mantras when you know, I needed protection. But what I admired about Guruji was there was this simplicity around him. Very, very simple, very naive, almost had a childlike exuberance, which is how I myself have always, in my own sadhana, so that I can ground myself, I have always nurtured the child in me. So Guruji never reprimanded me or expected me to behave in any other way. I think he just allowed me to be myself. And even when we had the mundane astrology, they had asked me, and I said, I was learning astrology from Vamadevaji, but K.N. Raoji was here for that conference, and I said, there's no way I can talk about Jyotish in front of all these great Jyotishis. And Guruji actually told me, he said, you will talk, and anything, you can say anything. I said, Guruji, aap bhi baithe ho, what will I say, you know, I have no knowledge at all. He says, you just talk whatever you have to. Everybody will listen to you. So that's how powerful a Rishi Yogi he was, you know, and yet never let you feel any different. He treated one with great respect. In fact, Shashank, I remember you saying that that you feel very envious that he gave us that personal time, because when we used to visit him, he used to close his doors literally and allow us to spend as much time as we want to, you know. So I do miss him, but I remember him saying, okay, when I take Samadhi, Shambhaviji, I don't want you to cry. But of course I cried, you know, even now I feel like crying. So, so my relationship with Guruji is extremely, even now when I need guidance or I need protection, I have his photographs in most every room, and I do turn to him. So I feel that everyone here is very blessed to have known Guruji, and for me, I think he's the greatest of all gurus that we had or will ever have in India, though he never asked for much attention or fanfare, but his knowledge, his wisdom, his kindness, and allowing to give space, I thought that was his most admirable quality, that being a great soul, a great yogi, with all the Guru Gyan, he allowed me, an ordinary woman, to really have that space, and was very encouraging. I think he was a great blessing for women, because he never ever thought that women should be in the background. Of course, we should perform our dharmas in the family, but when we want to step out and seek the divine, I think Guruji was very, very encouraging and very beautiful. So I'm very grateful that you all have shared your sacred space again, and especially I must say Radha, Satyavati ji, Raghavendra ji, and even you have really been an inspiration for me. And like I was telling Radha, I said, Satyavati ji has not changed, because she was whispering to me. She said, I notice your piles, Shambhavi ji, and your earrings. So the first time I came, actually, I used to always wear gold piles, and I know that in the south it's not traditional. So when I was around Guruji, I used to hide my feet under my sari. And then Satyavati ji noticed. So I said, Satyavati ji, I'm hiding my feet. She says, Guruji, you talk to him, he'll not say anything. So I spoke to him and I said, Guruji, I've been hiding my feet because I'm wearing gold piles, not silver piles. So, and I said, I know that some people are very traditional, they don't accept it. And he says, but Shambhavi ji, the Devi wears gold piles and you are the Devi for me. I thought he was so amazing, you know. So, so I just felt that his blessings in my sadhana. I'm not very traditional because I grew up in a Sikh family, so I have not come from a traditional background. But he accepted me for what I am and always showered his blessings. So those of you who have been with him, those of you who have not been but know of him, when you connect to him, I think he has a very powerful resonance. So I'm deeply moved by being here, and I thought I must share with you a few of my simple, intense experiences with Guruji.
Thank you, Madam Shambhavi ji, for having shared your experience with Guruji. So, friends, I think we can call it a day. And I thank all of you for bearing with us till 6 p.m. because we already said it is from 9 to 6 p.m. So we are on time to close the session. And we thank all of you for having joined us today. And I am particularly thankful to the press, the electronic and the print media, for taking us beyond this hall. So even in the afternoon news and the evening news, they are covering our proceedings. We are very grateful to the media and also particularly our regional manager, Hindu Satish. So tomorrow, again the second day of our symposium, we are starting by 9 sharp. And hope you all attend and also bring some more friends because you have seen the proceedings are going on in our symposium. So kindly pass on this information to friends, those who might be skeptical about what is going on there. So kindly see that there will be a very good number of audience here. But we are also thankful for those who are joining us on the YouTube stream. We thank all of them. And tomorrow again we will meet. Thank you very much.